Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Salt Lake City Major. I'm Lynx, joined by XR Troika, and Ollie, we got the fun out of the way yesterday. We got the introductions done. Everyone had their fun little exhibition match, but unfortunately today the stakes get very real as the first game out the gate, and a couple other games we'll have today, losers will be going home, and we will eliminate our first teams from the Salt Lake City Major. Kind of a sad day, all things considered.
It is, and we spoke about this a little bit yesterday. It feels like it comes around so quickly, but these are the play-ins, and we've got to get to that Swiss stage. There's a hell of a lot of games to play inside of Phase 2, and we are excited to get there, but we've got to get through today first. Not only are we going to be sending teams home, but we're also going to be sending teams into that second stage.
True. And happy twist to things as well. I mean, obviously, we've got EDG versus Shopify Rebellion coming up later, and winner of that will, of course, make it. And, of course, loser of that will go home. But our first game coming up will be Daystar for Angry Men. And if you also take a look at that upper bracket, we've also qualified some teams as well. Enterprise and Falcons. I mean, Ollie, I don't think anybody's really surprised at those being some of our first two teams to qual.
I think with the way that the bracket shapes up, absolutely. It was always going to be either Rebellion or Falcons. It just so happens that Falcons were able to get it done in 2 yesterday. For me, the team that has impressed me the most so far at the minute has been that Enterprise roster.
Yeah, and they've been really quite excellent. But as I said earlier, For Angry Men versus Daystar will be our first game up. Then Edward Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion as our second match. And then, of course, we have a Los versus, well, whoever wins this game that we are about to cast, For Angry Men versus Daystar. So let's just get into it. Obviously, first up off the bat, we have quite a lot of new players to the international scene, but one in particular impressed us yesterday, Ollie.
Yeah, I think you can't really, talk about this team and not really mention Lyda, can you? One of the second highest rated players of the tournament so far. We've only seen one day, but it's credit. You've got to give credit where it is due, haven't you? TX Rockstar Lyda, Gotti, a familiar name there for anyone, of course, that has been around for a little while, and Darsley to round out For Angry Men.
And, of course, obviously, as you can see, Lyda, I mean, comically high EPS, not only in comparison to the rest of the roster, but in the rest of the tournament. Highly instrumental in that game against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, though it was a 7-5 loss on border. Then next up, we got Daystar, and they're making our jobs easy for us, where for both these teams, we have one particular player who stands out from the rest. Obviously, of course, we've seen Souffle around before, but Seal in particular also impressed.
Massive player yesterday from Seal. Not only was there multiple 1v1s and clutches and all that, and I understand it's a game that they lost, but still coming out of the day as the highest rated player, 153 EPS. So we've really got top 1 and 2 going head to head today.
And also both of these teams, I mean, playing against Falcons and Shopify Rebellion respectively.
No easy opponents.
No easy opponents, and pushing to 11 and 12 rounds respectively. I mean, that's pretty impressive, all things considered. Sure, it's a best of 1. I'm sure we'll hear all the normal caveats we have to give. But going into today, we've seen a lot of compelling stuff, not only from individual players, but from these teams as a whole, which will make the series actually a lot more exciting. We do have the maps coming up as well. And, hey, we also get some new picks for us as well because, of course, if you recall, we had Bank and what was the other one? Border we saw yesterday, and we got Nighthaven and Clubhouse guaranteed. So 2 new maps for these 2 teams. 2
new maps for the Major, but not necessarily
True.
2 new maps that they are new to. Nighthaven Labs, that has been a For Angry Men favourite throughout the course of CNL, and they've almost made their qualification to this Major off the back of that single map. They've played it 4 times, won it 3. They are very comfortable on that map. Chalet as well is a map that For Angry Men hold as their highest preference map. Daystar on the flip side, we're going to be going over to Clubhouse for them. Still a favoured map, and they're still no stranger to a bit of Labs or a bit of Chalet, so it's kind of difficult to see which one this favours just based off the maps alone.
Well, and just based on the maps, if we want to talk about at least as we get into Nighthaven, I mean, it and Clubhouse have some similarities, high importance on exterior walls, bit of preference sometimes for full clears depending on the position. It's not a guarantee that whoever wins one map will always do best on the next, but it's not like we have 2 diametrically opposed maps like a Nighthaven and a Border. These 2 maps will play similarly, and it's entirely possible who we see succeed on this first one could be the team that ends up closing this out 2-0. But as Ollie mentioned, both these teams are comfortable on all of the maps we have in this series, so let's see how comfortable they are on the first. For Angry Men versus Daystar, Nighthaven Labs will be our first map, with the former starting the attack and the latter starting on the defense. I have a little money on exterior breaching being a focus of these ban phases, Ollie.
The bans have been quite interesting so far because, and I was speaking about this yesterday, I think it was maybe potentially with Tim, and we were sort of saying that you can almost put attackers into different categories now. You've got a lot of disruption ops, you've got a lot of hard breaching ops, you've also got a lot of information ops, and it's very difficult to target all of those subsets. Yes. You kind of just got to pick one and roll with it, because if you start to sort of cherry pick here and there, it can get a little bit difficult. Now, I would say that this isn't cherry-picked here and there.
No,
it's
not at all.
quite decisive. You've gone for a Grim and a Capital ban, so you're getting rid of that disruption. Grim also falls into the information line, but he isn't part of the trifecta of those information ops that we often talk about.
No, the information he gives, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's important, but you flood the zone with all those bees with the primary purpose of getting information if they stay, but usually people don't, and you push them out of it. Say, Clubhouse Generator is a great example of that. You know somebody's playing behind Gen, but you don't throw the bees down there for the information that you already know. You throw it down there so you maybe clear out that position, and if they decide to say you have a more advantageous gunfight here, in this case with Grim and Capital being taken off the board, if we do see any focus on the breaching on the IT wall, not having those smoke bolts in particular be problematic, because of course, as we saw from 4 Angry Men, the focus on the exterior breaching came from one team. 4 AM taking down the Cade and the Bandit. So I imagine we will see them bring at least some hard breaching to start, though, obviously, as you can see, not as much focus as you might otherwise think. Just the Hibana and then maybe some secondaries in somebody's possession.
Yeah, it's strange not to bring the ace for this, really. I think the ace is obviously, when available, the premier choice for getting things open. Hibana, it's a job that can be done as well, but no tin openers. You kind of a little bit limited here. I usually like seeing connector open. I like seeing electrical open. I like seeing, you know, that side a little bit more vulnerable and not somewhere that the defense can just sort of sit and chuck C4s from afar. We've got a little bit of mini games around that as well with the mirror window. That's going to make the breaching a little bit more difficult. And again, one of the reasons why you're going to try and bring the Hibana for this endeavor. You're not going to have as many chances if you do bring the ace. So there is rhyme and reason to the decisions that are being made right now. But already 4 Angry Men just coming up against a little bit of obstacle. And for me, yesterday, it was some of the basics for both of these teams that were kind of tripping them up a little bit on the attack.
Well, if you look at the basics right now, I mean, Rockstar obviously lost 8x Kairos out the gate with that impact grenade going outside of the mirror window. Now he's used another 8 on the connector wall. He only has those extra 2. So the only way you're getting in is through that tiny hole in the connector wall. This IT breach is going to remain solid for the rest of the round. And that's going to make Souffle's job a lot easier, who did the impacts out the gate. He's going to be able to rotate a lot more effectively, but also not really focus on IT as much, since he doesn't have to worry about anybody getting through.
Real nice play from Daystar as well. They've held a pocket reinforcement, and they've actually used that now to block off connector. So they're even more limited now in really what you've got and angles that you're going to be able to push through. And then when you start to throw into the mix that there's a clash knocking about, those single doorways start to become really restrictive, and you're not going to want to be making that challenge, especially when time starts to run short. We need to see them get a little bit of presence here inside of the bottom of Warehouse.
And it's going to need to be this Glass and this Ying that opens things up. You can see the Candela's prepped. Ash Charge going out to destroy the barbed wire, facilitates some kind of entry. Still trying to channel some of that impact from yesterday, but so close on the door. Got to be careful. In a position right now where Daystar don't have to do a lot to really keep the pressure on 4 Angry Men. They don't want to overplay their hand. Ooh, Pecan with the prone around the corner. Lyda completely caught off guard, and that's one of that two-prong approach that I mentioned now falling down. Darsley still with 3 Candelas, but without having that Glass through the smoke. Wherever Darsley decides to commit, or wherever he throws his utility, you won't have somebody to match any push on the other side. Seal still getting aggressive, will fall to Rockstar. You got something there, but this 2-man push between the Clash and the Ella. Got to give credit to 4 Angry Men for keeping it close and keeping these trades solid, but so long as this Clash is in the way, they're always going to face some difficulty, but hold on. TX suddenly backstabbing, finds 2. Now it is just Souffle left. Taking a 1v1 on the Aqua Stairs, but the attacker can come and pinch from behind. 4 Angry Men, despite basically having no workable breaches, wins that with the kills?
TX is at 2 life shots there to get that one over the line, haven't they? Unbelievable. Rotating everything around, realizing, okay, we've not really understood the assignment here. The mirror is going to be a pain. It is going to mirror trick us. They're going to open the mirror window and throw those impact grenades out of the breach. We have to come up with a plan B. And you could see that Gotti was very quick to react. He was playing that Ash, knew that he had to get himself underneath and start to work something, whether that was going to be inside of the fish side or whether it was going to be inside of the Warehouse side. It ended up being on that fish side. Picanzo's done a brilliant job. Maybe just a little bit overplayed their hand ever so slightly and should have buddied up a little bit more with Souffle, because as soon as the Clash is left in the 2 versus 1 there, you've no choice. You've got to plank that shield down and you've just got to try and make a play happen, but the pinch was already working from both sides.
Well, 4 Angry Men coming out of round 1 with a victory that I honestly did not expect once we got about 45 seconds to a minute into round 1, and I imagine they will be over the moon to get away with that one. Now looking down to the basement site, Daystar will change things up quite dramatically. No Clash, no Mira whatsoever. Instead, we have an Azami entering the field with also a lot of utility focused on the site, the Vulcan Pack and Toxic Canister combination. So we'll likely have, at least in terms of that utility focused on the site, with and the Mozzie, of course, and likely Bin as well on that Goyo, having placed all of his utility roaming around the middle floor. We'll see what the exact setup is, though, but so far, this isn't breaking any trends for Bedroom. We do have a heavy roam presence, though, with basically a lot of the players by staircases so they can retreat pretty quickly.
Should be fairly straightforward to get the walls open this time. Rockstar's not going to waste any time. We're getting safe straight down there and start to open up the site and the Animus wall. Darsley going to be looking at a bit more of a full map clear here. He's got himself on top of that kitchen hatch, and he's going to be looking to try and get a bit of an angle onto Pikanzu. Lion Scan coming in here as well. That's just going to route him to the spot for the moment. And if Lida starts to continue on that Monty, it could be a little bit of a problem right now. There's still live information on this Legion here inside of Cafeteria.
I mean, you can see this push already forming. You can see the Monty moving on the opposite side. You've got a player holding his cutoff on the window. I mean, Seal can maybe provide some kind of support by shutting off a different angle, but Pecan very leery of this, taking another fight with Rockstars. The Monty comes from the back. Excellent pinch by 4 Angry Men. Now looking to deal with some of these other players moving about the first floor. Mind will not do much, though, as Lida backs off.
It's quite good timing there from 4 Angry Men. They've not really wasted too much time. They have spent all the Lion Scans, though, so that's something to be mindful of, because there are still players out here on the roam. Look at Bin's position right now. He's all the way upstairs inside a server. The site is pretty light at the minute, and depending on Lida's pathing, if they just choose to go for something more direct, it could be a bit of a problem.
Could be an issue as Seal gets another kill onto Darsley, and with Gotti preoccupied on the top floor, he seems to understand that there's a player up there, but Lida's moving with the mission down below, and that means just as the site is weak, you don't have as many attackers as you might otherwise believe. Lida's only pushing at the bottom of an EXO, but is now quite separate from the rest of his team, cut off by the smoke canisters. On shield for a second, threaten to push against Souffle. As one of his teammates now joins. 417 ripping into the smoke through that soft wall. TX finding some good damage, though now the defenders coming from behind. Lida doing the most on this Monty right now. And as TX checks his flank, another one goes the way of 4 Angry Men. Might be a trade from Daystar, but 4AM have accomplished their mission. They've taken control of the site. Unfortunately, the defense has minimal options to retake from these vertical angles, especially with the Monty on board. It was always going to be difficult. Rockstar finds another through the angle, and Bin in 1v3, that seems like it's a foregone conclusion.
Unfortunate position that Bin finds himself in here. This was the player that was all the way on that top floor. We'll find one onto Rockstar. It isn't confirmed just yet. There we go. Double on the round, but to get the kills required from this point, Lida just needs to harass, just needs to be a pain with that shield, and can't give any angles up. 16 seconds on the clock, and now that final kill comes in. Gotti has to make a play, but look how far away he is, Lynx. He's absolutely not. He comes off the kit, though. Now time is not going to be a factor. There's not going to be enough of it left. I don't know. I wonder if that was stuck. We could have seen a very different end to the round.
Well, and you can see how close it would have come, because he was over the halfway point once Gotti actually made it closer to the diffuser. But Gotti preemptively went around the corner and tucked, anticipating the Goyo to fall off the counter diffuse. Now, if Gotti just decides to call that bluff, it's possible he sticks it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could also see the snake whipping around the corner and taking him down with like 0.5 seconds remaining. But, and this is just thinking hypothetically, I don't think either player made a wrong move, but that came down really close. And if we want to take a look as we get into this later portion, I really think there might have been a possibility he could have stuck it. It would have been close, but he could have.
Bin did the most work. We don't actually get to see at the moment that they come off. But still Gotti's in a bit of a tricky position there. I mean, he has to just wait for the time. You know, he has to wait for that 7-second mark to tick and then can make a play. There is chance to sort of come off the diffuser, bang a headshot, and get straight back on it and have enough time. But 4 Angry Men getting away with another round there. I say getting away with, I think they played it really well. There was really good focus on the roamer. They singled somebody out and just threw everything at dealing with that person. And then we're like, you know what? We could probably just push the site here. The walls were already open. There was a clear cut off through site. Souffle had a really tough job. He used all 3 Toxic Babe canisters in like, what, 10 seconds? Really trying to stop the Monty from pushing down, but what's Lida going to do? He's just going to walk right through it, right? There was no real consequence to doing anything but that. So 2 rounds on the rip here for 4 Angry Men to kick off their attacking phase on Nighthaven Labs. Can they make it 3 with back up, as we're going back upstairs? A bit of a reattempt here from Daystar. A
bit of a reattempt, and you can, well, at least see one adjustment. Four Angry Men bringing a different form of hard breaching, but not more hard breaching. Depends on how you quantify it. I mean, Rockstar with a 3x with Thermix certainly will create a bigger hole in the wall. Especially no Mira, not as susceptible to impact tricking. So hopefully we'll see a bit more success from Four Angry Men. I mean, they got the round last time having like basically no workable hard breach. So the fact that they've got both these walls open now, and also, to your point, what we saw from them last time, the way they really well coordinated and understood their win condition, the weak site set up, the roam players, now that they have these breaches, the fundamentals were already good in the way the first round. Round 3 might be excellent.
I'm really surprised to not see the mirror from Daystar because it worked really well to keep them out, and they weren't too far away from winning the round. Now they've sort of just given everything up and said, you know what, just take it. Bring the Thermite. You get 3 extra Thermics now. You can really open up everything. And already, we're not even at the halfway point. Connector wall's getting open into sight. We've got Darsley pressuring with that 612, a devastating weapon inside of Electric. Now we're starting to see a little bit of utility move around, and Souffle can get into position with a couple of these Yokai drones. We've also got Bin fairly tucked there on the Thorn. This is a position we often see shotguns play. We often see the SAS operators there, but Thorn is still capable of dishing out a hell of a lot of damage with that Uzi.
But it's a situation where it might favor Darsley. If he's the one pushing around the corner, he's got the shotgun that's normally favored in that engagement. So to your point, the Uzi packs a punch, but we'll see how well the Ying can navigate around this. Smokes and Cadella's going through. The Glaz and the Ying instead pushing in tandem rather than separate like last time. Ooh, the Yokai spots at the last second, but it's actually Lyda to swing around the corner. Despite all the information, if Bin is blinded, there's not a whole lot he can do. The Pecan on this flank, the attack's so focused, though falling to the players inside of the site. Pecan only gets one. The flank isn't all that impactful in the grand scheme of things, but only in comparison to the excellence of the anchor players. A double for Pecan. His effort should not be undermined. Now it is Gotti in the 1v2. Not the powerful position that Four Angry Men had in round 1. Working back with so little. Instead, the defense ready for this kind of push. Now a diffuser control in their hands. One or two smokes will go out as 2 players stacked behind the pillar. It's Pecan with his 3rd to get it from Connector. Daystar's first round. And again, coming at a point where it seemed like Four Angry Men had everything they could possibly want.
I don't think they'd accounted for the flank, had they? They'd not accounted for that big play from Picanzu. And they'd also not really accounted for anything beyond, okay, let's get Connector open, let's get electrical control, and let's start to push him from there. Yes, they had IT breach open, but again, nothing inside a warehouse, nothing on the catwalk, and nothing on the fish side. And the fish side was where a lot of the success was last time. That backstab is often a very crucial element. It does come in late. You have to rotate around. You're often required to be doing something elsewhere for the portion of the round. You can't just sit in and around fish stairs and wait to backstab. You have to be active on it, and they were just missing that little bit of an element. Things like the Yokai drone, of course, played a huge role because that then calls a lot as clear. You can see Picanzu here coming through, picking up that kill on the flank. Akazu, he got a couple of it for himself as well. Everyone playing very consolidated in and around that pillar.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, a lot of it came from Azuki, who I believe on the Wamai was playing in the other site. So if you have that backstab, it's entirely possible that Azuki, instead of having that gun trained towards Connector, now even if he takes down the player backstabbing, his gun's going to be trained on a different position. So I think the point you raised about the lack of any extra dimension around Aqua might have been the thing that really cost it for Four Angry Men. Still up 2-1 though, and Daystar with a very good, I suppose, just kind of like read of that late round, understanding that the attack was pushing off in one direction, and logically they trained all their guns on that position. Another repeat as we go down to basement, the other site that Daystar lost on their initial gambit. We'll see how it fares now. Again, not a whole lot of changes in the lineup as Mira has been banned, but we already saw her kind of fall by the wayside in the last couple rounds, and it seems here we do have some changes insofar as I think operators have changed hands, but I think it's actually, all things considered, the only difference is the Warden. Yeah,
we've got the Warden into the fray now as well. That's perfectly matched. We've got the Blitz, so that's going to be a little nice little counterplay going on there. There was a little bit of smoke action as well previously when we saw this site, so it makes a little bit of sense to bring the Warden in for that. I like the mirror ban. I think that makes quite a good deal of sense. It was a big sort of disruption factor for Four Angry Men, even though they'd still end up winning the round, but that's not the style, that's not the way that they want to be continuing to get those rounds on the board. Again, the big shock for me here, it's just the Hibana. They're limiting a little bit on what they're going to be able to open with those breaches, when previously we saw nice big breach for Animus, nice big breach for Sight. You give yourself that option for the cutoff. I imagine that they're going to likely try and single somebody out again, but instead of the Lion, they're bringing the Deimos. So it's going to be a little bit more information-based, and it's going to be a little bit more targeted to who's being hunted here.
Four Angry Men, ooh, good kill by Gotti. Four Angry Men also going for a half clear right now. You can see them clearing out part of the second floor, but not really looking towards generator, electrical, or anything over by the house side. So they'll kind of keep the control around Garage that they have and likely hold off flanks otherwise. Also shifting attacking strategies quite drastically. The only shield we saw beforehand was the slow pushing Monty. Now instead rotating to the Blitz with quick entries by TX with that M59. But unfortunately Rockstar going down. Half clear not as solid as 4 Angry Men thought. Been able to find some success walking out of Electro. Could find another. Losing a lot of HP, but not his life to TX. Unfortunately, those 6 shots run out quite quickly, and maybe going for another Zofia outside. Lida will land the trade. Now Darsley going down on the Blitz. Another round that collapses for 4AM.
Devastating play there from Bin on that second floor again. He's had huge impact this time. It was the last man standing previously because everyone from 4 Angry Men circumnavigated the roamers and went directly to the site. Now with Lida getting that kill, it really opens things up. The pacing so far has been quite good from 4AM. You look at the time, there's still 50 seconds left on the clock here for them to work with, and they've still got some toys to play with. Got a couple of tin openers if required. It looks like everything should be open that's needed to be right now. Gotti's got a really nice position at the moment. Lida with the kit, they just need to try and buddy up.
Ooh, but Gotti's going to push in quite heavily, fighting the L around the corner. They buddy up at the last second, but just because of the angle of that reinforcement, the angle Gotti was at, it's difficult to get that trade given Lida's positioning. Daystar tie things up 2 in a row, repeating the exact same sides we played, and this should mean we finally get our 3rd in round 5.
Daystar understanding the assignment there. They had a really nice link play. There was no need for anything fancy. There was no need for anything too extravagant. They knew where the attackers were coming from, and they were able to play a sufficient crossfire. Gotti and Lida, they had more time than that. There was 50 seconds. They had time to try and work something. You could have even looked to try and play a little bit of Vert on there if there was anything knocking around. I think you still had some lifelines available as well for that factor. And as soon as you've got things on the table that you still use, I mean, look,
both concussions too.
Still concussions. Yes, okay, you've used the explosive aspect of it, but and it was the striker as well. So you've always got something kicking around on a striker.
And if you also look at the positioning of the lifelines, obviously they didn't have completely perfect information, but could have sent around that reinforcement, would have got that. And also, the Azami was rotating between either side of that soft wall between the site and tank. And because there was a hole in the wall, actually, if he had just shot that lifeline through the door, it would have got the Azami no matter which room she was in because of how close she was playing. So again, just one of those moments where even if that doesn't happen, some really important utility not only to gather information, but even to potentially concuss some of the defenders that was left on the table by 4AM. A lot of time, as you said, but unfortunately getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Game is still tied, and it could break either way, as we will have a new site being played by Daystar after they won the top floor and the bottom floor. It seems that 4AM feel confident in this rotation to the Blitz play, but will drop the Deimos and instead look to clear a little bit more utility by subbing in the Twitch. And if you look at what Daystar is bringing, you can't really blame them, can you?
It's horrible, isn't it? A horrible lineup right there, just so trap focused, and then the Vigil just chucked in for good measure for a nice little bit of disruption and some unsurety. It's not the kind of lineup that you want to be playing against, and it's going to force you into things like a Twitch, isn't it? The nades on Lion, they're going to be important. If you can get some information, know where something is, nade around the corner, destroy a Grismot, destroy a Banshee, whatever it might be, you're going to want to try and make that work as well. So bit of a tough lineup to be headed up against here at 4AM, but they aren't going to have any problem getting anything open, that much is for sure. Breach can now be opened into the bottom of Warehouse. Pikanzu thinking about a little bit of a run outside here. He's got a really good idea of where at least 2 players are, and I think if he's patient, he might find one. Oh, gets burned there. That's the power of the DMR. Darsley, welcome to the scoreboard. That's his first of the game, and an important one to give an opening kill for round 5.
Well, you gave him the 417 for that reason. Like, if you land a pre-fire, you are not losing that fight. And so they'll take him down in the process. Daystar might not lose a whole lot of utility, but will lose their top performer and lose somebody who maybe had a little bit more flexibility than some of the other players. We'll have to see if that's the case. F-Naught will go out, but with that shield, Lida, not even opting to destroy the F-Naught. Concerned about the players that might be up front. So pushing deeper into the second floor. As a Fenrir and an Ella on the opposite side. Might be pinched by 4AM, but if you look at the time, not nearly as, I think, efficient as things have been previously, and clearly Daystar's layering of the second floor with traps has been quite effective so far. Only a minute remaining as 4AM get control of Garage, and they have a man advantage. That should be said, but they lack not only the ability to gather a lot of vertical angles, but also just lack vertical angles in general.
I'm really surprised to see how much they're ignoring the 2 players that are inside of Fish. I thought we were going to see Lyda just make a beeline for those 2 players with a couple of people backing him up and just start to destroy him. Instead, they've juggled the diffuser around, and Lyda's now threatening the site. There's still defenders down here, though, and there's no vert that's been made to start to deal with him. With only 35 seconds here, it's not going to be very easy to make anything happen, especially with TX now falling. All the attackers arguing around this warehouse area at the minute, but they've not done anything about the vert.
No, you still have Seal watching this important position. The Lyda moving from the opposite side. Play around the corner. He'll call Gotti into position, and that allows him to go for the plant. Neither Azuki or Seal in a position to get this vertical play from below, and with no C4s either. That's a big frag by the Ella, but Lyda's already got out of the building. Can sit there with his shield and maybe peek around the corner. Not a good secondary utility to deal with this either. Only exception is the Gershmot. Azuki could throw that out the window, throw it on one of the doors just to try and act like a pseudo lifeline. But all of Daystar have retreated quite far back. 1 player outside the breach, 1 player outside the window, and another player is so far back, I don't even know where he is. This guy's prone on the top floor, probably looking through some vertical angle onto the diffuser. They have been waiting so patiently. They want to guarantee this tied half. And with 3 seconds remaining, and Daystar haven't even attempted the counter defuse. That's a nice frag by Seal, but we are now officially beyond the pale. Gotti will confirm it, and 4AM guarantee themselves a 3-3 half.
4AM have understood the win condition of round 5 absolutely beautifully. Yes, they didn't have the vert. They knew that there was nobody below. They juggled the diffuser around, and they were happy to take a chance. Because if you get the plant down on that site, it is by far and away the most difficult site in the game to retake.
It sucks.
It's next to a window. Upside down rappel. Just playing passively outside the window. You don't even need to be on the rappel. And especially if you're on the blitz, you're going to take the advantage of just being on the ground. It's so difficult to try and retake onto that denying the plant is the only option for a defender. Either that or a hero play, or a significant blunder by the attack. Neither of those were seen, and instead 4AM understood the assignment, realized, okay, they're holding on upstairs quite hard. If we can just find a gap, if we can just find a few seconds to plant this diffuser with a little bit of disruption going on elsewhere, we are going to be just fine. And it's exactly what they were able to do.
And now, with things looking up for 4AM, able to deal with those trap operators quite effectively. Now we go back to the site that has proven a little bit more difficult than I think we might have expected. Obviously, basement also proved problematic when 4AM re-attempted to attack it in round 4. But this one was a bit surprising. They had all the breaching they wanted. All of Daystar were inside of the site. Yet the last time they played it, 4AM ended up kind of bottlenecking themselves in through the connector breach, and the round just kind of fell apart after that. Now we see a pretty sizable shift in terms of what they're bringing. We've got the Thermite that was so good for the breaching before. We've still got the Ying, which has been a mainstay, but we also have the introduction of the Blackbeard and the Deimos. Either of these could be great backstabbing operators, and we'll see if that's what 4AM end up doing. Gotti could also be good for applying vertical pressure, but hopefully based off these operators we're bringing, I think this might be 4AM recognizing what was really the one only problem with their attack last time.
And we're starting to see something like a Ying come into the fray as well. It gives that little element of disruption. They're not just going to be able to sit around and all sort of play in and around Pillar, because Daystar, they have been quite tight. They have been quite condensed when they've been in these defensive positions. And that's fine. There's no real problem with that. But throw a Candela into that, and if everyone's blind, all of a sudden you've got some pretty significant problems to deal with. Again, we're seeing the breaches open. We know that that's going to be fairly straightforward now with the bans that 4 Angry Men have given themselves. They have opted to make this a lot easier than it otherwise could have been. Rockstar, a little bit concerned about Electric, but I don't think it's going to slow them down too much for getting that connector wall open into sight and into the back of Pillar. Darsley, in this prime position again. I want to see more value out of these Candelas this time. Especially when it's a player like Bin Bin on the Thorn. There's not too much that they're going to be able to do if a Candela starts rolling around the corner.
Which is why you see them back up. Also, I want to point out, Bin Bin playing this position again, but has switched to the M870, whereas before they had the Uzi. I think this will be a better weapon for playing this close position on both the breach and the door. So it could be a bit more threatening if Darsley or anybody tries to go around the corner. But of course, last time he was completely blinded by the Candelas, so that's not really going to be affected all that much by what gun you bring. Minute 10 seconds remaining now, and I mean, if we take a look, it's still a bit of a linear push on the generator side. We got 3-4 players over here. TX lurking up to that breach. Pikana's going to hear this player on the prone, might even catch him swinging around the corner. The Nomad not ready, and Daystar begin this push with a 5v4. Again, Lyda just walking in. No additional angle, no massive disruption. Darsley threw some Candelas and some smokes, but once he gets hit by the Yokai, he's stunned completely, shield exposed, and the Blackbeard goes down. basically minimal effort by the defense. Rotating another Yokai over as 4AM might have another shot at this. Two different shotguns and Rockstar holding this long angle. It could work, but Souffle in a perfect position to deny the flant. Darsley ready for it. Souffle gonna play passive, halfway gone. Demo should spot it once it goes down, sees the Yokai, takes it down, and another bite at the apple. Seal in the meantime will get a very important kill as this puts all of the pressure on Gotti. Actually, never mind. The other Yokai's alive. I thought it got taken down in the process. Both of the Echo's primary utility are remaining. Daystar with a 3v2, make that a 3v1 man advantage, and it is all tied up on Nighthaven.
Daystar just quite literally have to wait until the opportune moment there. They knew exactly where everybody was. They knew exactly what the game plan. It was the same game plan that we've seen previously. It was exactly the same as what we saw in round number 3. No major changes. No major operator changes. Just play around the Yokai. We're going to get to listening to both these teams.
Sorry, I need some time to plug back the mic.
It's okay.
All right. Okay, their attack. Remember that Doka is sneaking alone on lobby. Okay. They focus basement. Where they go full clear jungle plus aqua plus IT. Okay. They want to full clear the map every time. Stock again. Doka lobby alone. They full clear the top jungle IT. They don't care about site until everything's clear top. So beware on this on our positions. Top. They either have jungle IT push and Doka goes blue, or the blue IT push with Ibana cutting game window below. Okay. Remember we said on the bans Grim plus Ace or Capitao. Keep up the good com. Okay. We're trying to find solutions. Beware. They found that flanks were working on our attacks, so I'm pretty sure that Doka.
然后你记得啊，那个2地下点的时候，我们2楼要抢快 ，OK， 抢快先垂直，然后同步率做好，垂直压力到的时候，平面也要推 ，OK。
对
，Good， ，Good。
好。
皮烟狗。
不是，我这里听到回音诶，超燥的。
啊？
我一直听到回音啊，很燥诶。不知道谁的回音
？Echo。
我估计也只能是我的，只有我没有用他们的。哎，没有苏菲没用。
Echo。
那我觉得苏菲。
超怪。
我的麦应该比苏菲好一点。
Echo。你知道为什么讲那么多次吗？
不知道。
因为 Echo 啊，回音。
超烂，是烂梗。
啊。然后他们说到，今天输了，我从那栋红色建筑物跳下去了。
Well, with that being done, the players discussing, well, the players and the coach, don't exclude the coach. With that being done, the players and coach discussing. One thing I always love about listening to those TAC timeouts, obviously the insight you can get, but for this in particular, we heard 4AM talking about the bans they want to do, and you hear Eden talking about Dokkaebi a lot. Dokkaebi. And you'd think, wow, why don't they just ban the Dokkaebi? They know it's going to be a problem, right? But it's one of those nice things where, like, if you know based on your prep that a team is going to bring Dokkaebi, well, you can control that as a variable. You can know it's going to be in the lineup, so you ban other things. I love learning these little tidbits.
I must admit, I really like Eden's timeouts because they're very. We're biased because obviously I don't understand round-based timeouts.
True.
But I understand Eden's timeouts because it's English, thankfully, and it's very chill. There is zero amp. It is just so matter of fact. It is so relaxed, and I think it probably keeps the team in a really nice headspace. Some teams like the whooping and the hollering. Some teams like the getting hyped and it's sort of using that energy. But I think in a best of 3 early in the morning, you've kind of got to temper that a little bit, especially knowing that you want to be playing a game later on this afternoon as well. So very matter of fact there from Eden. And again, it seems like they've got some very good homework done on Daystar, doesn't it? They want to clear, they want to flank. They're not going to do anything with the site until this is cleared. They have some very clear win conditions right now, and it's going to be good to see if 4AM can start to try and execute on them. Obviously, we could sit here and say the same for Daystar. It's just unfortunate I don't understand. So we're a little bit left in the dark with that one. But 3-3 on the half is a decent scoreline regardless. And I think both teams are going to be fairly happy with that moving into the second half of proceedings here. Already getting rid of a bit of that barbed wire on the bottom of those warehouse stairs. Bottom warehouse, we didn't really see an attacker in bottom warehouse. No. And I was kind of surprised about it because it can be a really good, powerful position. Nice to see that cleared off straight away here from Daystar, just giving themselves options for later on.
It's quite good to see that that level of foresight. Oh, classic. Somebody will have to, I think, go down and destroy some of that soft wall. Hopefully that'll be okay, though. Indeed it will. Secondary shotgun. One thing we heard mentioned during the timeout was the possibility of a Dokkaebi being brought by Daystar. Don't really see her in this round, but I think the greater possibility with the Dokkaebi is, sure, the phone calls, but also the fact that she might go lurk. And I think the fact that we see Daystar trying to clear out that barbed wire on bottom staircase, what the Dokkaebi represents is still very much a possibility that if the defense is so focused on, say, a generator push, like we saw 4AM doing a lot, you might have somebody sneak up those garage stairs and try and go for a flank. TX getting quite aggressive on the garage single door, but there's a player like all the way outside, upside down rappel. Instead, it's Azuki from down below who gets a line onto the Azami, and while there are 2 players in garage, is going to put a lot more pressure on Gotti, who himself is trying to get aggressive on IT, and now with him down, I think we're going to see quite a lot of presence in this area, Ali.
4AM are challenging stuff that they don't really need to be challenging right now. Darsley just getting away with it there. He had a nice angle onto the top single coming into the top of catwalk. Seal is tempted for a bit of a walkthrough here, but there's no rush about things. There's a minute 15 left on the clock. Default camera finally going to be dealt with. I'm always a bit of a stickler for the old default cam. Azuki, he's going to be starting to make his way up this garage as well. So 0 garage presence from when 4AM were attacking, and this has been a main focus right now from Daystar. So much so, they're even going to start to open the wall at the top of that catwalk as well. Big play required here from Lider, and he will find one onto Bin. It needs to be the first of a couple, though.
Needs to be the first of a couple, indeed. It's only a 4v3. One thing you can see, Pecan all the way on the backside. So as opposed to 4AM on their attack, we've got a bit of a backstab, but Lida doing his best to deal with the front. And that leaves 2 players in garage, but only a 1v1 on the backside. This is a must-win fight for Pecan. The defense is going to be so much more scattered if he can win this, but if Rockstar can give them this peace of mind, we can even see them double up, but he just wins it first out the gate. Framing head level with the F2, wins it within the first 10 shots. But again, the alternative angle falls. They leave Azuki by himself, and now they're in the same position as before. Doubled up, the same angle. The defenders can watch both of these positions. And now Souffle in the 1v2, not a whole lot, even with the information. Lida has completely bullied them at the beginning, and Darsley finishes it at the end.
You can't help but think that Daystar have just squandered the time that they had available to them then. They have to try and split up. They have to try and have a second dimension to the push, because if Lida's playing in IT, hitting shots like that, you can't challenge them one by one. You either challenge together, you challenge with a utility, or you just entirely ignore it and go somewhere else. We didn't really see Daystar do either of those 3 options. They challenged it solo, they didn't challenge it with utility, and then they went somewhere else when it was a little bit too late and there was no other option. So, kind of hurts a little bit to see, because I think the opening portion of the round was fantastic. We got great control of Warehouse. Very easy to get the breach open. We've got a K-Bandit ban. It's the exact same bans, interestingly, as we saw on the flip side of this game. So, no real surprise there. The breaching is going to be fairly straightforward. It's what you do after that that really matters. And I don't think you can allow Lida just to continually swing IT breach and get away with it.
No, it's unfortunate, especially when you saw Daystar getting a lot of the right ideas, trying to diversify a lot of those angles, and with Lida winning 1v1s like that, or even Gotti going down in the later round, even though you've got the right plan, if a player's winning gunfights like that, there's not a whole lot you can do. It's a first-person shooter, and if somebody's getting shot, well, that's just really unfortunate, isn't it? Now, continuing with the site rotation, down to the basement, after 4 angry men win their first attempt of the top floor. Now we see the entry of the Dokkaebi and Big Shock, joined by Solid Snake being brought by Pecan. We also got the Zero in play, though. A whole lot of information being brought by Daystar. Not only Souffle, who can be good with those flank cams, but also the active intel gathering of the Dokkaebi and the Snake, respectively. A lot of vertical play as well. The Sledge and the Ram. Not a common combination. I feel like the Buck Ram may be more of a thing, but I suppose with the Sledge you got the nade, the secondary pistol.
I think sometimes it's a bit personal preference as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think that there's anything really wrong with bringing the Sledge in this day and age.
Not at all.
The Zero for me, I love Zero because you just forget it exists and then you see it and you're like, oh yeah.
Oh,
we still have Zero.
He's got 6 cameras.
Yeah, we still have Zero.
That's a lot of utility.
Like a Swiss Army knife of utility. Like you say, information aplenty here, especially the Snake. Can't believe it's the first time we're seeing Snake played today, by the way. For how much hype and talk there has been about this operator. I mean, well, it makes sense that they get first blooded inside of the first minute.
Well, and it's funny. We did see him one time earlier, but he literally was so focused on a roamer on the top floor. I think we cut to him for like literally 0.5 seconds. We're like, this guy's not doing anything. And then we just left. So Snake has had a very minimal impact today, to your point. And now with Dokkaebi also seemingly going down next, I mean, This is already a rough start for such powerful operators. 0 though. Hey, out of the 3 intel operators, who's the one who gets a kill? My man.
And the last one standing in round 8 at the minute. He's going to have to be the last one standing for a while as well if they're going to try and drag this one back. 3 versus 4 right now. Angry Men firmly in the driver's seat. Starting to get a little bit of the breach, a little bit of the soft floor open and starting to try and work down onto that site. But, I mean, I just worry about this lineup from all sorts of different sides. The fact that we've got 2 tin openers when attacking basement, I mean, there's plenty of things that we could just... We need 20 minutes to really sort of dissect this. That was some great nade usage. If you're going to use one, you may as well use 2. Guarantees the kill on Darsley and removes any toxic babe canisters that were left lingering around. It also levels up the time. Now they can start to pick away at some of this site utility. Those Vulcan packs are going to be a big one. And this is where Zero really comes into their own, because if they've got accurate information as to where players are hiding, it's going to make this drop a lot easier.
Continuing vertical angles as well, trying to isolate this Azami, pushing Lyda back further underneath the cargo stairs. Seal finding them. Daystar have been working these past 20 seconds so perfectly. From the nade play to the vertical angles, making every second count. But then Souffle drops with the diffuser, falls to Rockstar, and it all might still be squandered. Binbin picks it back up, but with only 1 player left alive, he's got to drop down off those vertical angles, which gives flexibility to the defense. Gotti with an important victory, and unfortunately Daystar, despite how well they played the past 40 seconds, the final 10 are what matter most as 4AM continue their streak on defense.
Those Kiba barricades really putting in the most work there. It's so... that's one of the reasons why Azami is so egregious, because you can just entirely change the landscape of the site. You're not peeking down and dropping down into tank and seeing those Kiba barriers every single round. But when you do, it's so annoying and it's a pain to deal with. Daystar recognizing things aren't really going their way at the moment and they need to break that on this attacking side. And they're going to choose now to take that tactical timeout. Don't forget, we, of course, have the halfway point as well, so it's only a couple of rounds after that, but they can't let this lead slip too much in the favour of 4 Angry Men, because so far, whilst there have been some good positives from the attack links, the general sentiment is rounds aren't being won.
And it's kind of a difficult position, I mean, not only for them, but also for us, because, like, that last 40 seconds was objectively great. They were getting all the vertical angles. They were isolating those defenders. And then it's just small things like little timings. This is something you and I were talking about before the game, is that both of these teams, but even like Daystar against Falcons, seemed like the fundamentals were generally pretty sound, but it was just some of those 3-2-1s that were a little bit mistimed, a little bit of a gap here, a little bit of a delay there. And it's something small, something so minuscule that spending, you know, even the amount of time I'm talking about, it can feel like you're harping on something that's like really minor in the grand scheme of things. But when it's happening with 10, 15 seconds left, it might end up defining the whole round, even if everything before that was really quite good, which for Daystar, a lot of the fundamentals have been good. On the first, second floor, we saw, you know, a lot of different angles that players tried to push from and really just losing fights at the end of the day. And that one, a lot of the positioning and communication was really quite good, and it was just another small thing. So to your point, if the rounds are being won, you've got to find some way around it, as this might be 4 Angry Men's pick, but they are 2 rounds away from closing this out in regulation. And given the similarity that Nighthaven and Clubhouse have, it's possible they'll be comfortable there too.
I think with the maps, it was, like I said at the top, it's difficult to say who prefers, who's really won the veto stage, if you want to go that far. But Daystar know that this is a map that they're comfortable on as well, and they can't just sort of let it fall by the wayside. And just
especially 7-3 potentially.
Yeah, just because it's 4AM's pick doesn't mean that it's got to be a 4AM win. So they really do need to start to sharpen up a little bit here. Hopefully, that little minute with Harambe will have sorted them out a little bit when they turn their attention to this mid-floor. And they're not going to be trying to bring the kitchen sink in terms of, you know, sort of information operators or anything too fancy. That really hasn't been working for them so far. I think it's a good time to sort of drop back to a few basics and just go, okay, great, what do we want to achieve in this round? Full clear, get a little bit of map control, kill a roamer or 2, and start to work. Remember, this is the site that 4AM themselves got away with a worldy plant on. You don't need to do the most work on storage to come away with a round as an attacker.
But if you recall from Eden's timeout, it's also something that they anticipated. Eden said that they love to go for the full clears and they won't execute site before then. even though they're changing things, even though the Dokubi's gone, the Snake is gone, as you can see, they're going for that full clear. They're not going for some quick Ying play or some quick execute play, and you can see that the defense is completely ready for that. Darsley pre-aims that angle, crouched, Azuki immediately falls, and now all the defense's guns are trained on Generator because that's the next likely position that the attack is going to push from. You can see the game plan that 4AM have articulated in that timeout is not really being changed or disrupted fundamentally whatsoever. God even somehow gets away with that drop, despite one player directly around the corner. And I mean, 4 Angry Men, nothing that they have planned for or envisioned about this defensive half is going really unobstructed.
Feels like the map control is more important than getting the kills at the moment for Daystar.
Yeah.
Because they're just so convinced that they need to take this control, and then they can start to execute, and then they can start to work. But if they're not getting the kills, if they're not winning the gunfights, it isn't going to matter. Souffle, next player to fall there. It's the Thermite gone. Okay, not the biggest loss here on the mid-floor site, but it's the diffuser cold upstairs. Someone's going to have to rotate up toward electrical and pick that thing up, and you just know that there's going to be someone still hanging around up there on the defense when that happens. Pikanzu, in the bottom of warehouse at the moment, has a chance, but just can't land the finishing blow. The F2, a little bit brutal on the recall. Oh, the timing. Lider pops the corner at the perfect time. Bimbin finally starts to get something going here for Daystar, but it feels like it could be too late as he too falls to Gotti.
It's too late for Seal as well. Finds the angle, but also falls to that MP7. 6-3 now for 4 Angry Men, and I really feel like Ali, as we've seen them now achieve 3 defenses in a row on map point. It's got to be that defensive game plan that is winning at the end of the day. I mean, from the team and Eden, of course, but really all 6 players and the coach, well, 5 players and the coach that we have right now. You can see that what they envisioned in that timeout has perfectly come to pass, and Daystar just aren't really, I think, understanding that situation. Maybe they will in these next 3 rounds. Of course, we still got potentially 3 till we get to overtime, and the ban phase could change things, but hopefully we can see maybe Daystar rotate to maybe some more direct pushes or some quicker pushes at the beginning of the round, because if it's just more like this, I mean, I think we're probably going to be thrown to a break in the next 4 minutes or so.
A solid Snake ban. I mean,
that one's crazy.
Yeah, okay, it's a possibility, but I think it's one of those games where the bans just aren't really going to matter too much. The Azami ban's a good one, and I'll give Daystar that. I think that was a bit of a headache for him, especially when they were attacking onto the base. It's been a headache on the top floor as well, so it makes sense to get rid of the Azami, but I mean, what value is that you could just insert that sentence into any game ever? So, again, I just don't feel like the bans are going to play a big enough factor here. Daystar have to find something a lot deeper than that right now. And like you say, when 4AM are as prepared as they are and they know just how predictable Daystar can be, Daystar need to just be a little bit less predictable. They need to recognize, look, they're waiting for us at every single corner right now because they know all we want to do is clear. Let's do something different.
Well, especially think about like how ways in which they can be unpredictable. We saw Ying quite consistently from 4AM on their attacking side, but if you look at their defenses, they're bringing a Warden right now, but there's only the second time they've played it. They've really only played it on the command center. And so obviously, we know that. We don't know what operators are going to play ahead of time, but you look at hindsight, which this isn't a knock against Daystar, but if they had brought a Ying and maybe that like in round 8 or round 9, it might have had a lot more advantage. Maybe go for something quicker, bring a blitz, something like that, try and rotate, do something alternative to disrupt them, and we've just not seen that so far, and we're continuing to not see it in round 10. Sure, the Snakes ban, and they're not bringing Dokubi, but we don't see any rotation to the Ying or anything like that. We don't see any rotation to one of the shields. I mean, the attack has so many cheesy operators nowadays. You can pick your poison and probably find something effective, but instead they're trying to, I think, go for another full clear.
This looks like a little bit of a basic lineup, doesn't it? And that's one of the oldest tricks in the book, isn't it? The C4. Since the introduction of the C4 lineup, it makes it so much easier to hit those really nice long-range C4s. With Souffle down and those exothermic charges gone with him. No tin openers available. Once again, it looks like it's going to be a tough day at the office for Daystar on the attack here of Nighthaven Labs. Going to be forced into those single doorway pushes. There are even pocket reinforcements if this connector wall wants to get closed up as well, but Gotti seems happy to take the challenge on there at the minute, and what a shot! He's going to land onto Bimbin, still with the option to try and close that off. And Daystar caught at the periphery right now. There's no way in here, Lynx. They have to push through doorways.
Got to push through doorways with shotguns the opposite side. And Gotti, by the way, who's 15-4, something we have just neglected to mention up until this point. So much focus on Lida, and yet Gotti, on 1 HP, still thinks he's got something to offer. You can see the plan, play the contact, play the trade. He pops up and gets Azuki anyway. 16-5, as in all likelihood, that'll be the scoreline he ends on in a 2v4. Four Angry Men have the angles, they have the utility, they have the game plan on lock. And while Pikanzu might have 3 EE1Ds, they might have 2 nades between them, given everything 4AM have in store. Seems difficult. Though a good read by Seal. Sends that nade into the perfect position behind the bomb chassis. Great late round read from the IQ. Now trying to push in through the smoke as more health, more time is bled from the attacking team. 4AM continuing their game plan of holding still.
I really like how 4AM are playing this. They are not trying to overcomplicate the point. They're not moving at all. They're just holding really deep power positions. Lider gently peeking here onto Electrical. There's no option for Daystar right now.
No option whatsoever as both Pikanzu and Seal now starting to move towards half HP. Pikanzu prone in the middle of a doorway, more offering himself up for sacrifice than actually making a full attempt. What a showing by 4 Angry Men on Nighthaven Labs. Might be their pick, but a 7-3 going into Club, starting the day off right.
Really not messing around there. You can tell that four Angry Men have put in a heck of a lot of prep ahead of today's fixture against Daystar. Daystar caught looking really flat-footed on Nighthaven Labs. I know I was expecting a lot more out of this fixture. Fortunately, Lynx, it's best of 3. There is at least one more map on the way, and we're going to be going to that very shortly. We'll be back in just a few.
Well, by the end of things, Ollie, really wasn't that close of a game. If you only tuned in for the first half, you would have think this would be a competitive Nighthaven Labs we'd be talking about, but no. After 4 straight wins on the defense, 4 Angry Men win their pick, and now we got Clubhouse coming up, I mean, pretty much immediately. But even I'm kind of surprised, but that game plan we heard from Eden, I don't think there was a single flaw in it.
It worked really well, didn't it? It shows just how well 4 Angry Men are prepped for this fixture. And Daystar, they need to wake up, and they need to wake up quite quickly, because we already know the similarities between somewhere like Nighthaven Labs and somewhere like Clubhouse. Granted, 2 very different maps, but
True.
they do play in a somewhat similar fashion. And you would hope that Daystar have got a good chance in this fixture. We said at the start it was difficult to tell who favours on these map choices. 4 Angry Men, for me, had the slight edge in that they had a bit of a favouritism towards Chalet, but I'm not even sure if we're going to get to Chalet at this point, Lynx.
No, with 7-3 on Nighthaven, there's enough similarities between these 2 maps that it makes me feel like it's possible we will see 4AM just run away with it. I mean, one immediate example, those exterior walls on Clubhouse and Nighthaven, there's a reason why of all the maps we see in the pool, it's usually these 2 maps where we see double hard breach denial bans or double hard breach bans. And while we always do have to say that, you know, the 3 bans were like super impactful for like 2 seconds, and then we got a lot more operators that got super powerful. But even still on these maps, they can be quite standard. Basically, completely change parts, at least especially the early game, for how these maps play out. But we'll see how the actual differences between Nighthaven and Clubhouse manifest. As if they are too similar, 4 Angry Men might get another strong or even close victory, but a victory nonetheless. And if they do that, unfortunately, Daystar will be our first team sent home from the Salt Lake City Major, and 4 Angry Men will go on to play Los later on in the bracket.
We just need to see a little bit more out of Daystar. I think top 3 bottom. Seal yesterday, by far and away the highest performer. And it's not necessarily that they had a quiet game over on Labs. There just wasn't that same level of support from the team that was enabling a lot of those plays. Let's see what we end up with here on Clubhouse as we get on into things. A Ying and a Cade straight off the rip. 4AM starting off on that defensive side. Daystar on that attack. It could be quite boring. It could be double hard breach denial again. The old Cade Bandit, which for me, it just leaves far too much open. There are lots of different ways to get things open here. Cade, granted, I can understand that to some degree. Things like Moto, things like Basement can start to get a little bit techie. But the Bandit coming out as well, I feel like it just gives too many tools for the defense to play with.
Well, and if you think about kind of what we saw from these 2 teams on Nighthaven Labs, I believe from Daystar's defenses, we often saw quite a heavy trap lineup. I mean, we had, you know, Fenrir's, Ella's, Malusi's, Legions. Also saw some of that from 4 Angry Men as well. And now I think just the thing about trap operators is there is no one trap operator that is particularly strong to warrant banning. You're never really going to want to ban the Fenrir or the Malusi or anything like that. And because they are all in that strong but not bannably strong area, that then allows you to bring lineups like that. And so when you have situations such as this, where you have 2 maps in which Cade and Bandit are pretty much always going to get banned if you abide by the conventional wisdom, not only do you have that, but on the flip side, instead of the traps, you basically get all the most annoying time-wasting operators. You get the Smoke, the Goyo, or even in some more indirect ways, the Clash and the Castle, who burn time on the extensions. And so it makes sense to ban the Cade and the Bandit. But as kind of we talked about at the beginning of the show, you got to pick one kind of defensive or attacking philosophy you want to target. But once that leaves up the other one, if you have a team that likes to specialize, they'll have so many tools at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, we're just at a point in the game where there are not too, I don't want to say too many options, but there are a hell of a lot of options.
You can only do so much.
And you can only do so much. You can't get rid of everything. You've got to cherry pick exactly what it is that you really don't want to deal with. Castle, already being dealt with there on that small window to the top of those blue stairs. We are seeing Bimbin on the ram this time as well in an attempt to rip open that kitchen corridor. Should be fairly straightforward to get this kitchen hatch open as well. Gotti does have an impact and he is below, but nicely covered there by Seal. It's very quickly going to deal with that kitchen hatch element. And Snake just starting to clear this top floor. Knows that there's going to be somebody over there toward garage, but there is mute, so you do have to be cautious that you've not just got a rogue defender stood in one of those mute jammers.
Seems to be the case right here. Darsley even with 2 mute jammers in pocket. Just hoping if there's some vertical destruction down below. Oh, Lida! One of the more aggressive Clash plays I've seen in a bit. Sets it up, gets the pre-fire onto the player on IT Breach. And we have attackers dropping like flies. Pecan finished off. A double kill for this mute, and you can see that maybe Daystar underestimated the impact of this mute clear. I'm not going to say the Thermite underestimated the impact of Lyda. I don't think anybody would have expected the Clash to do that right on IT Breach. Firebolt's going down, unfortunately a little bit too late as Lyda just backs up. Down in the process, be getting a little too aggressive given the 4v2 position.
We're entering troll time.
We are.
We are entering troll territory. The round was won about 20 seconds ago, and all they needed to do was just try and rotate downstairs. And if they all get down, if 3 out of the 4 of them get that, great. But Lyda with that swing just opens the door a little bit, and it leaves some seriously vulnerable players up here. Darsley is going to be vulnerable inside of Radio. We are going to see TX as well, a little bit vulnerable over toward that catwalk side of things. Fortunately, he's going to land his shots. Now this should just be a layup.
Just appreciating the small things, as we'll likely have 40 seconds. No, Seal actually will jump in the building, so I appreciate that. Sound Q will reveal himself to Gotti. Ooh, goes down as well. Side is actually empty, by the way, and Seal does have the diffuser. I believe Darsley's still up on the top floor. One player's in Oil Pit. The ironic thing is I still think Seal's going to go down, but he probably could have... I'm not saying he should have, but he probably could have sprinted in and just put that diffuser down. He'll begin to do so as the defense moves forward, but they're all moving quite slowly. We will enter the post plane in this process. Both Darsley and TX on top of each other. No way! They line up for him, and Seal gets away with both.
Like I said, the round was won at around the minute and 20 mark. All we had to do was get ourselves back down to site and secure that advantage. Seal challenging some of the energy that we saw them play with yesterday. Coming away with a round like that, from the Daystar point of view as well, they lost 4 rounds in a row on the attack on Labs. So to come out here and to get something like that, which is a massive clutch, is going to do so much for the mental on the team right now. Could be a real swing inside of this series already on the opening round here of Clubhouse.
Attackers activate.
Criminal behavior. The fact he got the plant down as well, the whole thing's just nuts, you know?
And technically speaking, if you think about it, it's kind of a 1v4 more than anything. Souffle just got taken down on the garage door. That was all pretty much entirely Seal getting those kills. And you mentioned that Seal, you know, maybe not doing as well because he didn't have a lot of support. Well, I can tell you, he had no support. Well, he might have had some support in terms of maybe droning, but in terms of actual players in the map with him, no support to get that 4K in round 1. Just by individual effort, able to net Daystar their first, breaking 4 Angry Men's 4-round streak on the defense, carrying over from Nighthaven Labs. And, well, I have a feeling that Eden, if we get to that point, Eden will probably have some things to talk about in the tactical time in the future. But I also think, given 4 Angry Men's success so far, I imagine they kind of realize what happened there. And I doubt we'll see a round play out quite like that in the future.
A little bit of a wake-up round, isn't it? It's, you know, it's not always going to be just as easy as getting a couple of kills on the roam and then being able to lock in the round from there. You have to finish these rounds with the same conviction that you start them, and you can't afford to take your eye off the ball. You can't afford to let up for a second. Gotti, he isn't letting up at all. 16 kills he ended on Labs with, and he's already opening his account here on Clubhouse. Nice little opener onto Pikanzu. Again, the opening picks for 4 Angry Men have been very good in this series so far. And losing out on the Lion, you are going to lose some of that global ability, those E1Ds that we have seen used to good effect to try and single out and slow down some of these roamers from this top floor site. At the moment, it's just going to be a little bit of setup from the attackers. There's plenty of work to be done from the roof, whether that's getting open the hatch into logistics, getting open this wall onto Jacuzzi, or indeed starting to challenge and think about those windows in toward bedroom, and of course cache and CCTV as well. So plenty of little options to go with, but being one body down isn't going to help them in that endeavor.
It will not, especially when you lose the 417, one of your potentially 2 DMRs in the process. Only DMR, in fact. We've seen how powerful of a weapon that can be, not only in basically every match in the past, like, 6 months, but last map in particular with some of those pre-fires. Also means that as the Blitz wants to push into the building, you want to have these guns covering different angles, and the 417 in particular would be a really effective gun to cover that Blitz as Bin Bin pushes in. Lacking it could be a bit of a problem depending on where the Blitz decides to push from. You can see currently Seal looking to get his, and does get, his 5th kill of the map so far. 1v1 on red stairs with only 47 seconds to go. Things need to break away a little cleaner for the attacking team. They're stuck outside these windows, stuck outside these rooms, trying to take 1v1s and winning them, to their credit. but still in the disadvantage given the loss of Pecan at the very beginning. So Seal will hop deeper into construction, looking over towards logistics. With 3 Bs, he can actually get quite a bit of information and clear out quite a few positions.
Seal has really navigated around TX, and I don't think that he's got any idea as to where Ella is playing right now. Brilliant flank in through construction. He was just tucked inside a cache, and there was no idea, there was no indication from Seal that he had any clue what was going on. TX is going to be able to move around the corner. It doesn't come down to that. Lider, in fact, credited with that final kill, but just a brilliant lurk play and a player that just went unnoticed.
And you know what word does not describe that round? Troll. No. Perfect play from 4 Angry Men in the late round there. We do not see any ridiculous swinging by Lida. We don't see any kind of late rotations backward by the defense. Clearly understood their win conditions. Now, to be fair, part of that was because it was a much closer round. While 4AM consistently maintained the lead, it was only 1 body wide the whole time. But even then, you see Ella on that flank and really doesn't go in until Thermite goes in and the call is made, hey, Daystar are committing to some kind of execute. The Thermite's behind the bed. He's probably going to go for the plant. They're going to be focused on covering. Now you can hit that flank in construction. Everything is just much better tightened by 4 Angry Men. And while the streak has been broken, they continue some generally strong defensive performances. And we'll obviously see how round 3 turns out, but round 1 looking already like an anomaly.
We may look back at round 1 and say that it was just a blip on the radar.
Yeah.
You know, it could have just been a little bit of a rounding error, and maybe they just got a bit too ahead of themselves. And that's going to happen, isn't it, on a game here or there. I think for Daystar's point of view, they've kind of got to recognize, look, we've won a round, but we won a round off the back of a massive clutch that is, as we've seen, not going to be very repeatable throughout the course of the series. So they still need to dig deep, and they still need to find some of these answers. And I think, again, that last round was a good example of it, for me at least, in that it was a full clear that wasn't done very well. There was a lack of information. They were leaving players out there. And 4AM know this. And if they're thinking, okay, Daystar love to clear before they start to move on to the site, and I don't get droned or I don't get cleared, boy, you're in the best position in the world, because you are never going to get found at that stage.
Very good point, actually. An important ramification of kind of the understanding of that philosophy, and something to keep an eye on for all of you going forward. If we're looking this full clear and you see somebody is still off-site, there's probably a decent chance, to Ollie's point, that that player has not been droned. Using this round as an example, we've got Denari and a Smoke, both positioned quite aggressively. Now, these players are going to get droned. There's no way they don't. I mean, they're not really trying to hide, of course, but also, if you are a team that likes to full clear, you're going to need to drone out gym, you're going to need to drone out bedroom and logistics. These are all normal. But, if somebody, say, maybe drops down the construction hatch as they're rotating back, that's where things might get a bit tricky. At the moment, they start trying to mount this pinch. Deathmark tracker on the player playing close to logistics, but again, 4AM start things off on the right foot. He still gets through. Gotti now, I believe, on 18 kills between the two maps, and potentially looking for number 19 as he swings around the corner. Massacres Azuki with that SMG-11, and now Seal dropping down. Not really joining Souffle, but Daystar in another disadvantage, and one in which I don't think 4AM want to give away, with the Goyo sitting close on red stairs. Just swings around, and well, that's that.
These players just look unleashed, don't they? I think a lot of these players end up playing on quite high ping during regionals, during kickoffs, during whatever it might be, because all the online play, it's a big place.
It's scattered.
It's scattered. And the ping is quite a serious factor. So when you see them eventually get to a LAN and play on 0 delay, some of these kills are absolutely crazy.
That TCSG one tap was... It
was ludicrous.
It was one of those things where it's like, just because he got headshots so quickly, like the audio cuts off a little bit, just like how the game works. And so you don't really appreciate it. And then you go back and you think about it and you're like, oh, that guy got robbed.
Absolutely. Someone else that got robbed.
That kill was crazy.
Bin got robbed. He pushed through the whole Toxic Babe canister, was tanking damage left and right, still had the Deathmark tracker onto Gotti, and Gotti just turned around and hits him with the one pump.
I would genuinely be upset. I would genuinely be upset if I were the Deimos in that position. You have him tracked, you have him dead to rights, you push through the smoke, which is always like a risk, but like you feel like you deserve it at that point. You put an effort. You've lost HP for this kill.
There's enough going on to warrant it as well, because Gotti's attention was divided. He wasn't just solely focused on Bin coming as the Deimos. There's stuff going on inside a bedroom. There's other factors at play. It was the right play to make. You just still lose it. You still get shot.
And it's one of those things that we were talking about at Nighthaven Labs as well, where there were plenty of times where either of these teams, but for Daystar in particular, were generally speaking quite fundamentally sound. but they were just losing fights or with small little mistakes. And, you know, the reality is those can be capitalized upon, or the reality is you're going to lose those fights. But right now, 4AM just aren't losing them. On the defense especially, I mean, that 1v4, or technically speaking 1v3 being the exception, 4 Angry Men have been quite disciplined, but also quite capable in winning those really difficult 50-50. But even in that case with the smoke, like, that's a disadvantaged position for him, and he's still able to get the best of it. Now as we go down to basement, I mean, similar positions are going to be if you're, say, in Generator and your position gets flooded with bees. If we can see somebody manage to get a lot of damage or a kill in that position in the late round, that's exactly the kind of stuff we've now grown to expect from 4AM.
I really like this from 4AM as well because it's entirely different to the way that we saw them hold basement in the first round. They've not gone for that extension with the mute and the clash. They're not trying to bait out Snake thinking that there's only one player upstairs, and in fact there's 3 and 2 of them are stood in a mute jammer. Nope, they've just gone back down to the site. They've gone, hey, you know what? We know that we had technically won the round previously and then still managed to lose it because of a huge clutch by Seal. We're not going to give that opportunity away to Daystar. We're going to make them work for this control, and Daystar themselves, they're going to spend plenty of their own time. You don't need to spend it for them. They're going to drone the full map. They're going to make sure that Garage is clear. They're going to get the drone up onto Catwalk. They'll move through Bedroom and Cash and Construction and all those different areas, and they'll start to make a bit of a play from there. Speaking of plays, heavy stack up here inside of the dirt tunnel. What a C4. Gotti. He's going to get caught out there. Seal with the backup. Working in behind Binbin. Darsley down as well. And I don't think TX is going to be able to get him. This has been a much more direct approach. And I'd like to see Daystar just put the foot to the floor now and finish this round and really take advantage of that early pressure that they found.
I mean, it would be nice, but at the same time, I honestly can't really fault a team for just trying to dot all their I's and cross all their T's, getting the hatches open, getting this information with a minute remaining. I mean, the Grim still has all 5 of his Bs. And by the way, to give some context to what I believe happened, the defense spotted a Blackbeard in dirt, and Daystar were going for their normal full clear stuff. This was not a full direct push through dirt, but it seemed like the call was just to, like, power through that guy and to put, like, insurmountable pressure on them because there were, like, 3 to 4 people all lined up. And you can do that if it's, like, very spread out, but they all ended up funneling themselves in dirt and basically all lined up for the Blackbeard. 2 of them got down in the same spray. He got another kill from that same position, and then I think the Sledge finished them off in the exact same way. Yeah. And obviously you got a double kill at the end there, but while I think in the abstract, ignore the position. In the abstract, that's a good call. The Blackbeard's alone. Let's overwhelm him. But doing it in dirt, that's just going to favor the Blackbeard, who can retreat out of those engagements and can line you all up with an assault rifle. Like, look at this.
I think you've got to give Seal a little bit of credit there as well for the play.
True.
Because didn't waste any time, immediately hit that rotation. As soon as Binbin's there screaming like, they're all in dirt, they're all looking at me sort of thinking, I need some help, need some help. Seal is straight there, the first player. And like you say, they're lined up at that point. There's no way that you miss the engagement, no way you miss the gunfight. You're basically given no choice. The basement then, not really being the site for 4 Angry Men on this defensive side. They've lost it now in 2 drastically different fashions. But both of them have been equally as devastating, and both of them, Seal has had a big part to play in. Well, he should do, because he's 8-2 at the moment, and he is pretty much the only reason that 4AM are in this fight right now. A level game at 2 rounds apiece. I doubt we'll see the basement site re-attempted now from Daystar. They'll probably just repeat both these 2 top floors and look to try and lock it in, because admittedly, this is where we have seen a little bit more struggle from the Daystar side of things.
See a little roam from TX early on, hanging about on the strip side. This could be such an easy pinch for Daystar if they spot him. Again, we've talked about the full clearing quite a few times. Now we see the active droning from Souffle, but will they actually find the Valkyrie? Ooh, no. I think she might have slipped by the cutoff, and I don't think the Thermite actually spotted her. Still being thorough, though. No Z-pings whatsoever. Might try to find another, looking to dodge that drone. Does it get her? Yes, it does. Now with the information, EE1D goes out, Thermite around the corner, even double-checking this information, utility flying through. This should be a kill. Yes, indeed it will. Hazuki around the corner with the 417, and unfortunately for TX, that gamble does not pay off.
Unfortunate there for TX in the position that he was. I think he had a good read on things, but Daystar have played it perfectly. Don't peek from the person that's known, peek from somebody that is a little bit more unpredictable. TX knew that there was a chance of someone coming from that angle, but you've got to hit the right time, and you have to be looking in the right place at the right time. And with so much going on, it was just a bit too tricky. Gotti! For the player that has seemingly not been able to do much wrong this game, he's been caught out by a bit of an oldie. As soon as the breach is open, he gets caught looking straight at it. And for the first time, we start to see Daystar chain a little bit of a lead here in the early portion of the round, where it's more of a full clear, where it's less of a cheesy Blackbeard play going down dirt. This is more typical Siege right now. I really hope Rockstar doesn't peek this. Oh, okay. No, Rockstar, take it back. You can peek that all you like.
Oh, he very nearly did not get out of that. Now down to 1 HP. So he might take down the Thermite, but he's already placed most of his utility, and it's still an advantage for Daystar. I think it's, to your point, it's the first round where Daystar have really felt like active participants, that they've not just been taking something either given to them by the other team or given to them by chance and capitalizing on it well and making the most of it. This is the one where it's really felt like they've applied some good pressure to 4 angry men, that they have made them move, they've read their positions, and they have really been the architects of their own fate and will continue to be so. Pecan walks down and moves in through chain. One player just spotted with his back turned. Easy fodder for the assault rifle. Rockstar now pushing deeper into Jim, but on 1 HP again. This should be an easy trade for the attacking team. Looking to get some of these flashes. Catches a line on the ace just very briefly, but only so much they can do. Very good trade by Daystar. Guarantee themselves a tie half, and keep in mind, what we've seen so far, defense has been the stronger side, at least on Nighthaven, and now Daystar finally gotten comfortable to the point where 4AM stronger side, not looking so strong now.
Well, they're starting to break away, aren't they? Got to remember, 4AM, they were good for an equal split on Nighthaven Labs as well, so even an equal split here might not be as much as we think it could be for Daystar. But with the season that they played, round 5 for me, they've finally come online.
Really good stuff.
It's not been won through a clutch. It's not been won through a cheesy play and just a lot of players stacking up in one position. It was won through really systematically dismantling a own game, taking TX downstairs, dealing with Gotti, knowing where these players are, and then being able to affect onto them. Yeah, sure, Rockstar gets a flashy kill, and Darsley's able to pick up a trade and stuff, but there was no real danger there for Daystar. They were in the driving seat and in control for a large portion of the round. We're going to see a reattempt upstairs now as we go back into gym and bedroom. And for 4 Angry Men, they're going to be hoping to walk away with an equal 3-3 split right now. And they've gone for quite the lineup to make that happen. It's a lot more trap focused than we've seen previously, whereas we've been looking at quite a lot of smoke play. In some instances, even some clash being brought out. This is just out and out, drone every inch, or pay the price.
And it's fair, right? Fair for them to break glass at this point in the map. You want to get that tie half, get themselves at 3-3 like they had on Nighthaven, but also, given the precedent set on those defenses, given how this half started, I mean, Daystar did look excellent in the last round. It's the best round we've seen so far, but it was also round 5. It's a round that came, obviously, second last of the half, and 4AM leaving some rounds on the table as well, as we've mentioned. Now, as they've actually got comfortable with their Daystar looking really quite good on this attacking team, or on this attacking half. We'll see how they look in round 6, but they're building a nice game, so you got to bring something to disrupt them, and the traps might be the answer, but at the same time, we saw how good Daystar's droning was when they dealt with the Valkyrie in position last time. First off, you're likely going to see a lot of those Denaris given the visible line indicator. Hopefully we'll see them be able to spot those Gurjmots, spot those Razor Blooms, and once they're known, maybe the trap surprise somebody in the late round, but Daystar's intel game is looking a lot better as we saw last round.
Rockstar gently peeking out there onto the top of platform, and again, doesn't really need to play his life. Fortunately, he's got a deployable shield for this. Now, he's not got any catch utility. It's not like he's sat behind a Jaeger and a couple of Wamai discs, anything like that. He's genuinely just going to be looking to try and play by that shield and pick up a kill as it presents itself. Already pushed off there and just digging himself a little bit deeper back inside of the cash room. He's not really got any support with him at the moment. TX is playing much deeper this time inside of construction. And this is definitely going to be the opening gambit right now for Daystar to try and deal with Rockstar just tucked in. But at the moment, time's starting to become a little bit of a factor, and we are seeing a bit of a pause out for Daystar. Another Lion scan come in. That's going to be the cue to call. They're going to make the movement off the back of that, and Bin doesn't waste any time. Souffle elsewhere is able to grab a kill onto Darsley, and TX left in a really tough spot now, almost on top of one another inside of the site.
Oh, this has just been a perfect 3-2-1 from Daystar. God, he can't even get the one on the run out. Very real flawless round possibility right here as Azuki's only down. Certainly get it. Still on the table. TX trapped over on the Logi side. Downing that Lion will give Daystar some of that information, but as he pushes closer, finishes off another. Souffle domed inside of Logistics. Only one play remaining on that side, though. 2, technically 3 stacked around the gym position. You can pick up the line if you so wanted. Not another 1v4. No, and it will not. Daystar winning the half, up 4-2. And if round 5 was good, round 6 was great. Obviously getting that 5v2, but you've talked about how yesterday there were some disruptions in Daystar's 3-2-1s. I mean, you saw the countdown play out perfectly.
It looked fantastic, didn't it? I really want to know what these guys say now.
Alright. Let's go on defense, okay. We've only seen 2 of their attack, okay. The basement, 2 of their defense, sorry. Yeah, defense where they hold position, turtle with a roamer that fall back fast, okay? And the bedroom side where they add a mirror free roaming and they random play extend server, okay? They just want to slow push on the server side and Azami hold the side while the others rotate, okay? That's all we've seen from them. They waited for us to make the play here. We also need to do the same, okay? We pressure them so they feel the need of picking us, they feel the need of doing something, okay? For this, remember, use your gadgets, take position early, okay? Going together, we hold crossfires, we talk about how we get into an area, and then we next step super fast, okay?
一样chill 下来，阅读一下对面在干嘛 ，alright。然后盾牌应该不会太，你小心那个啊，地道啊，地道他们会盾推。
闪盾吗？
感觉他们嘎子
那我换那个
会选
挖等。
哦，他们一直出嘎子。
那你要玩挖等哦，很抢手。
没有啦，不要挖等啊。
哦，
继续
电盾呢？电盾呢？
对啊，
电盾可以啊，
电盾可以啊。他们如果要推地道的话，
你帮我开墙。
怎么可能呢？你要开什么洞？
所有啊。可以，我就可以套电盾了。我可以帮你封蓝通啊。对啊，你开墙我封蓝通就好。
你还有中路的。
打什么？打选什么套好了呗？
普通了吗？
一样先 aggro， 然后。
Now is Daystar firmly in the driver's seat, taking the lead on Clubhouse. Best half we've had at the swap so far this series was a 3-3 on Nighthaven, and now a 4-2, favoring the team switching to the defense. Again, heard some more information from Eden Ollie, but for me, at least, I'm more intrigued to see how these two teams compare on, well, the attack and the defense, because this was 4EM's weaker side on Nighthaven, but now they find themselves in a deficit. Curious what they can offer on Clubhouse, and also curious how Daystar might surprise us.
Yeah, absolutely. Daystar in the driver's seat now. They're going to want to try and maintain that advantage. That's going to be the key factor here for me. Get a couple of the highlights from the first half of things. Some of these moments, I mean, maybe moments to forget. Others, moments to remember, I guess, if you're a Daystar fan. Moments to forget, potentially, if you're 4 Angry Men. I think there's potential for a couple of those rounds to have certainly gone the other way, but as it stands, we are going to be in that 4 versus 2. Daystar back onto this defensive side. Bans, a carbon copy of what we saw over on Labs. We've got that double denial and then the Grim and the Capitao as well, so some real favourites starting to develop between both of these two teams. Not that that's any huge surprises, particularly with the double denial. I don't agree with the bandit ban, but then again, I'm not playing. If I was playing, I could make my own choice, I'm sure. But it does. It is going to be a point of contention, I think, for the games moving forward. The Clash for me is the one to look at. You've got the Clash, you've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got the Castle. There's a lot of architectability in that lineup, and you start thinking about how much of that can be used not only on the site but on the periphery as well. Bin, he's already been out there and placed a couple of those castle barricades out and about. And then you look at what we've got to try and get things open. We've only got the Hibana links.
And not only do we only have the Hibana, the only one with a DMR. So obviously, you know, some of the damage is important, but in terms of getting rid of those Kibas, you might have to rely on a bit more secondary utility, and if Rockstar goes down, it's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with some of those Kiba barriers. Though, of course, this being basement, I think some of those might be dealt with nades anyway. Take a lot of the Kibas around the AK position. You might bounce those from the hatch or from some other position. So we'll see how it works out, as Seal actually using some to get aggressive on the chain repel at the moment. Bin also looking towards the strip area, joining and linking up with the Azami, allowing the Azami to play a little bit more aggressive on the top floor. As 4 Angry Ben are actually getting some vertical destruction within the first minute, but it's on the second down of the first. We can maybe cut off some of these roamers, but then the defense quickly moves back. You can tell that, just from what we heard during the tactical timeout, Daystar again not switching things up a whole lot. Couple roamers that then immediately help each other back. And aside from Seal playing on the main stairs landing, pretty much everybody's on the site and still got half the round to go.
Dirt Tunnel has been left soft here. Just a little bit of a choice, but I guess the option is there for tin openers and hard breaches to be brought and used, so it's neither no real consequence there. We're going to be able to get Moto hatch open as well, as Rockstar, again, just gently moving down those main stairs. We do still have Seal just playing on the half landing. It's these kind of positions that I love. It's not a roam, it's not a lurk, it's just some pressure. It's just a little bit of a hold. And if Seal picks his time in here, he's very likely going to come away with a kill, especially if you've got players locked into utility at that portion in time. Instead, he will drop off thinking, hey, you know what? I'm still alive. There's a minute left. I'm more valuable now back on the site. Yes. And I think a lot of people would agree. The kitchen can start to get ripped open now a little bit, but a nice reinforcement there is just going to provide a bit more surety to any players looking to be in the corridor outside of Church. Moto as well can now start to be opened. We're going to be looking toward a fairly weighty execute here if there's all 10 players alive.
And a fairly weighty execute, but coming at such late time, in part because of Daystar's fairly weighty lineup. I mean, we saw the castle barricades. The Kibas all got saved until the last minute, so a lot of them are going to be solid going into this take. You still might have mirror windows. You still might have the clash. It is a profoundly and deeply annoying setup from Daystar that has worked absolutely perfectly so far, because 4AM will not be moving into the site until we are in the red zone. Lida's feet hit the floor. Rockstar dashes in through the ash wall. It's Daystar who get the first pick, maintain their advantage, but Rockstar, undaunted by these odds, might just put that diffuser down as the attackers on this long line fall 1 by 1. And Bin ready for it, gets on the counter defuse, and Daystar widen their lead to 3.
A lot has just gone on in a very short amount of time there. We see a very bold plan from Rockstar. I'm surprised he was able to stick it in amongst the chaos.
Good for him.
But Daystar did make the right play. Let's not tunnel vision the planter. Let's deal with the people that are an actual threat. Let's deal with the people that have got the gun up. There was a team kill that got thrown into the mixture there as well. Lida, a little bit of blue on blue action, unfortunately, happening on the 4AM side of things. Again, not the reason the round fell apart, but a contributing factor for sure. The time being the biggest one there. And if you've not got enough time and you're dealing with so much annoyance like that. I mean, the fact that everything was still alive was the biggest problem, because every angle can be watched. You can watch the bottom main, you can watch drop, you can watch blue, you can watch dirt. There's everything that can be watched, and you need to be getting a pick. You need to be starting to work something a little bit earlier on, or at least have an idea of how you're going to overwhelm one player and make that your opening, and then start to stick the crowbar in and real jemmy that thing open, because just attacking it flat 5v5 like that for 4AM, it was always going to end that way.
On Daystar, just looking more and more convincing on Clubhouse, really have settled into this game, and even when we start thinking about the rounds that 4AM might have left on the table, there's a decent chance that Daystar, taking away their lead and probably in the lead anyway at this point. Clubhouse very much looking like their map, and they're putting on an excellent performance so far on that first foray onto the defense. Great protocols, clear win conditions, and abiding by all those plans, and not really facing any disruption. As we go up to Gym Bedroom, clear, methodical, but also decisive retreats will do a lot for them on this site. You always have the construction and red stairs defenses. In this case, as we can just see, some early focus by 4AM on this side. We've got a clash in this position. We've got an Azami in this position as well. And so Daystar will likely want to try to replicate some of the success they had last round. Contest here early, but try not to fight here too long, even though there are actually, I think basically the entire lobby except one person is currently inside of CCTV and Cash.
Lider just going to be buddying back up with his drone and having moved into the space that he's already called clear, can look to try and work ahead with Rockstar. He knows that there's going to be players kicking around there. There's some Kiba barricades on the top of those red stairs. I don't know if he knows about the player close. TX with an attempt from below as well, and the shotgun at close range. He's going to get them both here if he's not careful. Don't turn your back! You can't do that! Oh no, still alive and in the fight. As TX starts to burn through these players. Darsley, he's joined into the action as well. Souffle is the last sole survivor. Half the round left to go and already being hit with that Deathmark tracker. He might know where the Deimos is, but he doesn't need to be a genius where the rest are either. He knows this push is coming thick and fast through construction. The pace has been knocked out of the round. The diffuser is cold on the ground. This is a kill that does need to be found, and TX is going to give the game away.
We'll give the game away. It might line up these next ones, but no, Gotti shuts him down. Maybe if Souffle's got a bit more HP as a dangerous repeat of round 1 begins to appear. But Gotti able to land that kill and 4AM recover in round 8. Pretty much winning the entire thing inside of CCTV and Cash. We see a 3-2-1 go through. Darsley with a double kill, but that push by the Deimos up red stairs. I mean, the fact that he one-pumps this guy from the bottom to the top, he doesn't even down him. That's crazy. He downs the Clash here when the Clash is on 1 HP, demolishes Pecan at longer range on more HP. I don't know how that works.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense. But still just, I mean, some massive individual performances, but very clear coordination by 4 Angry Men to simultaneously push all those positions, dumping in the utility. Really good stuff to see in round 8. And hopefully this means we have a ball game, but A-Star still have a 2-round lead.
They do, but that's something that's going to knock them a little bit, I think. Granted, I don't know that they will invest so heavily into an offsite hold like that again.
There were 4 people over there, which seems like a lot.
When there's 5 total, I would say it's a lot, right? Also, Seal and the Clash, I don't want to see it. Shields on stairs. I've already got some. I mean, you and I know. Yes. I've got some very strong opinions about Shields playing on stairs.
You and I have a couple running topics we always bounce through. It's like Bunk's briefing on layer.
Yeah.
It's my whole thing about technically impactful or impactless.
Flawless rounds.
Technically flawless rounds. There you go. But then the thing I think we always come back to that is our most substantive is shields on stairs, which is it can just be so tricky.
Spend as little time on the stairs as a shield as possible, and you will see greater success. Absolutely. Well, an alternate top floor site, Cash and CCTV, plays out similarly, but you're not going to really be allowed to just walk up Cash stairs and sort of make those kind of plays again. I don't think that that's something that Daystar are going to allow. There's a lot of love for Hibana in this series between both these two teams.
Actually.
It's been the primary hard breach, it's fair to say. We saw a bit of Thermite on Labs, but we haven't really seen too much Thermite here, especially coming out of 4 Angry Men. And those Excaros pellets, they're all going to be used right now. There's no tin openers either. Sorry, I was going to say there might be some tin. There are no tin openers whatsoever. Ooh. I was looking down there at the Striker, seeing what they had in their hands, but still nothing. So you've basically got breach open and that's it. I kind of like this from Gotti though. Just trying to zone out Binbin.
Oh, zoning out Binbin so well. Oh, that's actually genius. You throw the track stingers up because not only do they land in damage, they also slow the player. So if they get trapped, they are infinitely more likely to die to that nade. I really like that from Gotti. Rockstar finding a Souffle rotating through. As something I was going to mention, the Azami not actually playing Rafters. It was the Thorn in that position. Instead, Souffle trying to get aggressive on the plat wall breach, dies in the process, and now the attack also knows that Pecan is off-site. They see that impact as they put him to 1 HP, and this puts Seal in a really tricky spot. Wants to get aggressive down below, but if he goes down, the attack likely knows there's only 1 player remaining on the site. But how well do they know about Pecan's position? Rotating around, only on 1 HP maybe, but this nasty angle from Azuki as well. This LMG could rip through anybody who walks on top of those rafters.
They surely know about Picanzo's position. They saw him drop. It's just a question of where they come back up from. Ooh. I can't believe that Darsley has died to that after shots already going in onto Lider. Seal can now start to move up those red stairs, and it's very doable here. I know that Picanzo's on super low HP, but those Shumikas, they're going to zone out so much time right now for Daystar.
Especially with Seal lacking any toxic canisters, he can stay gun up and also make use of that time denial. Oh, a double from the smoke. Gotti having the most impact and really some of the only impact for 4AM in round 9. It started off so well with that Rafters clear, and now with 10 seconds remaining, no diffuser control. He's got to find both of these kills. One player pushing up, but Seal takes him down. Daystar continue their lead, and it might be twin 7-3s for both teams in this series.
I can't believe that 4AM did so much work in taking control of Garage.
Great work.
And then kind of just pivoted off it and didn't double down. You know, there was pressure coming in at the bottom of Cash Stairs as well. Seal was starting to feel that heat, and he wasn't able to just sort of challenge on. It's high time we see this tactical timeout. I mean, potentially coming a little bit late, really, but Eden obviously not really feeling like there's any major impact up until this point. They want to see the full rotation of sites. I get it, fair play. This needs to work, though, because without it, we are rapidly heading toward a chalet.
Rapidly, expeditiously heading towards a chalet. And I agree with you. We just see such a good play with that gridlock on the Rafters. See the pickup on the Azami as well. Not only a good position, but a powerful operator taken down who maybe could have tried to retake through Rafters. And it just doesn't happen with Bakanzu on the site as well. You have to wonder if maybe 4AM trying to be as diligent as possible, but maybe end up overcomplicating things in the process. And to be fair, it doesn't help when they try to take Rafters and there was an LMG looking straight through that Kiba. I imagine that's part of the reason that Kiba's placed, is to give him that angle on the staircase. So credit to Daystar as well, making great use of some of those angles and mounting a really compelling retake, especially Seal getting that double. And I think the triple overall with the SMG-11, fighting back very nicely in the 3v4. Really well played late round by the defense. And just continuing their success, now up 6-3, forcing a tactical timeout from 4 Angry Men. Also requiring the attack to win 3 rounds in a row just to push it to OT and have a hope at closing out the series 2-0. As, of course, this is Daystar's pick, but it is only our second map. As Ali said, we have Chalet potentially coming up, and we see more clears like that. Maybe 4AM will deny us the opportunity, but the recovery, as you will see, being this excellent, Daystar want to push us to Chalet quite fast.
They really do, and they deserve it at this point. They've got some really clear ideas of how they want to hold on to these sites. They're not reinventing the wheel either.
Nope.
They're not looking to try and bring anything that we've never seen before. It's just great basics, great fundamentals. Hold deep. You're defending CCTV and Cash. What do you do if you lose garage control? Well, you hold back deep and you play a Tachanka, you play a Smoke, you play those operators that are going to buy you a little bit of time. And especially when you've got players like Seal that are capable of hitting some of those crazier shots, let's be honest. 13 and 5 at the moment, really doing a lot of work in the terms of the kill department. This is far much more what we were expecting out of Seal. His performance on Labs was a little bit lackluster, it's fair to say, and he's come alive here. You flip that on its head and you look at the talisman player for 4AM that we were kind of praising a lot yesterday, and it's Lider. We're not really seeing Lider step up, but also Gotti isn't having the same kind of game that we saw him have over on Labs either. It's much more equally spread right now, and I think we need someone just to stand head and shoulders above the rest and start to take this game by the scruff of its neck a little bit more, because like you say, it very easily could be the last opportunity that we get. Now, we are going back downstairs to Church and Arsenal. Last time we saw this, there was 10 seconds on the clock. We were in red time when people started to enter even that basement level and that bottom floor, and it was a desperate attempt at nailing a plant down and just hoping that gunfights were won. It doesn't shock you to learn that that didn't happen, so we need something that's maybe a little bit more concise, and
nice.
I like that clear to start things off. Seal a little bit out of position, it's fair to say. We didn't see the Azami playing that aggressively previously. It was far much more tucked in. He actually spent a lot more of his time in and around those main stairs, more similar to where Binbin's playing right now. But already with that opening pick inside of the first 20 or so seconds, there's going to be a lot of work here for Daystar to try and recover.
Will be a lot more work to try and recover, though they still have some good utility. Of course, you've got the Shimikas, you've got the smoke canisters, but if you want to compare it as another player goes down, if you want to compare it to that last defense, it was so much more bulletproof utility, right? The mirror windows, the castle barricades, the clash. But this go around, it's a bit of a softer touch. You're focusing more on the plant denial, the Shimikas, the toxic canisters. Sure, you've got the Kiba barriers, but that's the only surviving remnant of that first round defense we saw that pushed 4AM to a 15-10 second time. And now here, as 4AM have managed 2 kills, you don't have a lot of that utility to rely on. You might need to start throwing these smoke canisters sooner, launching these Shumika canisters sooner. It's only a minute remaining, so if they can just waste a little more time, it won't be as bad, but it's still something to consider.
4AM have lost Ace now, which is going to make opening up that church wall a little bit more difficult. got the tin opener, granted, but that requires you to get very close to that church wall to make anything happen. Ace is fantastic because it can be thrown from the bottom of the stairs. That likely will change the plan a little bit here, and we can see that that Ash Rush wall has been opened up quite a lot. Kind of like that ROU projector just sort of ping-ponging back and forth.
Satisfying.
That's quite satisfying to watch, and it is going to do a great job of denying a lot of that visibility.
Ooh, but look at this. Gotti creeping up into blue. No B's necessary. Bin so focused on the pushing through Moto might not be ready for this one. As the striker moves up straight close to the wall, finally spots the Tachanka, peeks in deep as Bin finds both. Somehow turns around and takes the player down on Moto. But in the 1v2, the attack instead has completely succeeded on the Arsenal side. Bin must turn his attention that way, sees the buck for just a second. Might have landed the shot, but unfortunately the uniform blending in, and 4AM remain alive.
Really good reaction time there from Darsley to try and nail that last kill, because looking entirely the other way, he was expecting the player to come over from generator side. He was not expecting the full rotate through Church into Moto and along to the bottom of those main stairs. 4-6 for Angry Men, keeping this game just in the balance, but they're going to have to do it again and again and again. Winning downstairs, for me, a very good sign. We've not really seen Attack do too well down there so far today. There's been an occasion where we've seen, you know, some clutchy rounds down there, but to see a genuine round where there was some great execution, there was a good focus on the roam clear, and they were then able to sort of tie that up in a nice, neat little bow onto a successful attack that didn't require a 1 in a million thing happening. Nice to see.
Very nice to see. And thinking how this might go, they decided to go back to it. They're like, all right, that didn't work. We'll try an alternative strategy. We'll try and channel some of that success we had on the first attempt. We'll reintroduce the Clash into the lineup. No Castle, no Mira. That's not necessary, especially since one of them's banned. But they will try at least to not only bring some extra bulletproof utility, but also something that is a bit flexible. Azuki can go over to blue. He can go to bottom main. He can go into Arsenal or Church or Dirt or whatever he wants to, and try and make it work and apply some pressure to the attack wherever they arise. The F-Nod as well might give them a bit more information. For example, Gotti sneaking up blue. You don't want to let that happen again, especially in the late round when things are so chaotic. You want something that'll ping you directly and not reliant on a sound cue like, say, barbed wire. So I think some very good adjustments by Daystar, not only trying to capture some of that success they had on the first Church Arsenal defense, but also accounting for the weaknesses in the one we just saw.
4AM looking like it's going to be a full map clear here, not wanting to leave any stone unturned. It's going to eat quite a bit of time for them, though. And time was not necessarily a factor in the previous round, but it certainly was in their first attempt, round 7, downstairs. That was where time did start to come and bite them. But fortunately, they're moving quite quickly. I think they've got the read that, hey, you know, guess what? Not too much is going on up there. Darsley actually taking a lot of damage on the reverse vertical as he's just trying to flush those players back down those main stairs. It should be fairly straightforward now to start working some of this vertical, and you can get yourself in toward kitchen, get dirt open, work the hatches, and start to move from there. Tin openers on Gotti, so the hatches shouldn't be too much of a problem. And this time we've got Rockstar again on that ace. He did actually fall quite early last round when we saw this site, and we didn't really end up getting the kitchen, the church wall open as a consequence of that. But this time he's managed to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, and I don't see too much reason as to why we won't see that wall open.
No, especially with the vertical established, you can throw the Selmas down through without even going on the bottom floor. So Rockstar should be able to get these open. I'd be very surprised if they were not able to. A lot of potential for this 4 Angry Men lineup. Minute 15, of course, so time not low. Definitely should start thinking about it, thinking about how you want to work this final minute, because what utility do you have remaining? You don't have the Grim, obviously, Bees are banned, but not bringing the Ying either. Capital banned as well, so a lot of that normal disruption utility you have isn't present. So those Deathmark trackers maybe need to buy a little more weight. Those flashbangs between Darsley and Rockstar probably both need to do some heavy lifting in this later round, especially since without any nades, Gotti can't work players out of position. Some important things to consider for 4 Angry Men here. Some good utility, but a limited quantity. They have to be decisive with where they place it. Lida, as the Selma attaches to the wall around the corner, spots someone just on the opposite side of that soft wall. Can't quite land the shot, so he takes another chance at it. Oh, but he bounces around the head. Could have been a 5v3, but still a slim advantage established for the attacking team. Pushing down through Church. Gotti trying to replicate the success in blue that he found last time, but as Azami actually playing here, yet still focused on Moto, needing to do double duty, worried about the striker and worried about Moto, could find themselves distracted as Seal looking for kill 14, has increasing pressure put on him as defenders are dropping like flies. Now the Azami hits the floor too. Gotti makes 2 fall due to the assault rifle, and now Azuki in a 1v4 with the shield already on the ground will not find anything. 0 rounds becomes 2 as Daystar are merely 1 round away from a victory, and yet by the same token, just 1 away from OT.
Yeah, it didn't look like we were going to get to this point with the attacks that we'd saw up until this point, but 4AM have just pulled another worldly attack out of the bag into a very different lineup. As you commented on, there was a clash this time. There was differences in the fact that there was no Tachanka, there was a Fenrir, there was all sorts of things that were just a slight bit different and needed a different reaction. It needed a different response. 4AM took it in their stride. They didn't do too much differently, let's be honest. They still went for a very mainstairs, kitchen hatch, and oil pit sort of lurk. Again, not reinventing the wheel, just looking to really have those key points and make sure that the sufficient amount of pressure is put into them. I think Gotti has been a blinding backstab because that's 2 rounds in a row now that he's really opened up the round. I know that he didn't get the most amount of kills there, but the threat and the pressure of it was enough.
Well, and you also see one adjustment that we saw from 4 Angry Men there is when they actually, reattempt that site. And maybe even in reaction to the Fenrir, they bring the Twitch, and probably is what enables that backstab because you're able to shock those F-knots. Then that gives Gotti a bit more confidence to walk down the staircase, which then forces the Azami to do double duty like she had to start looking at Moto and thinking about the player behind her. So not only good adjustments from Daystar, but even good reactions or anticipations by 4 Angry Men that enabled Gotti, as you said, to be just an elite backstab player in the back half of this game. 11-9 might not be as shocking a stat line as like 15 or 16 and 5 like it was on Nighthaven Labs, but in these past couple rounds he has really been having some weighty impact and some heavy kills in rounds 10 and 11. And now as we look to round 12, could be another important player as Gym Bedroom could be the site Daystar move us to Chalet, or the site where if a few more rounds transpire that they might lose all of Clubhouse.
This is where it starts to get a little bit dangerous for Daystar, doesn't it? Because let's not forget, it's an elimination game. There is a lot at stake here. The future of your time at the major really does hang in the balance. Now, granted, we have an overtime. If Daystar do lose this round, we will go into an OT, and we will then work out from there where we start to move. But realistically, 4 Angry Men, they won map 1. All they need to do is get a couple of rounds here, and they will be through later on playing the winner of our next game. So, a lot on the line right now, and we need to find out just exactly how Daystar stand up to this pressure. Can they convert it? Can they just put Clubhouse to bed and take us on to Chalet?
Normal construction, CCTV clear. Slider moving in through garage, and attackers joining in from the breach. Clash rearing her head again. There is, in fact, not 4 players around construction, CCTV, and Cash like we saw last time. In fact, it is just the Clash a minute in. This is about the normal pace, to be clear. And Clash is a good player to kind of leave as a hanger-on. But again, another good reaction for Daystar, understanding what went wrong the last time they attempted this site. And because you brought this Clash and you put her in this position, rather than fully pushed up on red stairs, she can gather information and make a decision. Okay, are they really holding aggressively? Maybe I can rotate back in. Maybe I have to hang a little bit further back. But as Rockstar looks to get this con wall, this will likely be the thing that forces Seal to move a bit further back. And yep, indeed, you can see her rotate away as half the round's gone. Half the top floor has been cleared.
And it's not really had too much effect, has it? It's cost you a little bit of hard breach explosive, which you were going to use anyway. And now you've been able to gain a little bit more control inside of CCTV and Cash. You pushed the Clash back. It would have been nice to put a bit of damage in. It would have been nice to take them out, but you can't always get that. The fact that they've been able to push back and they've now got more space to work in, more space to operate, and they can start to try and establish this peak a little bit further. Gotti will fall here. It's a star player that you don't want out of action here as the first blood. But look at how condensed everyone on 4 Angry Men is right now. And don't forget, that Jacuzzi breach is open right now. But losing Gotti, you've lost your extra man. You're not going to be able to commit someone just to a wish and a maybe that something might work on a backstab.
You also look at Seal's positioning, tucked inside of that Jacuzzi breach, looking towards the the gym window, seeing if they hop in. Not a lot of utility to deal with this. No nades, maybe some flashes to blind them, but Seal's kind of stuck in this position. Azuki going crazy inside of the bedroom right now. C4 to damage Lida, only a little bit of a tap. TX trying to go for a lurk, but Pecan's ready for it, still goes down. Banshee will spot him, but the attack losing more players. Daystar seem like they'll hold on, as it might be closer than they would have liked, but 7-5 is still a victory. And Daystar send us to Chalet to decide who stays and who goes.
Big performance there from Daystar, really locking in and getting the job done. I think a lot of their work here tonight was done on that attacking side. Regardless, Lynx, of how those rounds were won, they were won, and that is the key takeaway. Doesn't matter if it was a clutch, doesn't matter if it was a round that they should have lost. They fought tooth and nail to secure their own map pick here, and they lock in our third and final map of the series of Chalet, coming up just after this.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Still got one more map between these two teams as Daystar fighting back quite valiantly on Clubhouse, but 4 Angry Men, we could say the same for them, as what could have been a 7-3 ending for Daystar ended up being a very close but still, I suppose, decisive 7-5 victory for Daystar. Now we have Chalet coming up, which very different than both the preceding maps.
It is, isn't it? You know, we've gone from Labs to Club. Quite similar. Two different results, though.
True.
For as much that we like to talk about them as maps that play in a similar fashion, we've had two very differing results. I think that Daystar came alive a lot more on Clubhouse. It definitely felt like they needed a map to really warm up into the series. And obviously with the stakes of this game being that one of these teams is going to be going home after this very map, it sort of contextualizes things a little bit, and you expect players and teams to give it a little bit more when it matters the most. Moving on to Chalet, though, again, difficult to know who this exactly favors. It's a top preference map for the side of 4 Angry Men, so you could read into that a little bit and say, well, you know what, if a lot of teams are banning it against them, maybe it's somewhere that they are a little bit feared or they've got a bit more of a reputation. Alternatively, you could just say maybe it's just not a very popular map in the region.
True, but also if you want to think about it, I mean, you know, 4 Angry Men saw them play Border yesterday against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
Two maps in which kind of the exterior angles are very important. And that's something they struggle with. They struggle to clear out Spoit, many with some of those innate factors of Border. And there are some similarities, some very clear corollaries to Chalet, where the exterior windows are very important to maybe deal with positions like piano or library. And so if we saw 4 Angry Men struggle with that yesterday on Border, it's possible they could struggle with it here. Also possible that if they struggled with it yesterday, they might have improved and might do a lot better with it on Chalet. But that is at least one of the main, I suppose, kind of points of comparison we can draw, because I mean, Daystar on Bank, this is just an entirely different map from Bank, both literally and with how it plays out.
It kind of is, isn't it? I think for Daystar, one of the plus factors they've got coming into this, the team's going to be alive. There's going to be a lot of hype in there. There was some really big moments for some individuals. We saw Seal, again, have a very good game over on Clubhouse. And I think that if that starts to translate into Chalet as well, also, Lynx, they're starting on the attack here. Attack was quite kind to them. They got a 4-2 split on the attack. Yes, okay, clutch round. Yes, okay, round that they potentially shouldn't have won because there was just a heavy stack up. But all they can do is play the game that's put in front of them. And if that's what 4 Angry Men are presenting to them, and that's what they're willing to deal with and capable of dealing with at that level, you can't take anything away from them. So I think it's a good thing here for Daystar that they're starting off on the attack. And if they can continue with some of that momentum that they left Clubhouse with, I don't know. This series really could flip around quite significantly.
I think it could as well. And to your point about the 4-2 and playing the game in front of them, I mean, they needed the map to get comfortable, but also needed kind of that half to get comfortable. But I think if we see an extra 3 to 4 rounds from Daystar on the attack, it's probably like, I mean, I don't know the exact math, but it's probably like 5, 6, 7 rounds they would end up getting just because that second part of their attack was so much stronger. I think they just needed a few rounds to get comfortable, and we would have seen some really, really strong play from them up against 4 Angry Men. And that's all to say as we look at how they might perform early on Chalet here. I think we really are seeing the truly like comfortable Daystar on the attacking team. Of course, see how that translates to a different map, but I do think this is kind of them peaking at the right time with the attacking side.
They started being a little bit more unpredictable as well. Eden's timeouts have been very focused. They've been very sort of prescribed in the sense that they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to do the other.
It's very prep-based.
Yes, so we need to do this. We've very much got our to-do list, and we're going to kind of try and stick to that. And as soon as Daystar start to stray off that path and start to, walk down the path less trodden, it becomes quite difficult because you're like, hang on a minute, we prepared for something else, and you're just doing the exact opposite.
And again, if you remember back on Nighthaven, that was something we criticized Daystar for actually sticking with what we obviously knew to be 4 AM's prep a little too much. Always going for those full clears, not really switching things up all that much. And what do we see? As the series has gone on, as Clubhouse went on, Daystar were able to start doing that a lot more, and they, of course, don't know what Eden has on them. They don't know what 4AM's game plan is, but understanding that they might be becoming a little bit too predictable and that they need to show a different face. They were able to do that on Attack. They were able to do that on Clubhouse, but now they need to do it on Chalet because the loser of this map, no matter if it's 4 Angry Men, no matter if it's Daystar, one of them is going home at the end of this, and conversely, the other is going forward, but going forward to play Los in the blower bracket later today. We'll see who is who by the end of this. But one thing I can say to everyone who was terrified, shaking with fear before we got in this map, we will not have hard breach denial bans on Chalet. At least, we won't have completely hard breach denial bans.
Yay, and we don't get any in the first phase.
We're so back. We're so back.
Denari and Nazami. This is where things start to get interesting now because, okay, Hard Breach has its place on Chalet, but it's not as big as other maps. It's certainly not as big as the 2 maps that we've seen ahead of it in this series. So we start to get something a little bit different here. Still going to get the Grim back, and the Glaz will come out as a round out as well. Quite enjoyed the little bit of chatter in the all chat there. Lida just saying, Seal, you know, stop killing us. I'll take you to an American barbecue place. Like, come on, there's got to be some sort of deal that we can strike there, because Seal has really been that menace, and particularly coming alive. A little bit of a quieter game on Labs, but the same could be said for a lot of Daystar on that map. But definitely coming alive over on Club, and if that's where he's starting to get activated and really ramps through the gears now on Chalet, it's going to take someone on the side of 4 AM to stand up. Historically on Labs, that was Gotti. Gotti, a bit quieter over on Clubhouse, and Lida, based off the performance that we saw them have yesterday, we were expecting big things again, and I don't want to say it's fallen flat, but the impact hasn't been there as significantly.
No, he's been good. He's been good. He's been fine.
It's not been an overperform, though.
Yeah, exactly. It has been. It's not been an overperform. It's just been a perform. Like, he's just been playing, I would say, like a very normal player, which nobody's going to get mad at him for. But especially going into today, you know, it was fine on Nighthawk, especially when Gotti was like dropping a gigantic amount of kills. But on Clubhouse, when you are facing a team that is struggling, not struggling actually, but when a team is like performing that well, like Daystar was strategically, lacking that overperformance can always be a little bit tricky, and can't really blame a player for it. But you can say, man, wish that was there. Wish we saw some of what we saw yesterday. Which, obviously, for both these teams, did not see Chalet yesterday, and we'll see what they have to offer here. As the first sight out the gate will be Master Bedroom and Office. Appears that Daystar not fully committing to a take on either side just yet. Some players over by Solar, some players over by Library, and Gotti outside of the building in the first minute, but hops back in pretty quickly, and the player on the balcony not able to capitalize off of that. In fact, I think he runs all the way back to site, and very minimal roam presence at the moment. Some players down below in Kitchen Dining and Rockstar, I believe, over by Library. All things considered, they aren't committing to any kind of extension too aggressively.
Rockstar's kind of set up over there outside of Library, but it's very standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of reinforcement, play the Wamai there, just stop people from getting Library control entirely for free. Ella there caught out Darsley on the Deathmark tracker, so he's going to be tucked in there, just sort of transitioning in between on the downstairs, but it'll be Gotti with that opening pick, taking down Bin and really alleviating some of that pressure that Darsley was sort of facing there. He was kind of on that first floor, feeling like he was going to be the roamer that was going to be targeted first, and his teammate has given him a slightly easier time of things. Rockstar, very self-sufficient to hold there over on the Library side of things, and with another kill coming in for Darsley, this attack's starting to fall a little bit flat.
Quite flat, in fact. I mean, very clear positions out of the gate. You've got 2 players on the site, 2 players in Kitchen Dining, then Rockstar over yonder by Library. And Daystar not really able to mount any kind of compelling or consistent push or clear of these positions. A lot of 1v1s handed to the defense, very little presence over by Fireplace, which in part is likely because Rockstar could challenge down in that area. So it ends up being quite a narrow push in through windows, in through doorways, resulting in which 80% of the bodies that have dropped have been Daystars. Though finally, Seal will start with 1. Rather than a 1v4 like the start of Clubhouse, now we're in a position where it might need to be a 1v5. The start of Chalet, and I've certainly learned from my habit of calling rounds too quickly. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here on this one, but stuck outside at bathroom window with a shotgun around the corner. Not a recipe for a clutch of any kind.
No, Rockstar was fancying that one, wasn't he? Nice close range, super shorty, and just a quick peek round the corner. I think Seal's position was fairly well telegraphed there. I think everybody knew just exactly where they were playing. It's going to sound quite strange to say this, Links, but I need you to bear with me.
Okay, bearing.
They brought a Deimos, a Lion, and a Snake.
All that's true.
It looked like they didn't have enough information.
Okay. Now, all that is true. I will say, the Deimos going down first did not help, because he had information on the Ella, and then... Who did the Deimos die to, actually, now that I think about it? I think it was... It was
Gotti.
Yes, it was the Fenrir.
Yeah.
So, he had information on a player, just not the one who ended up taking him down.
I think...
Continue with your point.
The Snake has to be used a little bit more effectively there. It was a very confused push. We had somebody solo pushing Library. We had people solo pushing the bottom of Trophy. We didn't really have people properly clearing out inside a Kitchen. There was not much presence on side of Solar Repel. There was a lot of things that were being done there that either typically are ignored or either fully committed to. If you're going to take Library, fully take Library. If you're going to take Solar, get on the Solar Repel. You don't need to be sending everyone in below and trying to work that. You just play the cutoff.
Well, here's a question to respond to that. So, because yes, the Snake, I think information in general could be used more effectively. But if you saw the way that 4AM were playing, aside from Rockstar, they were all playing in very static positions.
Yeah.
Like, the Snake could have found them out, maybe get their exact position, but so many of them felt like known quantities to me. You know generally, once you get the information on the drone, that somebody's going to be playing around the dining area, somebody's going to be playing in kitchen. I'm almost curious if the Snake, how much good that information would have actually done, like, even if
you're going to play the Snake in that position, I think you need to make a bold play, and you need to be walking in from Snowbalk and getting on your scanner and going, oh, right, I can check my scanner. I know someone's there. Importantly, I know he's not looking in my direction.
Yes,
I can get something else to go down. We can
point.
open the door. We can do this. We can do that. And you've got to play it in that and play it in conjunction with something else happening elsewhere. Because I made a bit of a joke about it, but it just didn't seem like it was really linked up.
Oh, and if not, we'll start talking about this round in a moment, but you think about it, Rockstar isolated. Maybe you get the Snake flank up blue stairs maybe, and then work a pinch on that side, and you get a 5v4. That, I think, that's a very good idea. And also, to your point, that is a very good idea of just using the Snake instead of going for that position and try and get something on the opposite side. Won't have a Snake present in this round, but I do think, to Ollie's point, getting some more information, or at least being able to make, I think, better decisions with the information you have. That is basically the name of the game of Rainbow Six.
They've gone from feast to famine, haven't they? They've gone from all information ops to now, just stuck to drones and good old-fashioned intel. Seal, does he know? With the way that he just stopped dead,
I have to think he does.
You've got an inkling at this point, haven't you? He's likely going to be able to hear TX just on those library stairs. But again, it's going to be Gotti to start things up. Seal needs to land this shot, but gets caught out by the Grismar. 2 for Souffle as well. So things a little bit more equal, but still with an advantage to 4AM because they have that man advantage once again here.
TX, of course, winning that fight over on the blue stairs, but if you look at the positions remaining, while Daystar have some semblance of the vertical control, Bin and Souffle both with control of library, because of the low count, you basically can have the whole players displaced horizontally, can run over to kitchen dining, which will cause Souffle to be concerned, fire some shots through the wall. He might tag up anybody in the process. Gotti can also rotate all the way down below. I believe might even reposition himself, yes, on the flank, looking over towards blue stairs now, playing deeper on the landing, likely going to try to evade some kind of drone, so that way he can push up later. This is going to be deadly for Bin, but the C4 will reveal his position, and he goes down in the process. So Bin finding an important angle with 40 seconds remaining, and now on a 2v2. The utility might be lacking, but he's got information on one, even flicks onto him, but can't land the headshot. That might be a different round at that point. But as Souffle moves and crouch walks in, TX is ready for it. There is a chance in that 2v2, but it goes unrealized, and instead 4AM take bar in games.
TX and Darsley really having to buddy up there at the end. It was dangerous because there was a lot of known quantities. Everybody was known. I mean, a lot of those positions are going to be fairly well known anyway. Bomb chassis peaks, head glitches, that sort of thing. It's always safe bets to try and hit a pre-fire onto those locations. Daystar are actually going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. They feel like they've seen enough of Chalet already to know something isn't right here. There's either opportunity, there's either something pretty significant going wrong in the team comms, because we've only seen 2 rounds. We've only seen 2 sites.
And we've only seen 2 sites, but I don't know if you want to say similar problems, because if you think back to the obviously it was master bedroom defense, but like the kitchen dining clear on master bedroom defense was very linear. It was very one-dimensional, and they were all sort of funneled into the pre-existing angles held by 4AM. Yet that round, it was a lot more spread out, but it seemed to be a lot of collective 1v1s. And to your point about the lineup at the beginning of the round, would have been nice if you maybe had, something like a Dokkaebi call, something like a Deathmark tracker, something that would give you more information or give you an advantage in these fights. But instead, you just have Seal trying to just, take that engagement raw, getting hit by a Gergemont mine in the process, clearly not aware of it being there either. And right as that happens, you have one player dying to a run out, another player dying to a 1v1. We go from being way too consolidated to way too spread out in the process. And 4AM have been ready for both of them. And I think just in terms of the strategic game plan, some of the weaker attacking rounds we've seen from Daystar across the whole series.
It's been very reminiscent of Labs, hasn't it? We saw a peak on Clubhouse, and we saw some pretty decent stuff. Let's be honest, we saw some great well-coordinated rounds as well as some clutch stuff coming out there. And now we've got on to Chalet. It's like we've kind of regressed back to the start of the series, and we're seeing that desync again. We're not seeing those 3-2-1s be very well timed. We're seeing those solo pushes that are into a lot of utility. It's a different lineup now that's being brought out, so the timeout has at least had that level of impact. We're starting to see the Blitz come back into the fray. We're starting to see this Dokkaebi that, let's be honest, we've spoken about at quite great length by Eden, and we're still yet to see a lot of impact from Dokkaebi from Daystar.
We're spoken about, by the way, 2 maps ago. Literally at the first timeout, we heard the side swap timeout that we listened into 4 a.m. highlighted the possibility of a Dokkaebi lurk, and we've not only not seen much impact, we've barely even seen the operator over the course of the whole series. But now we see something completely different. Not only Azuki taking down Gotti within the first, 45 seconds of the round. That one is nice. You'll take that. Sentry might not be the most impactful operator in the game, but you're never going to complain about coming with a 5v4. And that's going to make those 2 operators that Ollie and I just mentioned a lot more impactful. The Blitz is pushing into an area. It's going to be a bit more difficult to trade out that player and any of the guns behind him in a 5v4. And similarly, the Dokkaebi is lurking and taking a 1v1. There's a greater chance that it is actually just a 1v1 with nobody close around the corner to trade. So just a great find for Daystar to start, and makes both of those powerful operators just a little bit more so.
We need to see Daystar work with that advantage now. They've taken Gotti out. They've gained a little bit of space there. That's somewhere that the defenders now can't occupy or can occupy a little bit thinner. I like this play from TX. The call is going to give the game away. I wonder if he tries to play a bit more aggressively on this, or he isn't going to be given the chance to. He might be Warden, but you've still got a shield and a pistol running you down there like a dog. We're seeing the kills start to come in thick and fast here. Azuki been a big player so far over the course of this round. 3 kills, Rockstar. He might have the DMR, but he's still 1 versus 4 here, Lynx. I don't think he's going to find the first. Bikanzu there cleans him up from that piano single. The 3-2-1. That's what we wanted to see from Daystar. The timeout already worth it.
Well, love to see it, and also I just love the little bit of cinematic storytelling we get, because we see all the utility go out, we see the E1D, we see all the smokes, and we're like, okay, but why is this Twitch not hopping in the bathroom window? Like, what's she doing? This is what I'm expecting. And then we suddenly cut, and the Blitz is already at the bathroom door, and you're like, oh, that's why. We were baiting the bathroom window pressure to send in the Blitz from Piano, and it's just a brilliant move for Daystar. And an attack that could not have gone better. Like, literally could not have gone better. The bedroom player gets his kill, the bathroom player gets his kill, and the player inside of Solar dies at the very end. Even though Darsley has some kind of impact there, it's perfect. Perfect play from Daystar. And also, I think, and Ollie, maybe you disagree, I feel like the first time we've really seen Daystar well and truly, like, switch up their play, from round to round. Like, just a complete reversal from anything we've seen in the series so far.
It's like they've been, sort of grabbed by each shoulder and shaken a little bit and gone, come on, guys, like, do what we practice, do what we know that we can do, because, again, a night and day round coming out compared to the way that we saw the first 2 play out. It's great to see that they've got it in the locker. The first time they got the opening pick as well, which I really like, because that's been a big sort of factor for them in this series. Darsley and Gotti have been successful in the first 2 rounds, so great to see them on the board, not letting the scoreline dip too far the other way. But there's going to have to be more sites than just kitchen dining that they're able to do that on. It's a 3rd choice site for a reason. It's the site that the defenders are expected to have a bit more of a tougher time on. It's a side where the attackers are expected to do slightly better. We're going back toward more primary territory here, master bedroom and office. And this is where it's going to be a little bit more they're going to have to be a bit more convincing for my money at least, because last time when we saw this, it was a very scattergun approach. We didn't really have anybody committing fully to anything. There was just a lot of little bits going on here and there.
Some changes from 4 a.m. being brought on the defensive side. Introduction of the Solus into the lineup. Conversely, could also play a bit looser for the Realm, as before it was really like 4 players all on the same side of the map, but 2 players upstairs on the site, 2 players down below, and then Rockstar the Wamai, who I believe still is over actually on the mezzanine side. So that is a bit of a change for 4 a.m. with Darsley kind of moving around on the Solus, but also you have the Castle Barricades. Ooh, Gotti going for a very late Castle Barricade on the office balcony window, right as Pecan.
The timing of that must have been quite fine. Pecan's like already running around there.
Oh, he still gets him.
Wake up a little bit, Gotti. Like, you can't just be full sprinting around there. You've got to give it a little bit of a wiggle peak first. Picanzu will be taken out there as Rockstar is good to trade out his teammate. so it at least doesn't give a numbers advantage away, but still, Gotti, that's a player we need a bit more impact from. Bimbing caught out on the Razor Blue as he's trying to make his way in, down through Trophy again. Now, this was one of the positions where we saw quite a lot of trouble happen last time. They like to roam inside a kitchen, and I don't think that these players are known. That drone needs to be effective.
Needs to be effective with one player around the corner. You can see Darsley trying to draw the attention and seems to do so successfully, as it's not even Kitchen that gets the kill. It's Lida who walks down, SMG-11 in hand, takes down one, though the DMR is good for the next, and even the second. Two line up for Azuki. The Lida holds on. Shotgun around the corner. I know exactly who was destined to win that engagement.
What are we seeing here? Where's the Solar player? One player on the Solar Repel would have just put an end to all of this chaos that we're seeing right now. Lida, now playing tucked on those Solar stairs, really doesn't want to over-challenge this. Needs to use his utility. He's got 3 Toxic Babe canisters. He can really cut off Azuki from actually being able to make any impact there. And the 2 remaining attackers, they're very split up at the moment. Seal, he's all the way over onside of balcony now. We're starting to see the rotation. A little bit of pace has been taken out of the round, and we can hit a bit of a reset. Both teams have players now that have buddied up a little bit, and there's some good info that's just been found out on the drone.
Some good info, and I was going to say some nades as well, but with the magnets catching one of them, you want to send this deep, likely over towards Blackwall as an easy predictor. If you choose wrong, or if the defender avoids it, this needs to land, and it cannot get caught. One more flashbang as well. Toxic Canister landing perfectly. Instead, the nade goes over to the right, and it's a 50-50, and he ends up coming up wrong. Rockstar in a different position. Azuki caught in the Toxic Gas. Lida's 3rd kill of the round, 5th overall, but Seal gets one. Knows the next one maybe can land this pre-fire. Rockstar prone, waiting on the floor, and Daystar tie things up.
A round that was recovered to being a round that was lost. Seal. It's not the first time today that we've seen him clutch up big when his team need it the most. Second time in 2 games. And that is going to be a bit of a tilter there for 4 AM. I think after they've been able to navigate the initial sort of chaos, I don't think TX was droned here. Now, he didn't have that much of an impact because it was Lida that ended up getting the kill, and TX just ends up barrel stuffing himself into Azuki as we saw the kills come out. Lida did such a great job of not overcommitting down on those trophy stairs, didn't need to do too much. Seal's left in that position. What do players do? They just have to pre-fire angles and hope.
Does exactly that, and honestly kind of a theme of round 4, being players from 4AM just sprinting into the attack. Not only the castle up top on office balcony door, but also, as you mentioned, the Thorn down below. 2 areas in which, especially the Thorn, seemingly undroned, clearly trying to take things off guard, and the attack in some kind of off spot that the defense doesn't expect, and they end up getting punished for it. Fortunate for 4AM as the recovery's looking good, but great clutch by Seal. Again, his 2nd in the series overall. Such an important player for Daystar in these past couple maps, and also the performance yesterday that resulted in a 4-7 loss. Definitely the one player we kind of highlighted that is showing up on both days of competition. Bar Games. 4 Angry Men will try their hand again at this site. We have Solid Snake once again. Different site than we saw before. It was Master Redmond office on which they brought the Soliton scanner. This time it'll be Bar and Games. And given the attack that we saw, Ollie, we saw players trying to push up blue stairs, saw players trying to kind of go for their own separate angles. I think bringing the Snake for this site rather than the other makes a lot of sense.
And don't forget, this is the site that forced the timeout.
Yes.
It was after they lost this site, Daystar, they chose to take, Harambe chose to take the tactical timeout, and it feels like it's been very effective because they have come out and played
100%.
entirely different Siege from that point onwards. So I'm not expecting solo pushes through Garage into Grismot Mines. I'm not expecting a lack of information. We've got the Twitch. That's going to be brilliant for dealing with the bulletproof cameras. You've got all that sort of stuff on lock. You can even get rid of some of the information from the Valkyrie there as well. You're going to be able to work around that. Bimbin playing on the Snake should be able to find a little bit more out. We've got a belt and braces approach here with the IQ as well to search out for those electronics, and an oldie but a goldie. Little Maverick line in towards Stock and a couple of shots put in, but Darsley gets away with his life.
Just barely gets away too, 50 HP. You can see like literally the moment that torch opened up, he had a feeling of what was going to happen. Really good stuff from both teams. Anticipation by the defense, but also the attack. putting the pressure on, making them feel uncomfortable. Minute 15 remaining. A lot of the round has gone by, but the defense has been slowly pushed closer and closer together around the site. I believe all of Master Betterment Office has been seeded, as we've seen the 5 defenders over there. And yeah, as we can see, Bin has pushed up, used this Soliton scanner to take some very aggressive control. Now the nades go deep. Those Souffle goes down in the process. Second chance of the engagement, it is actually Darsley who gets the better. Now, Bin in a tricky spot because you could go for the Slurk, you could use that utility, but we're starting to reach a bit of a worrying point. It's looking like that last Bar Games attack. IQ down below, alone. Snake above, alone. Pecan pushing in through Fireplace door, and he might have found a gap, but as he hops up, the ACOG scope ends up covering the Valkyrie. No clear kills broken the way of the attack just yet, as they're still bleeding bodies in the process. Bin, oh, a hell of a flick onto Lyda. Can confirm the next one with the pistol. And now Daystar have something. Darsley in the 1v3. Make that a 0v3. As the round shifts hands in only a few seconds, and Daystar continue their march.
Just goes to show that you don't always need to have it all figured out. If a couple of little solo plays like that work out, they've done a lot of the hard work, and they had some great intel. They knew where these players were. They knew that Library Stairs was being occupied. They knew, obviously, I mean, the site players is fairly standard as to where they're going to be. But importantly, they knew about the player at the top of Fireplace. That's kind of the link between all of that, because you've got a great line of sight down into the site. You can affect onto the Library Stairs. You can keep an eye on the main door coming in. You deal with that link, and all of a sudden things start to open up quite a lot more. You see Darsley didn't waste any time there getting out of dodge.
This is crazy.
This is the big kill there from Bin, because as soon as that one happens, with the other 2 players already down, Darsley's now just left entirely on his own, and we already know, where's the smoke going to be? Likely going to be in stock. Maverick Hole or not, that's where he's going to be gravitating toward. Daystar, 3 rounds in a row now and secure a brief lead here just before the side swap. Will it be a 4-2, or are they going to end up on a 3-3? For 4 a.m., it's alarm bell time for me, because it's not only the attacks that have started to look a little bit weak as this series has developed, it's these defenses now as well.
Defenses really, if you think back on it, the grand scheme of things, it's only Nighthaven where they looked really indomitable. I mean, 4 rounds out of 4, all the defense won by 4 Angry Men, and we've, caveated, the hell out of that defensive half on Clubhouse, but it ended up being a 4-2 favoring Daystar as well. Daystar being on the attacking side, and could very well be here, because what an effective timeout that was from Harambe. I mean, literally 3 rounds in a row, and that one kind of looked the weakest, asterisk. Yeah. It still ended up the way it did, and Bin winning an excellent individual engagement. Those are the kind of rounds you want to see. You want those to be the exceptions, and we can say, wow, what a great individual play to make kind of a 50-50 round, 55-45. In conjunction with 2 other rounds that have just been so strategically sound, so well played by Daystar, that's the pattern and the plan that we're thinking about. We're looking to Master Betterment Office. The 3rd time we've seen this site defended by 4 Angry Men. Now we see a bit quicker presence on the solar stairs. Blackbeard immediately repelling in. Can't quite land the shots on the player retreating over to the black wall. Brendan, quite a quick defuse plant. It's not the Blackbeard with the kill. How does he find that?
Beautiful. The cut-off, getting somebody on that big window, cutting the site in half, and as soon as the Blackbeard comes in, bang, bodies start to fall. A little bit of an overheat, I think, from Bin. Rockstar's 1 HP, but he's still standing, and he has taken down that Blackbeard. So whilst, yes, you've had the cut-off, you've had the ability to deal with one player, Lyda, the smoke that was rotating in between sites, you've still lost the rest of that pushing power. And I think Bin just needed to hold his horses a little bit there and just temper the expectation ever so slightly. It's still a pretty significant advantage for Daystar. We've lost out on the Toxic Babe canisters, and we're losing engagements like that. Oh dear, it will be cleaned up by Rockstar, as he just seems to be the janitor for this round. Gotti finding a little bit of success here as well. It's only his 2nd kill of the game so far, but he too will be cleaned up. A 2 versus 2, but look at this HP advantage for Daystar.
Yeah, so close around the corner. Surely the 417 wins that. No, it's the 556 that gets the job done. But what a player remaining. TX down below with the Solus, made an impact grenade to stave off the first defuse plant, and now can go on the hunt for the 2nd. Though again, neither with the diffuser at the moment. Spots 1 through the floor, can't get it. That's his 2nd impact grenade gone. So the rest of this will have to be off the Specchio scanner and shooting it through the floor. Souffle now putting it down. Spots the player on the hatch, and Seal shuts it down. Great 2v2, and Daystar another lead, 2 maps in a row.
Again, a great idea of how they wanted to approach that as well. Some really clear ideas of how they want to try and use that Blackbeard and how they want to try and set up all around it. We need to hear from both of our coaches at the halfway point here.
Okay. So their defense. Bedroom, they have one strat with smoke bar and Ella basement. Okay, remember it. And the second one, they have no bar roam. Smoke will play blue, and on this one they have Echo that plays on kitchen. Okay, he tries to stay alive so we can Echo drone deny the plant. Bar, they have Pulse inside, and they extend piano office and play Clash in the Maze. Okay, she rotates where we are pushing. Kitchen, Ella that roam games, and blue, Aruni on solar, and the last two are top. Okay. Be careful on big window when we rappel, they try to run out lobby, but our strategy is lobby control, so we should be okay. Alright, keep up the comms, please. We had the solution in the first 2 rounds, then we kinda get a bit disconnected, okay? Make sure that everyone's on the same page. Okay, remember to be fast. We use gadget crossfires, we take position fast, okay? We got it, and if needed, I have one more timeout, so let's go.
我一半，我一半，我一半。
我们怕不怕电盾的道具？
别。
你刚才说什么？
我说啊，
没有，我说他。
他说骗我。
在每句话尾句加一个字，直到他们发现。
然后我们的 Ben 角啊，我们 Ben Grim 跟蛇，然后3 Ben 他们想要跟 Dog 还是 Demons， 我们直接把他们情报全部分
折了。
他们进攻有一个东西就是有可能超闪盾，可能叫超闪盾。
哦，
来，我们前面看到有人爆弹的话，会想要 pitch。
Shit。
我知道自己要被 pitch 的话，就有讲。Reset。
好。
补枪。
玩 ORC 的。
对，玩 ORC 的东西。
ORC 的 free solar。
free solar。
OK。
We'll say very different vibes as we've seen in the past few maps in the rooms. Obviously very structured, very like, well, I assume both are game oriented, but a lot more kind of like business, I would say, at least for the 4 Angry Men, where it seems a bit more jokes for Daystar. But
There's laughing and joking, isn't there?
But at the same time, I'm also curious, is that because we see the first minute for 4AM and then the second minute for Daystar?
Yeah, potentially. I believe that the second minute for 4AM is kind of just a translation of what Eden ends up saying in English, and that sort of gets translated through, so it's sort of fully understood. And maybe that's why it is so prescribed and it is so direct and to the point. It's reminding the team of, look, kitchen, this is what they do for kitchen, this is what they do for top floor, this is what they do for bar, and having a very clear understanding of these key locations. And one of the things that I quite liked, he was talking about, you know, be careful when you get on big window repel, they like to run out of lobby, but our plan is lobby control, so we should be okay. It just seems like every box has been checked here, and I imagine that on paper, it works really well. But as we know, Siege isn't played on paper, and Daystar have shown far more flair here today and willingness to sort of break the boundaries a little bit and break those rules in some ways, and not just go with, this is how prescribed the approach is going to be, this is how checklists need to be, because it doesn't always work out like that in the server.
No, it doesn't. And as we can see, Daystar, when things have gotten in the server, at least on Clubhouse and Chalet, have proven quite capable of meeting the challenge. It's really only been one single half out of this whole series where 4AM have been unequivocally the better team, and that was the defense on Nighthaven. Everything else has either been a 3-3 in the case of the first Nighthaven half, or a 4-2 in the case of the first halves of both Clubhouse and Chalet. It's been Daystar who have settled into this series, who have become very comfortable on their own pick, but then now on the decider as well. We'll see how that translates at the side swap. Bans have gone through. Not a lot of Grim Love today. Really not a lot of Grim Love. Hate him, but the Snake taken out very quickly by Daystar. So that impacts 4AM's attack as bringing the Monty and the Deimos. A little bit of different strategies entering the play. We'll see how it works. With 2 to 3, now pretty much make that 4 players all looking over towards this library side. You'd be confused for thinking this is a Bar Games defense. It's actually the Master Bedroom office despite 4 players on this part of the map.
It's a lot more together though, isn't it? I like this from TX, getting in below, a couple of points of damage in onto Bin. They've thrown a lot of drones at this as well. They've only got 2 drones left. So they really do need to be cautious and try and pace those two for the rest of the round. They do have the Monty, so they've got the ability to use human drone, as we affectionately like to call the Monty and our Monty players, because they can just sort of bear down onto people, very similar to the way that they are doing onto Pikanzu right now. Darsley is going to find the first kill, Rockstar the second, starting to chain some together here, as this slight extension, maybe it's tried to be held onto for too long by Daystar, and they've not given it up quick enough.
Not giving it up quick enough, and now 2 players on blue stairs. This might be the end of the round right here. Another one found. Deimos with the nade and the revolver take down another. Surely they know about this Thorn. You can see Soufflé trying his best to draw the attention, but it's a flawless round for 4 angry men. Round began and ends around the library position as every single defender tries to buy in and is punished for their actions.
It's just a strange hill for the defense to die on there, really, isn't it? There was ability to maybe drop back through Ivy into Piano and play the site a little bit more, but it's like they just kept throwing more bodies at the problem. They were like, oh, they're taking library. We need to go and support. Oh, a couple of players have died. We just need to throw more at it. We just keep throwing at this because eventually the problem will be solved, and it kind of just wasn't. In hindsight, backing up would have been a better play to make, and just saying, okay, they really must want this library control. Let's maybe just give it to them and try and work from a little bit more of a position of strength.
You also get this tricky position with the Thorn getting kind of stuck in the plants right there because she can't really go a whole lot because of the single window. I think definitely a lot of what you said, but also just like happenstance based on like in the split-second decisions where the defenders decide to move, ends up kind of biting them just shortly thereafter.
No man's land.
Exactly.
It's like if you're gonna go and assist and commit, you've got to go and assist and commit. You can't just get caught in the no man's land in the middle because it's very indefensible inside of Ivy Corridor. You need to be either in Piano or you're in top library or top 5 place.
Well, Daystar's base of operations for round 8 will be bar and games. No man's land in this context would probably be more over towards the Piano side, though arguably a little bit of library and mezzanine as well, depending on what kind of control 4 angry men are able to establish. The Blitz, they could be able to pressure the defense, quite nicely. See where the clear decides to come from, though. We have a Pulse in play. Olivia was about to mention him. We cut to him. Very nice. Thank you. Be able to tell which side the attack is pushing from early on. We'll likely have seen both the Blitz and somebody else. Might not know it's a Blitz, of course, but knows there are at least 2 players. Surely we're not going to jump in this quickly. I mean, we got a little bit more work to do.
The Pulse is kind of vulnerable there, depending on what's going on upstairs inside a library. We do have a presence there, and Azuki is going to be playing up there on the Clash, so it's not going to be as easy as just sort of hopping in and playing through the hatch, but as soon as that Clash is dealt with, or as soon as they're displaced there, the Pulse does need to be careful below, because with that hatch being open, it can be quite a tough job. Obviously, they have the ability to affect onto that and can throw their C4 up through the hatch or even onto the wall, but so far, quite a good job is being done from Daystar here at just keeping control. And again, it's quite a flat approach. We maybe need something going on inside a fireplace. We maybe need something going on inside a snow balcony. And that's exactly where we're going to see TX right now. But he's left with little option. There's a lot been thrown already here.
A lot been thrown already. Spotting the Thorn on top of one of the display cases. 2 players now acknowledged and observed on the blue stairs, but they both retreat very quickly. By anticipating some kind of push, though the smoke will actually facilitate the defense's retreat. They'll also enable the Blitz to push up. Attack finding more success. All 3 Selmas were either shot or blown up by the defense, and so Rockstar gets his revenge on the very player who did it. Azuki shot by the AK-12 and library control established for the attack.
Oh, I like this from Pikanzu.
Love this.
There is going to be a drone, but no one's dead on the attack. No one's going to be sat watching a flank drone right now. Gotti, the only player that can save this day.
Easy.
And he will do just exactly that. It's a boring job, flank watch, but sometimes it can be rewarding, especially when you catch out a defender like that.
It's always boring plugging holes in the sinking ship, but you keep yourselves afloat. And everyone is very happy you get that kill and have some kind of impact. Seal, 50 HP, playing on blue stairs, likely trying to just evade any kind of late round information, catch the attack off guard. With a 5v3 for 4 AM and the Blitz still alive, sure, you're losing the Capital bullets. Actually, if you look at it, there's very little utility remaining for 4 AM. But they have that advantage to compound. But, ooh, Seal deciding to get aggressive. Such a big player throughout this map, this series as a whole. These 2 days as a whole could find another, but no. Rockstar creeping up. Good for quite a few kills this round. I believe a double for both him and Gotti and 4 angry men. 2 really strong rounds at the side swap.
That timeout has worked quite well for them, hasn't it?
Yes.
They seem like they're quite a prescribed team. They like an answer. They like to know what they're going to be going up against here, because consistently, when Eden comes out there with some very clear information, they're able to work off the back of it. They knew that there was going to be a heavy clash hold. It was something that he specifically spoke about when attacking into Bar and Games. And sure enough, it was the clash hold that they played. They knew there was a chance for a flank. What's Gotti spend the rest of the round doing? Flank watch. This preparation is really starting to work for them. And whereas with Daystar, when they're on the attacks, we saw them leaning quite into that preparation in the way that they wanted to play, and it took them a while to adapt. If we start to see a little bit of adaptation from Daystar on these defenses, things might start to change. A lot of this game is going to hang in the balance of how long it takes Daystar to understand, hey, we started adapting on the attack. Maybe we need to adapt a little bit more on this defense.
And this is the perfect time, replicating the exact position from that first half. I mean, 2 rounds lost, 2 really good 4 Angry Men rounds. This is the point. This is where we saw that Blitz rush into Bathroom with a twitch on Bathroom window. A kind of playstyle we had not seen Daystar really employed on Nighthaven or Clubhouse up until that point. On the defense, on the opposite side, this would be the perfect time to see some kind of corollary. We've seen the clash before. I don't think any of these operators are particularly shocking, but Solus, that'll be a difference. That'll be something new. Roaming around the Bar Games side, though at the moment can easily retreat to Kitchen and Dining. We could also see her rotate upstairs to Master Bedroom and Office to try to deny the plant later. Maybe hoping that 4 Angry Men will end up getting to a position to go for that plant. Then they can play retake later on. We'll have to see, though. As with library control seeded, 4 AM will move in quite quickly within the first 45 seconds. Same could be said for Bar and Games, as Daystar are looking to try and win this on the eastern side of the map in Kitchen, Dining, and Master Bedroom and Office, where now some work is being done to hollow it out.
And it's a brilliant pick from Gotti here, playing on the Brava. So you've got so much gadgetry to go through there. There's plenty for those Brava drones to be hacking away at. It is just going to be another set of eyes to try and clear some of the path. Tough position right now that Bin Bin finds himself in. Has got a bit of support though. Pikanzu can sort of aggress out and keep an eye on the snow balcony. He's not really going to want to go and press his face right up against that double, but he's at least going to be able to give a bit of support to his teammate that's just stuck in behind the half wall right now with basically nowhere to go. Bin Bin's best hope right now is to get away with 1 kill at the very best.
At best hope is to get the refrag at this point. Oh, an attempt at a flank from Souffle, doesn't find it. Bin Bin swings out, but again gets traded in the process. That clash aggressing for so long might end up biting Daystar. Really good utility usage by 4 Angry Men. It's given them a consistent advantage. And even if they don't kill Souffle, they know that at least for the moment, he's off-site. That means Kitchen Dining is a 4v2 at the moment, and maybe if you can get somebody over to West Main, you could cut off that position as well. Can't really do a lot of bottom to top plant denial as this Solus. Your really main avenue is going to be top to bottom. The defense still has control of it, but even the Aruni's been pushed back. She can fight an angle with that DMR, but lacking the control, you wanted to get that Solus into position. Now you can't. Now Solus is the only one left defending the site rather than retaking it, rather than playing some off spot. She's the lone defender. And any reaction from Daystar, we are still waiting.
It needs to happen, doesn't it? And it needs to happen quite quickly. Clash there, just getting caught a little bit of a stretch too far. If you bring in the Clash, that's such a powerful operator. I mean, you'd have been better off making that play with anybody but the Clash, really, when you think about it, because it just leaves you so vulnerable, and you're just a little bit too slow when you start moving around and trying to, you know, think about aggressing. As soon as you're outside, you're just getting pinged, and it can be a very difficult spot to be in. Likewise, we saw Pikanzu. He was in a bit of a tough spot there as well on the Thorn, and you just start to think, are they just finding themselves consistently out of position here? And it does just feel like 4 Angry Men are again 1 step ahead. And I think it is purely down to this preparation. We need to see a little bit more flexibility. It was a good play, really, that we saw Pikanzu, that we saw Bin Bin attempt there. It was Pikanzu on the Clash, excuse me. It was a good play to try and burst out of the breach and pick 1. If he'd got 2 there, we might be sat here calling him the hero. But it didn't happen, did it? Only gets away with the 1, and it never really had too much of a consequence onto the round. 4 Angry Men take a lead here. This is where things start to get very dangerous indeed. Only 2 rounds away from closing out this series.
With 3 good attacks in a row. The reaction you mentioned, we're hoping to see from Daystar, still waiting. And if we just keep waiting, obviously they might lose. But also, the more important and pressing matter is we start feeling like they weren't entitled to that presumption that
10 seconds to go.
it might not come, of course, but that these rounds really, as you said, might just be issues that are consistent rather than something they might be able to fix. These little mistimings that we saw yesterday on Bank would end up costing them their time in Salt Lake City, despite their excellent performance on Clubhouse, despite also a good start on Nighthaven Labs in the grand scheme of things, and a great start here. These next 2 rounds might be their last at the Salt Lake City Major. The 4 Angry Men might be moving on to play Los in our final game of the day. All they need are 2 rounds to do so. At least the first site will be attacking Master Bedroom and Office. The Daystar will attempt again. Some similarities. We've got the Aruni back in the lineup, but obviously because the Clash is banned, can't bring her a second time. So the Castle enters the fray. We've got the Ella and the Mozzie to get a little bit of roam pressure for both of these, or for this defense. So the Monty drops down. Human Drone applying a little bit of passive pressure to these defenders. Then the Bearing 9 to follow up. Rockstar good for 1. Can't even land the trade. He gets both of them. That's just extra credit. At that point, he didn't need to do it. There were 3 players in that room. Any of them could have got the kill. Instead, it's Rockstar, player we haven't talked about all that much, now 11-5, and Daystar in another disadvantage.
Rockstar's been a quiet, quiet worker this game, hasn't he? 11-5 right now, double positive, and you just feel like they are, like you say, just chipping away. And it's, Gotti's not stepped up, Lida's not stepped up in the same way that we've seen him do previously, and Rockstar's gone, yeah, you know what, guys, I've got this one. I'll get myself a couple of kills, and worked out quite well for him. That double, particularly, really just opening this round like a tin. Round number 10. Not going to be easy to come back from that, especially when you've got Lida on that monster that's going to start bearing down here. Gotti grabs one over onto Bin Bin. I mean, Lida can just basically push through and give exact coordinates as to the location of these final couple of players. Deathmark Tracker going out. A plant to secure the round, even though it's 5 versus 2. Not taking any chances. Darsley from there on the corner. The plant will be stopped, however, but it's still a 1 versus 4.
Still 1 versus 4 and still 1 minute 8 seconds remaining, and the final Deathmark Tracker goes out. So any kind of impact Souffle might have had, it won't be found here. Got to wait a little bit longer. Got to wait for that tracker to run out, but the Monty now rotating over, blocking his entrance, his path of ingress up the blue stairs. Will hopefully knock that shield back. There we go. That's something. 1v3. I'm not calling rounds early. I learned my lesson earlier. So I'll hear him out on this one. One player, I believe, to his right on the library side, or might have rotated out. Yeah, Gotti prone, looking through the castle barricade. The other 2 players more in the bedroom position will be taken down. 4 Angry Men now, 4 rounds in a row. Map and series point. And Daystar 1 round away from our first team eliminated.
It's been a very attacker-sided Chalet so far today, hasn't it? And it's, I mean, we sort of hypothesized this a little bit, saying that, you know what, the game, it's in a bit of an attacker-favored state at the moment. Just a little bit. And regardless of the fact that the Snake's been banned, regardless of the fact that Gloom's been banned, there's just still so many toys to play with. The Monty has just been available throughout all of these games so far, and it's a massive pushing factor. Brilliant crossfire there being held by 4 Angry Men. They knew that they could afford to throw the Monty's life at just harassing and wasting another few seconds out of the Mozzie there to secure that round. Keeping to that win condition, making sure that they got the plant down despite having a huge man count advantage as well, not leaving anything to chance. And finally, we're starting to see a little bit of life out of this 4 AM team on the attack. As you mentioned, Lynx, 4 rounds in a row, looking now to make it 5 to secure not only this map, but the series.
We'll have to still wait for that reaction from Daystar, maybe see some kind of adjustment. In terms of the operator lineup, not a big change overall. Do you see the Valkyrie for the first time this half, though? Give them maybe some more information to work with if they want to push off that site. It's bar games again. So you will have defenders that maybe want to go over into like the Master Bedroom Office side. You see Kitchen Dining barricaded, so probably not that portion. Would likely be the second floor we see any defenders roaming on. It seems to be where some are right now. We can't quite tell who they are. One player even tucked inside of the library corner. Capital not even banned this time, but not being brought by 4 Angry Men either. And, well, they have a 6 nades, so they could recreate the Capital in the aggregate for the secondary utility.
Yeah, you're not quite going to get the fire and smoke in full force, but you're going to get a little bit of smoke dispersion when the nade goes off, and you're going to get plenty of explosives if you start throwing those in as well. TX is going to be looking to try and work through this dining room area now. He's got some good information Knows that there's going to be some Valkyrie cameras out there. Gotti doing his work on that IQ scanner to make sure that the path is nice and clear for his teammates. TX is firmly on a bit of backstab duty right now. Difficult position to see the sledging. You'd expect them to be playing a bit more vert, swinging that hammer around. But in this instance, he could just have a really nice challenge, especially when he starts thinking about challenging on from dining over toward site a little bit more. And he's just going to wait for the rest of the team to be in position. It's going to be players like Pikanzu that he's looking to challenge onto on that long corridor.
Exact kind of player he wants to find. Not a whole lot of presence for Daystar in reality over on this side of the map. Though Darsley taking a lot of damage. I don't even really know from where. Probably from the player on Mezzanine, given I think that's the Rooney with the DMR playing over in that position, and that makes sense how Darsley lost so much HP that quickly. Monty pressing out. Impact grenade. Ooh, that does actually quite a lot of damage to Lyda. Now, if you want to see Daystar win these next 2 rounds, push it to OT. The fact that you've got 2 attackers, one of which kind of important, put below 50% this early on. Ooh, and Lyda even ADSing. Caught out by Supplé, though. Gotti quick with that trade. Now looking for the next. Another player on low HP. The defense going to support as well. Azuki should be able to win that. Win the next as well. Finishes the player he softened up earlier. And TX, who was going for this flank, telegraphed it so long ago to us. He's able to confirm the kill on the downed player, but still taken down from below. Bin quick with that Scorpion, and Azuki good for 3. 50% of the job done. Daystar just need 1 more for OT.
Just a little bit sloppy there from 4AM, wasn't it? Default camera left up, not really with a good idea of how they want to deal with the player. They had 6 nades. We didn't see that shield taken until after the Monty's de-shielded and trying to ping him with a live shot from behind the shield. Like, the synergy wasn't quite there in the same way that we've seen it there in previous rounds. And the reason we call it out is because 4AM have won 4 rounds in a row on the attack. They've looked fantastic so far, and it just looks like they've entirely taken their eyes off the ball there for what was round number 11.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we still have 3 nades remaining as well, so you can still foresee maybe some utility getting used. But, I mean, Azuki, just a menace in the mezzanine with that DMR. Puts Darsley to 1 HP, then gets 3 kills after that. Really impressive stuff, and the exact kind of player you want in that position. So another attempt from 4 Angry Men to close this out. Kitchen and Dining could be the last site. Could be the first of a few more if Daystar can match their success in round 11. We have a Maestro. I do not think I have seen a Maestro. At least I don't remember. But I don't feel like I've seen a Maestro in like a year. At least in the game I've casted, I mean.
It's an oldie but a goldie, isn't it? And I think it just gets sort of snuck in at opportune moments. We've even already seen 4AM playing a little bit of Brava, and typically Maestro is inviting a Brava pick from the attack. You've got the Flores, you've got other ways of dealing with it in this instance, but hacking those cameras can be just so valuable. It gives you a lot of information and, of course, the ability to get in there and use the camera. So don't always see it brought out, but it's going to give a little bit more information over toward Daystar. That's obviously what they're feeling like they are needing a little bit at the moment. That and maybe the Alder, just to hold down some of those really lengthy gunfights potentially that Souffle's finding himself in, but it's more likely going to be for that camera utility. We'll have to see where some of those get placed out when we get further into the round. We've got a full reinforcement as well, as Seal's going to be playing that Bandit, and he's entirely locked off upstairs. Not even got line of sight typically open toward the Ivy side of things. So Library is just free for the taking right now, and it doesn't look like 4AM are going to waste too much time getting themselves into that position.
No, the office wall falls pretty quickly. Long angle created by 4 Angry Men. Though, of course, the player to watch be Bin with the DMR, who can better challenge this angle than anybody else. A long one from all the way behind the bed. So we'll see if 4 Angry Men spot this. They might even anticipate it, but this is just a difficult angle to hit, even if you know it's coming. Soufflé all the way on Solar Stairs. Can play comfortably, also relaying information to the defense that nobody's on these windows presently, and as we can see, no attacker even on those windows whatsoever. Some calming occurring, potentially trying to set up for this bedroom push, as with 1 more concussion, 1 more impact, might be trying to make something happen. Castle Barricade goes down, looking to find somebody on the opposite side, but with nobody there. 4 Angry Men still looking for ideas.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to really catch someone off guard there. A little bit of a 1-2 play from Rockstar and Gotti. Destroy the barricade, immediately have someone there to try and look through to see if they can catch somebody out. But it has been a slower approach round. Something that's going to make it even slower is the introduction of a Tuberal, those Zoto canisters. Azuki's got 2 of them left in pocket as well, so he's going to be able to chew through a good portion here if that is something that isn't able to be dealt with. And with no nades, it isn't going to be the easiest thing to try and work with. Now, you could look to try and shoot it through the floor, get it upstairs inside of office, but it looks like that position's largely been given up. Yeah, sure, the wall's open. It's not going to be so easy for the defenders to play up there. I think the Daystar are thinking about this in levels. They've got players even below now with C4s ripped and ready to try and work through that hatch potentially. Big kill there from Azuki. Not taking any chances. Will send his C4 out, but gets caught in his own Zoto.
Oh, and they find the next player inside of the site. 4 Angry Men good for 1. It seemed like with how many protocols there were, Daystar were destined to win this one, but Rockstar somehow found a way in. 4AMF somehow found an advantage, but with intel on this diffuser with 10 seconds remaining, oh, it falls too short! He doesn't do a lick of damage to Rockstar, but Daystar still have some fight. Leveled it to a 3v3, but because of that failed C4, 4AM can now back out. Hold this long angle on the breach. 2 players in fireplace, but a player locked down right around the corner. And so Pikanzu pushes deeper. 1 player up top, 1 player down below, but Darsley takes him. And Souffle in the 1v2 caught on ADS and can't flick in time. 4 Angry Men finish things 5 rounds on the attack. They'll go on to play Los, and Daystar are your first team eliminated from Salt Lake City.
Only a small blip there from 4 Angry Men, only losing 1 of those attacking rounds, but otherwise coming out with an extremely convincing showing. Darsley, Rockstar, both putting in massive performances there. Rockstar was the one that we were talking about, and then Darsley just comes out of nowhere in the last few rounds and gets himself up onto 13 kills.
Really impressive stuff. And I mean, obviously Darsley also, 9-5 when he first kind of made point of Rockstar. 2 players locking in towards the end of that series, and 4 Angry Men, of course, being our victors. Overall, I feel like we've talked about everybody at some point today, maybe TX being the only one, but really good showing. We'll, of course, go on to play Los later on today, as they'll go and congratulate Daystar, your first team eliminated from Salt Lake City. Shame, as that performance on Clubhouse was really quite excellent, and even then, their performance on Chalet, especially at the beginning, Ollie, really quite commendable.
There have been some bright moments from Daystar, haven't there? And I think that you can see that they've been putting in some work. You can see the vision of what they are trying to achieve with this roster. But it's just a little bit too unpolished. There's not quite that same level of conviction. And 4 Angry Men today coming out the winners. They will be advancing to a game against Lost later on this afternoon. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with a winners interview.
4 a.m. move on. I'm here with Lita after a historic win for a team here coming from the CN League. What is this experience like for you guys coming from the CN League to the international stage, winning a game for the first time?
请问你现在是什么感受呢？你们是在中国众多队伍之中第一个晋级去下一个阶段的队伍，那你是什么感受呢？
So this is the first game we won in major, our first major. So we feel very good. Like we feel confidence when we do the prepare. We believe that we can win this match. So so we just like feeling very good now. So we will do the prepare for next match and to get in the phase 2 and try our best.
What has been working really well for you guys as a team? What's been one of your strengths?
那你们成功的秘诀到底是什么呢？
I think so. So as you guys know, the siege in China is banned for a long time. But like in the team, we played like 10 years, so like 11 years. We kind of like experience, and like we have Eden and Goldie to support us. They are like a good coach and a good player. They have experience, so they help us to do the prepare to enemy's team. So yeah, I think yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. We'll go over to Intero and Jesse as we get ready for our next best of 3.
However, by getting into the map veto system, we're going to have Edward Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion, and, well, the maps are correct. So we are going to be going to Fortress first. We have Labs as the second pick, and then the decider, Jesse, of Layer.
Yeah, it is Edward Gaming Enterprise, of course, moving on yesterday, and this will be a big test both for Edward Gaming and kind of for Shopify Rebellion as well, Parker, because EDG did not have the start to the tournament that they wanted yesterday. They actually played up against Enterprise in that opening match, and it was kind of a disaster. 7-2, maybe the most lopsided game that we've seen since the event began. So they're really hoping to bounce back, have a strong game against SR. It's a full BO3, so plenty of time to get into the action.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple things here that we're going to be focusing on throughout the course of this match. Number one, the very pronounced struggles that Shopify Rebellion have had as an organization and as a roster over the last, 8-ish or so months. This is a team that many people look at Shopify's investment in this scene and think they've got to be a top 3 team in North America. And yet, when have they played in front of a crowd?
Been a minute.
Exactly.
A hot minute.
So this is a team that is perennially towards the bottom of the depth charts in North America, and they are deservedly so 4th place in NA. If they struggle against Edward Gaming today with a sub after what we saw from EDG yesterday, there's going to be some really hard questions that need answers on the side of SR.
Yeah, no doubt this is going to be a really important matchup for both of these teams, but we've got a little bit more time before we get this lobby set up and ready to go, so we'll be back right after this for the starting game between Rebellion and Edward Gaming.
Our second matchup of the day is ready, and again, we waste no time whatsoever getting ready for Fortress. Edward Gaming, another CNL team. We just saw our first CNL team win internationally here on LAN. Will they go 2 for 2 to start the day? Edward Gaming playing with a substitute, but it's one of the best Swedish players in the world of Noah joining this roster. He's playing up against another Swede, Jesse, of Spoit on Shopify Rebellion, and Fortress is our first map.
Yeah, no doubt the two best Swedish players in the world right now. Sorry, Fabian, but you don't quite have it like you used to. These two players will be going head-to-head, and they've already been chatting a bit behind the scenes. We've been watching the lobby, and they're definitely active, yapping across the aisle, but this is going to be for far more than bragging rights, Parker. The loser of this best of 3 will be sent home in Phase 1 of the Major. The winner, of course, moves on to the Swiss phase where they will compete tomorrow. That is simply not an acceptable result for Shopify Rebellion. This is a team with so much higher expectations than going down in this first phase. For Edward Gaming, it's a different story. We don't need to paint a pretty picture here, Parker. They're coming in with the substitutes. They're a brand new team to the region. They've never played international before. This would be a massive upset if they were able to take down the Rebellion, but if it was going to be any team that chokes against Edward Gaming, probably SR.
You've got the SR haters already on Jesse Hate Watch at the moment. No, when I look at all the teams that are still remaining here, Edward Gaming beating the Rebellion is the biggest upset.
Yes.
I don't even think we don't even need to use one of those wishy-washy statements, Jesse, where we're like, well, it's one of.
Yeah.
It is the biggest upset. Direction, who was a former caster, now turned player, one of the best players in the CNL, statistically the best player in the CNL, was unable to secure a visa, so they called in one of the statistical best players in the EML of Noah. But the problem is that this EDG team communicates not in English.
Right.
Chinese is what they speak in, and because of that, Noah doesn't know the language. So Mentalist has been translating for him because Mentalist is fluent in English. But you know that delays comms. What if there's a call out and he doesn't know what it is and Mentalist is trying to say too many things? It's just not really doable. And Noah really did suffer because of that in his match yesterday.
That's exactly right, Parker. I mean, you could tell by the way Noah was playing. He was very isolated. He was off on his own quite often. And even though Noah is an incredible player, even though he's so talented, he really struggled up against Enterprise because he was in 4v1 gunfights consistently as the Australians were hunting him down. They were taking him out first. He went 0-3 on the entry battles. So we need a different look from Noah today, and automatically look at this position. He's a little bit closer to the bomb site. He's playing on this sentry, a bit more of a team-focused operator. You definitely can kind of see the vibe that things have changed on the EDG side. They want Noah to be a bit more involved. Even if the comms won't be perfect, it's better than him being isolated. Big pick by July. Gets the first frag of the game onto Ambi. It's traded back nicely, though. Spoit on the window, ready for that play to come through. Canadian with a shotgun close on the stairs, wins the second duel versus Bottom Love, goes down towards White, and gives that man advantage back over to SR.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the real test of this team, right? They have been mighty good on the side of the Rebellion on attack. Their big weaknesses yesterday were defending, and some of that does unfortunately fall on the shoulders of Ambi, who has been stretching his legs and calling as the defending IGL. Noah finds 2 kills in pretty quick succession. He beats Spoit, so that is for ownership of the Kingdom of Sweden. Noah now has that one fully under control. It's him and Carp remaining. Canadian goes down, Surf last man standing. Goodbye to Noah. And Surf will find himself in a 1v1 with still over a minute to go. Taking some damage, has to be concerned with the position of the Goyo. He flashes into the corner, and it was a reload, likely blinded. SR will take round number 1.
Yeah, really nice play to come out from Surf there in the 1v1 clutch. It's going to be his first clutch of the tournament, but we know how consistent he is in those late 1vx situations. Really scary to see Noah popping off with a 3K right off the bat, Parker. I mean, we saw Noah struggle. We've talked about it a lot already, but just for context, when they played Fortress yesterday versus Enterprise, he got 4 kills total across the entire match. 9 rounds straight, 4 kills, that was all. To get a triple just in the opening round here against SR does spark some confidence for EDG. Of course, you never like to lose the round, but came down very, very close. Noah was able to be a little bit more comfortable in his role, and that's exactly what EDG need to have a chance in this matchup.
I did like the defense structure from EDG.
Yeah, really nice, again, coming through with those with those plays coming through from Noah.
I believe my microphone was muted.
Happens.
There's a green button, and green means go. But when you press it, you don't go. I've now learned that out the hard way. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Shout out to the haters who are happy to not hear me talk, though.
I was in bliss for a few short seconds.
Anything that makes you happy makes me upset. I much prefer when you are sad. So, either way, Rebellion's test is going to be on the defensive side. EDG were not a very good defending team yesterday. There's some numbers that I know that you got into and we can get into again, but if EDG are not able to do much defending on their own map here, then obviously things go very bad for them moving forward.
Yeah.
To be fair, we don't really know a lot about how SR approaches this map. They've only played it, one time? I believe it was against Team Falcons, if memory serves correctly.
Yes, they played it back at the Sixth Invitational versus Falcons. They did win that quite dominantly.
7-1 the scoreline there for Rebellion. For those that did not watch yesterday's matches, Rebellion were in action against the Falcons, and it did not go as well as you probably would have hoped on the side of SR. They really started to fall off that cliff when they were defending on map number 2. So Rebellion now need to run up the score. They're so good through one round. They've got a minute off the clock here. Utility usage being applied effectively, chipping away at some of this defense on the side of EDG.
Yeah, nice little start there with the hard breach to come through from Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be, again, one of those tests where here on the attack, they've been successful, but they have to be able to run up the scoreboard just a little bit. Noah, an opening death to Spoit, so we go one apiece for the Swedes, but so much trouble for Bottom Love. He was great in this position yesterday versus Enterprise, but now on the Warden, a little bit more of an issue. Surf will nade Ambi, and that's a team kill to come through from SR to even the numbers.
Rough start for Ambi, but that one's no fault of his own. Double shield now lined up here against Bottom Love, who expend as many bullets as he can, doing some damage, but not able to secure the pick. They need to deal with the bulletproof camera next to Canadian. Surf will get that job done. A great start for Surf so far, 3-0. 1 minute to go. Rebellion right now leading in man count by 1.
SR love their shields. It shouldn't be a surprise for EDG, but they've got to find some way to counter it. Mentalist aggressive inside the bomb site, sees the Monty, but wants the player behind him, misses some shots and takes big damage. Canadian will start the plant.
This is a really rough spot to be in for Mentalist. You're trapped in the corner. Angelai taking some damage. Mentalist with one. Spoit shuts down Angelai. Diffuse kit goes down. Spoit is on the ground as well. That leaves just the two shields upright for Rebellion. Carpe and Mentalist. Now, left up just to Carpe yet again. Surf gunning through Mentalist, the long-tenured player, helping to guide this young team of EDG. Edward Gaming, a huge organization. In the hands of Mentalist, they can do some serious damage, but without their best player running with Noah, it has been an uphill battle so far here in Salt Lake City. The Mute trying as best as he can. Canadian toying with him at this point in time. There's no shield break to be had. Secure your kill on Spoit. Why not? Run out of time. You're outside of the building. The round will go to the Rebellion, and it's 2-0 for the North American squad.
Really nice double shield push in through the small tower. Shopify Rebellion looking pretty confident on these attacks. They're not the cleanest, all right? A team kill is a team kill, but in the end, it didn't hurt them too bad, right? That chaos is just part of the game when you're pushing in through small tower. A lot of players in a small area. That's going to happen from time to time. What's important is they didn't lose their head. They kept the Blackbeard up. They kept the Monty up. They kept that pressure coming through. And once more, it should be no surprise. Big Bad Nadian, the old man of the tournament, 29, oldest player here in Salt Lake City, and you're expecting him to be on the shields quite often. More than a third of all attacking rounds yesterday were played on a shield for Troy. We're seeing that immediately here in round number 2 as well. And just how confident is he to get his kills for his teammates, to make that space, and to not give up any opportunity to go down. Even in that 2v1, Troy plays it so perfectly, keeps the shield up. You know, it's not flashy, it's not crazy, but he does exactly what he needs to do to let his teammates win that round.
And while there were just 2 remaining for the Rebellion, both of them were shield operators. Surf was a non-factor in that post plant.
Yeah.
Canadian drew all of the attention from EDG. So while it was a 1v2, it's not actually anywhere near as close as you would think. That was a lockout by Rebellion once that diffuse kit went down. And they did it all with Ambi getting team killed earlier in the round by Surf. Surf, to his credit, still undefeated in this map. 2 rounds through now, 3 rounds in, 5-0. A great start for him.
The TK will impact the EPS score, unfortunately. That has a big bearing. But in the end, he's still going to be feeling really good 5-0 up.
At the end of the day, Jesse, these players only play for their EPS rating. There's nothing else that could possibly be of more importance to them. You do it for the stats. That's it.
I was talking to JJ Blast. They arrived yesterday, actually, and I got a chance to talk with him in the morning, and he kind of flamed me a little bit for some of the comments I made, and I said, JJ, you're playing too crazy. You got to play passive, play for your stats, and then I'll talk about your good stats. And he said, okay, fair enough. So
I am very glad that our social media department was allowed to go buck wild with those welcome letters, because I don't think I've ever seen the word Hog Nation in a welcome letter for a team before, and yet it is forever immortalized because of 5 fears, and you have to credit JJ for that one. Ambi, who started off well below what you would expect of his abilities, 0-2, takes quite a beating on entry and almost dies. Spoiter's been playing way more active and has been kind of let off his leash. Will find 2 kills. He's up to 5 so far through 2 rounds, 2.5 at this point in time. Ambi taking down Carpe, and now it's Bottom Love in a 1v5 with 1:40 to go. There is a lot of discomfort here from EDG.
yeah, no doubt, Parker. I mean, Willie with the SMG just made this a nightmare. It'll be a Capcan to take him down. You can't beat Spoit in a gunfight, so you got to find other means, and I guess that'll do. Still a 1v4, Bottom Love, so much time to waste. Low HP, I'll say, on at least 2 players on SR, so it's not a given, but they're already drawing things out. They're not rushing this, Parker. They don't want to take any chances.
Do you want to stand corrected there on that one, or?
Nope. Very simple, easy closeout, and Shopify Rebellion, a perfect rotation on the attack, going 3 for 3 on these bomb sites. They've got to be feeling confident with how they're starting this game.
I do want to focus a little bit on Spoit, because we noticed something just with the operator usage compared to Kickoff and the way he played in yesterday's games. The term that I typically use to describe players like Spoit is you play that secondary support. It's sheltered minutes. You're usually playing a high-value utility op. Maybe you're playing on an enabler that has smokes, so like a Sens or something along those lines. You can bring a recruit as well. Or you bring an operator that works for flank watch. You can bring a secondary intel operator. Some teams will run Deimos as primary intel with a Snake as their secondary intel. And intel ops are obviously something that SR uses quite a lot.
Yeah.
Spoit, for a lot of kickoff, was playing Recruit. He was playing a lot of Nomad. He was playing Sens. And he's played Sens here already. And if he doesn't switch off this operator, we'll do so again. But Spoit has already played more Deimos and Dokkaebi at this event than he did for all of kickoff. And you can tell that a player like Spoit can pop off when given the tools to do so.
Yeah.
But the role that he played on the team was not a fragging role. And to be fair, when you've got guys like Ambi, Rexon, and Surf, they're already very talented players competing for kills. But so far here at the event, Spoit has been playing more forward. He's still running high-value utility ops, but he's involved in more action earlier in the round, and he's excelling. His numbers have gone up by a larger margin than we expected. And again, if that's just maybe map dependent, or if the Rebellion realized they needed something to kickstart their offense, it is working, and Spoit is playing better because of it.
Kind of a great example here. He's on the Grim, Parker, an amazing operator, one of the best guns in the game, can be kind of selfish utility to try to enable your kills. He played Grim just a single time in kickoff. And I don't think you can just look at raw operator picks and define a player's roles. It goes a lot deeper than that. And certainly on SR, everybody's expected to bring utility and have an impact. But I do agree, it feels like Spoit's been let off the leash maybe just a little bit more here coming into Salt Lake City. And he's really been able to explode on the server because of that. Playing excellent so far today, 5-3, 6-0 still from Surf as well. So the usual suspects are fragging on SR. And it really does come down to EDG to try to adapt. This was their best bomb site through their first 3 rounds, Parker. They need to be able to replicate that and get a win here in round 4.
Absolutely. And to that credit as well, Spoit has the opening pick in the last 2 rounds. Wow. So very unusual for us to see Spoit being that involved. It's been a good change for Rebellion, or at least it's been a good change for Spoit. Whether that will actually matter in the long run for Rebellion, well, they got to get through EDG first, and it's a great start here on Fortress. 3-0. Surf still has not died. He and Spoit combining for 11 kills. We're at the halfway point of the round, and right now the advance up White Stairs being slowed by this Tachanka. Canadian is ready for the Candelas to go off. He thinks he has an opening, but maybe just a little out of range. He needs to dance around that nade lest another team kill transpire.
Gotta be careful here. They're still taking their time. Haven't gotten any gunfights. Big swing on Troy, though. He's going to go down throwing that Candela. Early pick from July, and Mentalist another on to Surf. His first death of the game. That'll be a 2-man advantage now for EDG, trying to hold off this Rebellion force.
And a smart play for EDG to take advantage of that gadgetry in hand. Rexon now dead by Bottom Love. First kill for Bottom Love here in this match. 3 still remain for EDG. Noah leading the way on his team with 3 kills. still very much there. Ambi and Spoit now outnumbered. This is an unfamiliar position for the Rebellion, Jesse. They have had a numbers advantage through most, if not all, of this map.
Never count out Spoit and Ambi, the two most mechanically talented players on SR. They are so deadly. Ambi gets 1. That's the headshot onto Carpe. Brings it up to 3 for the match. Now it's a 2v2, equal numbers. Noah and Bottom Love have to work together, but with the language barrier, it's not easy.
Ambi will have 2 death marks in pocket, get halfway through the defuse kit. Spoit looking for coverage, cannot find his mark. Noah out-dueling Ambi, and Spoit will need to clutch out with 30 seconds to go. He takes down Noah, but Bottom Love is there for the refrag. EDG is on the board.
Really nice to see that team play, Parker. I said it, they had to play together. Bottom Love and Noah, they've only been teammates for a couple of days. They didn't even know each other a week ago, but there they are playing that 2v2 together perfectly. When one goes down, the other guy is there for the trade. So I love seeing that team play coming out from EDG. I do think really that's coming down to a lot of the early round play, though, as well. I mean, you saw that early frag coming out to be able to take down Canadian as he's throwing that Candela. Those early aggressive moves, they do 2 things. Number 1, obviously they get you the man advantage. That's a good thing. I know, deep analysis there. But number 2, they get you a little bit more confidence.
Bigger number, better.
They get you more in the game, right? I feel like for these first 3 rounds, Edward Gaming were doing a lot of sitting back. They were a little bit afraid of this SR team. They were letting them take a bit of map control, and sure, sometimes it was a bunch of shields running through small tower. You can't really do much to stop that. Other than Noah, though, nobody else was really taking risks on the defense. In round 4, we finally saw that from Edward Gaming, and I think it turned out really nicely for them.
It was Edward Gaming's 3rd defending round victory here at the event. Admittedly, the numbers for EDG are quite low because they only played a single best of 1 yesterday. The way that our scheduling worked is that when you win or lose in a best of 1, that ultimately determines what comes next for yesterday's games. So SR won their match. They get to move on and play up against Falcons. Ultimately, they lost that one. EDG lost their first match. They had to wait till today, and now they'll have to run the gauntlet. So the loser of this matchup will be eliminated. The winner will still have to play 1 more best of 3 to see if they make it to phase 2, that Swiss phase. So there is a possibility that SR could go home because of them being in this game. But the bigger thing is that EDG just played that single game. That was it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's obviously partly due to the Wolves team getting disqualified. Not making it, I should say. Disqualified is not the right term, but...
Well, they were disqualified when they didn't make it.
Sure.
I don't think we just sit and watch an empty hotel room and then go, okay, I don't think they're showing up.
We just force the 5 players to run out and plant the diffuser every round. So that would be maybe not the best content, but... we do have word it's just a small mic issue from EDG, so it shouldn't be too long to get this fixed up and get us back into the game here. We do appreciate your patience. I want to, again, maybe go back to that opening pick point, Parker, because it's something that you and I were talking about before this game began. In yesterday's match and continuing in through this match, not a single time were EDG able to lose the opening pick and recover the round to come through for a win. So if they lose that opening pick, they had a 0% win rate through both yesterday's game and in today's game here as well. Means it's so important to start off on the right foot because, again, as a newer team, they've had a lot of struggles bringing back those deficits, getting aggressive at the right moments and the right ways to get the man count back into their favor. They finally get the opening pick here in round 4. They got it again in round 1. Doesn't guarantee them a round win, but it at least opens that possibility. It gives them a chance in these matches, and I think that's something that they were likely focusing on coming into this game, and it's nice to see that put into practice.
Noah is still leading the team with 4 kills, but I think it is very fair to say that because of the language barrier and a lack of familiarity with the strats, EDG is playing a 4.5 against 5 other players. So if you lose that opening pick, and it's not Noah, you're in even worse shape because you are already down half a man. You could argue maybe a full man. You are just constantly behind. It is incredibly important that they strike first. And as you said, it's not a guarantee that they will ultimately win the round, but it is it's a great indicator of what success might be. Canadians got a great read on Carpe here.
Yeah.
Almost for a second wondered if that was Valk herself looking at it. It threw me for a loop because I was like, there's no way you don't see that drone. It's in plain sight.
Yeah, whether Carpe realizes it or not, he's just kind of avoided a disaster. He walks down those white stairs away from the camera and doesn't walk straight into Spoit's waiting arms. So they get to avoid that catastrophe, and he will survive down here around music. Still going to be hunting him down, though. We're seeing another Jackal coming through from Spoit. Shocking to see his pick rate creeping up just a little bit here at the Salt Lake City Major. Not often a common pick.
There was some speculation here based on operator bans that Jackal might appear. If you're banning Deimos, if you're banning Solid Snake, if you're banning Dokkaebi, your only intel ops remaining are going to be Jackal and a Lion. Carpe blinded out over by Cannon, and it's Canadian looking for the frag, but he cannot find it. It allows Carpe to get away. That was the first bit of action, and now things will likely settle down as we get ever closer to the halfway point.
SR hungry for an opening pick. Again, they know how important it is, just like we do. Clash makes things difficult. Rexon staring straight at that in towards the bomb site. Most of these roamers have broadly fallen off of the top floor, Parker. They've gotten back towards briefing. They've gotten back towards kind of these main stairs where the Clash can retreat and cover that backup. Ambi here on the stairs, worried about one below. There's nobody down there to cover for the flank.
The fact that the Clash didn't move means Ambi knows somebody's nearby. Because if you are playing unsupported, you are not sitting there waiting because you can get swung from window, they'll double up, knock your shield, and you're taken down. The fearlessness from Mentalist means it's a trap.
Some utility being used by Canadian. The Candelas and the Smokes might showcase that they're going for an execute. The Thorn stops him, though, and he gets down to try to get back out.
Oh, that was a slow one. Surf is downed as well. Things are going quite bad for the Rebellion at this point in time. Spoit now suffering through some damage. A stalwart defense from EDG. Ambi missing on a golden opportunity. Neither of these players on Rebellion. Retrievable at this point in time. Ambi walks in, not expecting a second. Carpe is there. What a surprise that is. Noah goes down. Carpe will follow. Rebellion now have the lead, but they're all bleeding out. Everybody is down but not out except for Spoit. It's a 3v3, but in actuality, it's a 1v3. Spoit will have to clutch out yet again, walking in, slowed by the Clash shield. The Thorn of Bottom Love shoulder peeks him, sees him, can't do much. Now he knocks the Clash around, does an awful lot of damage. Where is Angelai? That is the concern for Spoit at this point in time. Back in. Still looking in the wrong direction. Down goes Mentalist, and Spoit just misses out. Late round heroics from Angelai, and it's another round for EDG.
Spoit does not lose those often. The communication looked a little weak from EDG in the dying moments, Parker. Angelai not able to work with his Clash to get that frag, but in the end, Spoit, I think, expecting him to be farther away just because he wasn't playing off his Clash there, almost got caught off guard by the fact that there was no early aggression, tries to sprint through because he thinks he's really far, gives a relatively free pick over to Angelai. Of course, there's no way for Spoit to know that. He played that so well, but just not quite well enough to clutch things up in the end. His team, unfortunately, had a few too many downs to put him into that strong position. We watched Canadian over towards the vending stairs getting downed. Surf, the other player, was actually trying to creep up those stairs over by Old Tower. He was on that side of the map, and it was a great shot from Bottom Love to be able to get him on the down. Ended up being a triple on the round for the hard support of EDG. So nice to see Bottom Love starting to pop off. Wasn't really a player that got talked about during the CNL. I believe one of their lowest rated on the hard support roles alongside Mentalist, but he's really been finding success, especially on the defense, both yesterday and today.
More like Top Love. He's got the most kills on the team.
There you go.
And you love to see it. One thing that the Rebellion have struggled with so far is slowing down and assessing where the traps are. Now, I like EDG's response, right? The first two rounds, the pacing was really, really fast for Rebellion. So how did they respond? They started bringing operators like Capkin. They started bringing Denari. They started bringing Legion, Ella, Clash, Thorn, all operators that their main focus is to slow you down. And Rebellion never really took their foot off the gas. And because of that, you've got guys running into Capkin traps. You've got guys running into Thorn Razor Blooms. And it's not, it maybe doesn't kill you, but it doesn't.
Cover me. Gotta reload.
Reloading, cover me.
Noah has been a non-factor so far. He sees not one, but two shields. Trying to deal with them both. Rexen ADSing, down goes Noah. And it's all up to On July. This is a tough one, Jesse. I do not hold much hope. Going up against two shields and Ambi. Rexen gets the final 2 kills, and they exit the first half with a 4-2 lead for the Rebellion.
Beautiful little rush there from SR. Gets them out of that first half with some success. Nice little double shield play, and Ambi on a sliver of HP really gets the job done. Let's listen to the coaches for this halftime.
Okay, guys, it's me.
Yep.
Right? Hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can try trap span and play plant-oriented pushes. Although they have like Smoke, Tachanka, if we have the numbers, they have to take play retakes, like heavy retakes, like Master, like 90, like Horse. So we just, after we have numbers, like yesterday, make sure we have resets, okay? Proper reset. We don't need to have, as long as we have that advantage, don't lose that advantage and do not give them anything, okay? And especially now we are banning Thorn and Ella probably, then they probably don't have enough like early kill like operators. So they will play very slow, very passive, holding crosses. Then depending if we have the utils like Ying, Grim, and Cappy or whatever to sense or like to just play for a plant. I think really planting,
like figure out the plan. If we have info, we need to swing somebody, let's do it. If it's fine and we can play the time, do that.
Play it whenever time, and that's us doing it together. Like it's absolutely like we have an info on a guy. Let's fucking 2v1 them together. That's fine. Let's make sure we're playing to win though.
If we want to do adaptations, be thinking about the next round. Don't hindsight. Don't talk about the last round. Think about what we want to change immediately. Don't save it for last second. If it's last second, it's probably not worth it. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure we're thinking about that, guys. These guys can play with a little bit of tempo, so I just want us to be gun up at the beginning of these rounds, just in case somebody tries to jump. They will run info, obviously with Noah on the Deimos. Okay.
Heard that.
We're playing great, guys. Keep it up. Confidence. All right.
Yep.
Confident. Can you repeat one more time what they'd like to do on the
man,
CEOs?
I think he said there's a Yang.
So for both top
outside
sites,
force.
again, this is just based off of yesterday because we can't really use the old footage, but they were just doing overs with maybe one guy opposite side or like playing the horse side. And then for kitchen, they went top down with like a med.
Good to hear the prep work has been on point for Super and the boys on SR. Of course, that's one of the disadvantages for EDG playing the same map back-to-back on respective days, right? You have a lot of that footage to go back through. That's why Shopify Rebellion wanted to pick this map, and it can kind of come through and help them out here in this second half where they got to see a lot of these EDG offenses, at least through his first couple of rounds. Thorn Ella, the band's coming through as promised by Coach Nato, and that is a bit Spoit focused here. That's his third and fourth most played defenders at the event so far. So we know that Willie likes to run around on some of those trap ops. It's not the biggest thing for SR. I wouldn't say they're a particularly trap focused team as we talk about them historically on the defense, but could also just be something that EDG don't feel so confident playing up against if they know that they're not as comfortable watching for those, especially if there's some communication issues within this team. That's going to be something important to take off the board. Confidence being spoken about by SR. EDG needs some of that as well, I think.
Operator Bands were absolutely correct. So EDG knew what they wanted to do going in. They were worried about early kill pressure. Now, Ella and Thorn obviously enable early kill pressure, so I understand that. But you know what else is early kill pressure? Sitting a guy like Ambi or Rexen by a window and you don't drone it properly, and then you have somebody like Spoiter Canadian there to pick up the pieces. You don't necessarily need that passive gadgetry to get the job done.
No, certainly not, and we do see this kind of double roam strat coming out once more. Ambi and Spoit, these are the roamers on SR. They love to play together on these extended positions, and today that'll be no different with them both roaming towards the south side of the map over towards dorms. What do EDG want to do for this push? That's always my question. Are they going to go direct to site, or do they want to try to clear the south side of the map? Early positioning does imply they're going to try to clear these roamers out, Parker. And what tools do they have? Pretty good tools. Mentalist on the Blackbeard, Noah with extra drones, Bottom Love here on the Grim as well. They should have a lot of opportunities to find these players out. The Bandit is kind of a fun strat coming out from Ambi, makes it so that they can reliably play behind this hard wall, but not going to help them too much if they're worried about these drones and maybe some bees coming in too.
How on earth did he take barbed wire damage 5 steps away from the barbed wire? That's quite the radius on it.
He's got long legs, Parker. It's
Noah is very tall.
Yeah.
I understand it. He and Angelai now doubled up. hunting these roamers that you mentioned. It completely fallen off, though, so games will now be free for the taking on the side of EDG. That stat you posed earlier, that EDG has not won a round where they lose the first pick, well, they broke that back in round number 5, so it's not as important and not something that we're going to be keeping as much of an eye on moving forward, but still, I mean, assuming that this is SR's pick now.
It is. I can confirm, yeah.
That is good. Assuming that this is SR's pick, they had the weaker side and they came out 4-2. That is obviously confidence inspiring, and Super even said, keep confidence up.
Yep.
We are playing very well. Everybody pulling their weight. Canadian 1-3 so far. I know everybody will criticize him for that, but he has not been involved in much action.
Yeah, and I mean, the stall here has been fantastic through round 7, Parker. They haven't given up any kills. Now Canadians moved over towards this team too, and you know he's not going to give anything up. They finally get this wall open, which will force Canadian to play more passive, but even still, 2 minutes off the clock just on this roam clear. This is great for SR.
Am I missing something? Is there a reason why Mentalist has his shield away and is just simply raw dogging it ADS style? I'm not... There's got to be something I'm missing, right? You have a shield. What was the thinking there on the side of Mentalist? Surf the only casualty for Rebellion as they've reduced EDG to a single player. Carpe now obscured, and Rexon will finish that off. That is a lockout defense from SR as they'll pick up round number 5.
Yeah, that's the most dominant round we've seen so far today in this matchup, Parker. I mean, you said it, a bit of a strange play coming out from Mentalist. I think maybe just worried about the Clash getting in his face a little bit. That shield can be really, really tough to play when you're going up against the Clash, especially when it's Canadian, one of the best Clash players that we have in North America. So not a surprise to see him bringing that through. Immediately, a tactical timeout being called by Nato, the head coach of EDG, not liking what he saw in that first attack, and I think that's respectable. So slow on that roam clear, didn't really know how to deal with the threats that they were presented. I don't know if they were expecting that wall to get opened up and maybe the bandit was just a problem for them. It's not like Spoit's utility was really being used on the roam too much. Didn't feel like that was something they were dealing with, but slow to get in, not able to stop any of those players from rotating back. And by the time they had shown their push, by the time they had laid their hand out on the table and shown what they were going to go for, Canadian had already rotated over. I mean, it was really simple for SR to read that execute, come through and bring all their utility to make sure that can't do anything. Great shots being hit by Spoit as usual, make that really, really tough for EDG to push in. So I want to see a different look on this next execute.
Did you see if they were actively droning in on July and Noah when they were over towards games?
They were a little, yeah.
I was going to say, because I didn't catch a ton of drone work there, but I mean, obviously that is something that we can miss. So
sure, yeah. Wow. A little bit awkward to come through, but it still gives them a bit of a buffer. Down by 3 now against SR. Remember, they lost to Enterprise 7-2 on this very map yesterday, so that's kind of the high water mark. They want to be able to get at least a third. Obviously, you'd like 7, but...
many people say Rebellion is the North American Enterprise, so I can understand.
A lot of people have said that,
Many people are telling me this.
Yeah,
actually,
very
yes.
commonly described.
Probably the most heard phrase since I landed in Salt Lake City. People at the hotel, just random employees were telling me that.
Yeah.
Sitting at breakfast this morning and somebody said, "Who are you casting today?" And I said, "Oh, we're casting EDG Rebellion." They said, Rebellion, Enterprise of North America. And I said, wow, good ball knowledge here.
You joke. The guy at catering genuinely talked to me about Enterprise. He said he picked them to win, and so he was happy that they got the dubs yesterday. So the hotel staff genuinely are getting involved. I kind of love it.
They're hyped up. I remember when we were in Montreal, one of the room attendants was a lifelong Siege fan. And was taking care of a bunch of the player rooms. And, I hope Ubisoft don't flay me for this, but I believe they invited him to the live event as a show of thanks. So it was really nice of Ubisoft to do that. I don't know if that same courtesy will be extended to the entirety of our hotel staff, all of whom huge Enterprise fans.
Yes, on record now, okay? We've said it, and I've never lied on cast once. Here's a fight from Spoit, wins it versus On July here on the stairs, takes loads of damage, but 11-6, you can't complain about that. A little bit more active, I like that from EDG, getting more involved in the early game, but not a win, unfortunately.
Terrific game for Spoit so far. Rexon and Ambi, which I guess technically you could do a portmanteau.
I ship them.
That's not really what I was getting at. But either way, they also tied right now at 8 kills apiece. Surf was 6-0, I believe, and has fallen off since then. But again, on defense, Surf tends to play some of those slower roles.
For sure.
Which is what has allowed Spoit to play more freely. And also, if you think it's going to be a cakewalk against EDG, which so far it's kind of looking like, I hate to invoke this phrase, Jesse, but maybe there's some potential here for saving strats.
Yeah, I mean, 75 seconds left here. No one in the building on the side of Edward Gaming. They just had on July, and he went down, as we all saw. So they're going to find some way to get direct to site. The roam clear hasn't really materialized much. They're not really interested in taking that north side control. So it's all going to be around small tower, all going to be around vending, and I'm not sure they have the util for it. Carpe will grab one and another one from Noah, so the numbers are swinging, but where do they get into the site from?
I mean, Noah's going to be a big hope for this team now as Carpe gets down outside of the building. He saw Surf. We said Surf's name. We reversed Caster cursed him. As he picks up 2 kills, Ambi's on the board. Down goes Noah. And it's another one for the Rebellion. 1 round away from winning their own map.
Beautifully played coming out there from Surf Parker. You mentioned how he likes to play more defense-focused roles, or more passive-focused roles on the defense, I should say. And you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean he can't go for a few swings on the Clash, and got a really big 2K in the midst of that round, actually bringing the shield outside the main breach to play it outside the building. It's something that we see relatively often, actually, on that bomb site. If there is a Clash, you'll very commonly see them get aggressive outside the bunk's breach, because there's no real way for anyone behind you to do any damage. It's a very safe position as a Clash, so I love seeing that coming out from Surf from the last round. Gets an important 2K. Ambi getting active as well. Hits double digits there in round number 8. So feeling really good on the side of Shopify Rebellion. 4 straight attempts they will have to close this out and win their own map pick for a team that frankly struggled against their CNL opponent yesterday with a very close win. A dominant victory over Edward Gaming has to feel good.
No, absolutely. And again, we kind of set the score and set the stage before round 1 was played, where both of these teams have something to prove, but Edward Gaming actually has far less to prove here than the Rebellion. If you walk in and the Rebellion are struggling on their own map, struggling in this series, and if the unthinkable, frankly, happens, which I think is fair to say given the current state of this Edward Gaming roster, and Rebellion loses, there would be some really tough questions to ask. But as of this map, everything looks like it's going according to plan, and Rebellion are skating their way towards a victory.
Noah 6-8 too, and I have to mention it. Half of his kills coming back in round number 1 with that 3K was on 4 frags for a very long time. So despite some early signs of progress, it doesn't feel like he's having the impact that a lot of fans were hoping him to have. Still top fragging the team. I'm not trying to put the blame on him. Obviously in a very tough spot coming in as a last-minute substitution, but I mean, people were worried that this was going to be overpowered, that this substitution was going to make EDG a crazy strong team, maybe get some big upsets. So far, hasn't really amounted to that from them. Ambi on the Kaid now, Parker, tries to get a bit aggressive. They weren't initially holding top, but now Ambi's hoping to go for a flank.
Yeah, he was lingering. He was lingering.
He thought about it.
He opted against it. Ambi breaking double digits after that previous round. The high water mark on the side of EDG was the player you mentioned just a few moments ago, Noah, the substitute, who is underwater. Not a single player on EDG positive at this point in time. And I mean, when you look at the score, that stands to reason. Same can't be said for Rebellion. Everybody positive except for Canadian, which is about what we're used to seeing these days. But to Canadian's credit, through 8 rounds, 9 rounds, technically if you count this one, he's only died 3 times. So good survival rate. He's had a lot of impact from a kills, or not from a kills perspective, but from a calls perspective, and for utility, enabling the rest of this team to do very well. Sluggish attack for EDG at this point, Jesse. Half of the round to go. Spoit will lead things off. Down goes Noah. The kingdom goes back to Spoit. Ownership of Sweden in the hands of the Rebellion, and they are up 5v4.
Yeah, and that's a pretty poetic opening frag to come through from SR. Sets the stage for what they were hoping to accomplish. The hatch is open. They're willing for an execute pretty quickly here. Mentalist actually playing over towards the main stairs. Their big problem is going to be the guy just playing inside of Infirmary. That's going to be Surf on the Fenrir. If he doesn't die, if he doesn't get forced out of this position, planting is going to be nearly impossible for EDG.
2 nades, both working wonders. One finding Canadian, the other finding a piece of gadgetry. Spoit on the board yet again, takes out on July. Mentalist dies at the hands of Surf. It's swim or get destroyed by the currents, and the currents will wash away EDG. Surf picking up a big 2K, and the Rebellion easily take their map 7-2.
That's what the doctor ordered. Really a confidence-inspiring match coming through from Shopify Rebellion. What they needed to get back on track here in Salt Lake City. 7-2 repeats the scoreline for EDG. They will have to win the next 2 maps to move alive.
up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Well, the old adage in most of sports is you're not in trouble until you lose at home.
True.
Shopify Rebellion just won at home. EDG are now going to their home of Nighthaven Labs. But if they lose at home, that's it.
They'll be going home.
They will be going home. Where hopefully they are not losers in their own homes. But the problem is that it is now do or die for this EDG team.
Yeah.
They have but a single map to stave off elimination. They might be just our second team that we say so long, goodbye to.
It'll be unfortunate if that is the case, but still playing with a little bit of a disadvantage. Of course, Noah coming in. Definitely played better in that first map than we saw from him yesterday, but I think still hoping, maybe EDG fans, hoping to see Noah evolve and take over this game. We know he can do it, especially last season, back when he was on Secret. I mean, he's still on Secret, but had really big success. Haven't seen that same performance from him yet.
Yeah, and we've got a break ready for you, so we'll come back with our second map in just a few moments. Sit tight. Oh, apparently not a break. Apparently we are... Apparently we have the map ready. Never mind. All right, 89% of you say that the Rebellion are going to win. I think based on map number 1, that's not a bad number. Yeah. This is also a map that historically Canadian and his teams have really liked playing, and success has mostly followed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Parker. This is a very strong map for the Rebellion. 1-0 so far this season, beating 1 of 30 back in kickoff, but they played it a ton back at SI in Paris. They played it throughout Stage 2, the NAL Finals. I mean, this team, you can trace the roots back quite deep, and we know how good they are on this map. Still, Edward Gaming, feeling confident that this is going to be the map that they can pick to play. They ran it a ton during the CNL kickoff. Not all victories, but mostly victories. 3-1 record throughout the kickoff of CNL, so still a very strong map for them, only losing to the #1 team in China, All Gamers. So we do expect this to be a strong map, I'd say, for both of these teams. And makes sense for EDG to come through and pick a map that they're comfortable on. You don't want to see them come through and try to risk it on a map that you think SR are weak on. It's actually something that I know Super talked about back at SI, and some of the reasons why they struggled was because early in that tournament, they were doing map vetoes more around their opponents and less around themselves. Decided to stop doing that. They've kind of continued that trend, and it's been working out for them.
One thing that we touched on a few times back in map number 1 was EDG's defending, as that was their better stat. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
EDG yesterday, yes. I mean, they didn't win an attack, so of course that was tough.
And they didn't win an attack today either.
Correct.
So, as it stands, through 2 completed maps, EDG is still searching for their first attacking round victory. Now, it is worth noting that they started as defenders on those 2 maps, so there was less time for them to find an attacking win. That cannot be used as an excuse here. You will have 6 rounds attacking as EDG starts on attack on this map. It is their choice. The presumption should be defenders are in a stronger position. So, how long does it take for EDG to show some prowess and get on the board with their first international attacking victory?
Interesting to note here as well, Parker, this is the exact same defender lineup that Shopify Rebellion ran earlier in kickoff versus 1 of 30. So if EDG have done their homework, they should know exactly what to expect on this defensive lineup from SR. We saw how good the Mira plus Impact combo was earlier today, actually, in the 4 a.m. versus Daystar game, where there were a lot of troubles opening that main breach. Not so for EDG as they get it open, and in fact, did they manage to clear out that clash shield? No, Canadian has it still up and open, but an awkward position with that breach only being up in the top right.
I was trying to figure out what Angelai just gone 6 there. I don't know if maybe he was hoping to get the shield if Canadian had put it down, and not honestly a bad gamble on his part. Just unfortunately not what Canadian had done. Noah, the only person on the side of EDG who's taken some damage at this point. You said you need a big game from Noah. I completely agree. But it's bottom love to start off the fragging. Down goes Ambi, and EDG is on the board first.
All right, not bad. I mean, this is clearly a focus push over on the meeting side. They managed to get that first frag, and now active from Rexon. Loves playing the mirror here, gets that gunfight, caught a little bit on the rotate back, but hits the deck and then gets a second frag. Finally cleaned up by Carpe, but the damage is done. It's a man advantage for SR.
One thing I have noticed about this EDG team is now Angelai goes down, leaving Carpe in a 1v3, is that they don't back away. They will take an engagement, then they will just stop and reload. still standing in the doorway instead of backing up and using that wall to your advantage. They did it a number of times on Fortress, and the same thing is befalling them here. Yet to win an attacking round, and it will continue. Nothing has changed on round number 1. Shopify Rebellion, after suffering the first casualty, regain focus and pummel EDG to take round number 1.
And to kick off Nighthaven Labs, Parker, I have to say I love the way that Rexon played that round. Quite aggressive around the mirror window inside connector, you know, and maybe in some circumstances, Rexon doesn't make that aggressive play, but here in this game against EDG, where you just got a 7-2 victory, where you know the opponents are a little bit nervous playing on the international stage for the first time, coming in as the underdogs, this is exactly the scenario where you can get away with aggressive plays like this one. And even after he kind of fails to get back in, just re-swings back out, says, whatever, I'm confident in my gunfights. Rexon has a really big play there to heavily tilt the scales in favor of Shopify Rebellion. He had a great interview with Jonah yesterday after their win versus 4AM. Genuinely one of the most insightful interviews that I have ever heard. Life-changing stuff spoken about by Rex, and I'm sure you all heard it and enjoyed it as well.
I couldn't have said it better myself. People will be very confused, but I'm not going to give away the joke.
SR fans know what I mean.
Either way, the big deficiency that happened there around Rexon actually played into the point I made about them not removing themselves from harm's way when reloading or switching on to cams. There was nobody covering when Rexon swung because they went for the reload, and because they were so exposed, it allowed that kill to transpire. It was obviously not great, and it's something that has plagued this EDG team for some time. I will say, there is a very high likelihood that a lot of these Chinese teams go home here in the play-ins. It is, unless we end up with a CNL versus CNL matchup, the presumption is that many of them are not going to be favorites in their matches. They are a brand new region. They are still learning this game. They are still figuring out how to play internationally. And because of that, we have to treat them as the new region they are. So set your expectations a little low and hope that they're able to gain as much valuable experience here as possible.
This is a great strat from Canadian. Despite the fact that the breach is open, he can still look down and watch the window directly into sight. A lot of teams will pop the IT breach and then just hop in for a quick plant, but you can't do that as long as Troy's here because he has that vert. Now, if he puts the shield down and it gets gone 6 or something, that's a whole different ball game, but plays it passive, doesn't lose his shield, and is actually going to back up a little bit, can retake that space if he needs to later on in the round. Good to see SR taking the site, and good to see Ambi getting active after being the opening death in round number 1. Finds bottom love for a refrag.
Ambi's been very sneaky with his kills. He broke double digits, obviously, on Fortress, and that one just, it's very routine. He peeks, gets a kill, immediately backs away, lets the rest of this team now assemble themselves. Rebellion yet to lose a player. No point of damage has been done to them right now. Canadian being hunted by Angelai, watching that opening created on the IT wall. Not able to take up much ground. Spoit is here for backup too. Canadian just able to give the call to the Swede as Canadians now wandered back safer into the bomb site with a minute still left on the clock. Mentalist, and it looked like on July posted over by Electrical, but they have peeled off and will now go for something a little different. A great shot by Spoit on the Mentalist. Another one was lined up. Spoit is just waiting and out. 4 kills for Spoit to go with the 14 that he had on map number 1. Now it's Canadian for a kill of his own. This is prolonged action. Jesse, you get some time off here. It's Noah in a 1v5 without a single point of damage done to the Rebellion.
I like Noah as much as the next guy, but that's not a winnable round. Gets slammed, not even won in the 5v1. Really solid round from Shopify Rebellion, Parker. And I, again, want to talk a little bit about the theory on that storage bomb site. Most teams historically would go down to the basement first and they'd run storage as a tertiary site. Over the last couple of months, a lot of teams have been looking at the data. They've been realizing our storage site actually has a much better defense win rate than down in the basement. And we're seeing teams run that storage site as a secondary far more often than we were just a few months ago. And part of the reason is because if you can contest that breach up towards IT, if you can see some more aggressive plays, whether it's with the Clash, whether it's with the Azami, it makes it so difficult to go for that direct to site push. And you go back to EDG side of things, and there really wasn't a good counter to that. I mean, what did they have for explosives to stop either those Kiba barriers or, more importantly, the Clash on the IT breach? all they had were nades being brought by Deimos, and the Deimos was in the basement. He was nowhere near enough to actually counter that clash, and even still, frag grenades counter a clash, it's tough to be able to get that util denial coming through. So with SR playing very similar strats to what we saw from them back during stage 1, again, very similar lineup to what we saw versus their game against 1 of 30. It really is concerning to me to not see them bring out a bit of a response to that. That should have been a predictable play from SR, but EDG had no answers to it.
I mean, we always say how tough it is to attack. Attacking is so challenging. And when you are a roster communicating in another language with a player who doesn't understand you, as talented as that player might be, you can feel like a fish out of water. And I suspect that's how Noah feels at this present point in time. He can be a very strong solo player, but if he can't rely on the intel that's being given his way from his teammates droning, what is he to do? And he's just left all on his lonesome. And it's not even about Noah. We've spent a lot of time talking about Noah because of his experience, his tenure. But the real story is this EDG roster. If they have direction, there is a chance that they have a fighting shot at being one of the 4 teams to advance. But there's no real suitable replacement here. Spoik gets picked up by Mentalist within the first minute of action. That's a good read. And the Scopos is gone.
Yeah, I like that caution on Noah. Didn't actually ping him on the snake from what I saw, right? Maybe pinged him a little bit at the end there, but just giving that intel over towards his teammate gets Mentalist that first frag here on the map and starts to make things a little bit cautious on the side of SR. Talking about how basement has really fallen off. They're actually going to kitchen. Still most teams not choosing to play this site. Bit of a curveball perhaps being thrown towards EDG, but the adaptation's been good so far. Still don't have full top floor control, but that doesn't stop them getting the kills.
Rexon goes down at the hands of Noah, immediately traded out by SR. EDG still with the advantage here as they've got top floor control. Ambi was waiting for the all clear to light off that nitro cell, but for now being called somewhere else. Keep in mind, Ambi's doing most of the calling now when they are defending, so this is Ambi steering the ship. He's the one that will ultimately be the master of his own fate, and he takes down Mentalist. Canadian unable to help as Carpe walks right in. Ambi surprised by that one. Canadian in a bit of trouble as Surf is the only one without a shield in hand to contest. Down goes Canadian. Now it's Surf to clutch out in a 1v3. He's done some mighty damage. He's still got a minute to go, but bottom level take him down from above, and it's Edward Gaming's first attacking round victory.
Really nice stuff coming out there from EDG. I love that lobby take, Parker. They don't overcomplicate things. They don't want to clear the whole map. They don't want to take that top control. They eventually got it with the Ram getting in there through the meeting windows, but it really is just that pressure over towards lobby side. You know Ambi's there. You know he's supported by Canadian on the Clash, but the gun's not up. You can walk in. You can take that fight. It's really big to come out from Carpe. Again, one of our new real characters here on the international stage to come through for EDG, have a big moment to set themselves up for that big round win. Gets them off on the right foot with Mentalist, of course, getting that opening frag, and then it is just that straight push through the lobby, some good vert play late. Again, I just want to highlight this play. This pushing right past Canadian and then beats Troy on that gunfight as well. Just nothing you can do on the Clash. For how big of a problem Clash was back on the last round, they countered it perfectly in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that does also wear on Canadian and Ambi coordinating that one.
True.
Ambi had his attention elsewhere and seemed to second-guess himself, either off of a sound call, maybe a comms. It's hard to really point fingers, or if not even point fingers, it's hard to pinpoint why he wasn't able to do that, but he surely should have had Canadians back, or Canadians should have been in a position to be able to put that shield down, but these things happen in the blink of an eye, so it's easy for us to say that from the cheap seats. Actually, we're sitting in blacklight chairs. These things are far from cheap, so I can't actually use that one.
Fair.
Good chairs. Enjoy them. But that obviously has a huge impact on the round, because Ambi did not use the nitro cell. Ambi died getting a kill and likely could have held that control. And if Canadian is allowed to exist on the Clash, that also empowers Surf as well from that same position. So some small problems, but Rebellion are still in a good spot. And honestly, outside of that maybe tiny blunder, it's been a really nice set of defenses for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you lose your tertiary site, it happens. Not going to be something that you cry about here unless things start to really spiral out of control, but we're not at that point yet for SR. Didn't ban the Clash. Thought maybe that would be the op they want to take out, but it's not. The Mira goes instead, so Rexon is forced to change his operator, and Canadian will continue to insta-lock the operator that doesn't bring a primary gun. That's totally fine. He's been effective with this Clash so far. IT Breach, as you see on the left side of your screen, a little messy. Mostly these can openers, and then, of course, Mentalist, of course, with
no.
Yeah, Hibana charge as well. Not exactly finding what he wanted to. And that will hit. That should do the trick as long as these don't get shot off. You can get an angle on these sometimes, but no such play gets made, and the IT breach will be successful.
Sometimes they can have a much bigger impact than you'd think. A lot of teams will account for every single piece of hard breach, and if one of them goes awry, you're in trouble. Noah walks in and slaughters Ambi and Spoit. 2 players down for the count. EDG having a much better entry over these last 2 rounds, showing some fearlessness that will force Canadian to be an active operator. Shield down. He takes care of Mentalist, takes care of Bottom Love. And back to a 3v3 we will go. Even footing for these squads. Carpe eliminating Rexen. So EDG will wrestle that advantage back, not before Surf can take care of On July. This is a very hectic set of rounds, Jesse.
Troy winding back the clock and now opening things up, but Noah's not done, Parker. Rotates all the way to Aqua and now finds Canadian. Massive 4K on the round. Beautifully played by Noah. His best round of the tournament so far.
Bar none. Bar none. 4 kills for Noah. He finished map number 1 with 6. I believe he only had 6 yesterday as well in that matchup. So Noah getting 2/3 of that in a single round. Impressive stuff. And of course, that wasn't Noah's only set of kills. He had some prior to the start of this round. A bit of a shell shock round for Shopify Rebellion, but they can recover. But they'll have to do so soon because you've allowed EDG mentally to get back in this game.
And you won't see it, but Noah has typed, "Wow, I'm a crutch." And listen, he likes his snake. He likes to get aggressive with the intel. It happens from time to time. Got a big 2K, and I think he just walks through the barb. Maybe he's able to punch it down towards the bottom of rafters. Spoit actually types in bad sound. He clearly thought he had a sound cue on those rafter stairs with the barbed wire down there, but didn't hear Noah creeping out. So that's going to be a bit of a problem there. It left a bit of a gap, and Noah takes advantage of it. Perfectly done. And then I really like how he rotates. He doesn't just keep pushing the one angle where they know he's at. Immediately falls off to the ground floor and walks up Aqua. Really well done.
When in doubt, blame sound, blame the game, blame lag. Dude, I lagged as you take a dry engagement in the middle of the open. It's, listen to me, gamers. I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, Intero speaking. I talk about Rainbow Six Siege. When you die, it's never your fault. Just remember that. Okay, back to the action.
Noah hoping to find someone that they can blame the game on just inside this window. Looks direct once again, but some big differences coming in, Parker. They've got the Ying this time around from Mentalist. This could make the execute all the more explosives. You still have to worry about Canadian top floor on that IT breach. That was really where the problems began for EDG back in round 2. But if they can solve that problem, if they can make sure that you can't get denied from up above, flood the site with those Yings, it is really just Rexen and Surf down there on the bottom floor. You'll have the advantage if you can explode like that.
And there goes Carpe at the hands of Spoit. Ambi takes care of On July. Brisk set of action from EDG, but it does not pay off. Nice Nitro Cell goes in. Noah, his aim not in question. He's out-dueled by Rexen. Ambi will find his second, and now it's Mentalist to captain this team in a 1v5. Taking out Utility on the way in. Candela will go off. Spotted by Ambi, getting shot at directly from 2 separate doors and from below. Ambi gets a 3K on the round, and that is the ball game in round 5. SR regain their lead.
Felt like Mentalist had 100 different angles facing him in the 1v5. That's brutal. That's back-to-back storage defenses as well that were flawless to come through from Shopify Rebellion. So really confident there on that mid-floor bomb site. Something to keep an eye on later in this tournament, assuming SR continues to move on. Really beautiful stuff coming out. A bit of a change-up from EDG. They tried to go fast. They really tried to catch them off guard, and the entry looked good. I mean, Carpe should have had a free pick onto Spoit, but just misses a couple of shots despite the fact that Spoit's back is turned. He wins that gunfight incredibly. Ambi hit some really nice shots on the top floor there as well. And it was well coordinated from EDG. They hit the top floor and the bomb site at the same time. They just lost on the top floor and the bomb site at the same time. So, tough.
Noah talking about a crutch. Was he talking about the F2 or was he talking about the operator? Noah has played Solid Snake 5 of the 6 rounds. He played Deimos all the way back in round number 2. It did not go very well for them, so I think the Solid Snake allows him to play to the best of his abilities, and it's also allowed them to play those other annoying intel ops like Dokkaebi, like Deimos, with relative freedom. Bottom Love has mostly played Grim as well, so those 2 players have been locked in. The Grim has really not been much of a factor. Unfortunately, they're just the way the rounds have played out, those Bs have been good in their positions, trying to isolate the defenders, but there's been no follow-up, and time again, EDG seems to be getting caught off guard with their entries. And I mean, hey, if Noah's playing Solid Snake and their goal is you're not going to use Solid Snake to help the team, just yourself,
yeah,
I can understand why Grim isn't getting the most value.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to come out from EDG. They'll face a new challenge here in round 6, Parker, a 4th bomb site being played by Shopify Rebellion, and again, playing basically the same strat that they showcased back during the NAL kickoff. One difference, of course, Surf would like to be on the Mira for this defense, but it's banned out, so he's playing the Warden instead. Relatively light down inside the basement, just Surf and Spoit trying to lock this one down, but the roam game is really the devastating part of this hold, Parker. You've got that mid-floor control, whether it's Rexon lurking over towards Kitchen, whether it's Ambi over towards Lounge. These two players can play together, and it's an early gunfight. Ambi gets away the better of it with a bit of damage onto Noah.
I believe there's a certain player in this lobby who, while holding a UMP, said, "You're playing Twitch?" Well, there's a new operator with the F2 in hand, and Ambi with the UMP almost just had a redux of that TSM Troy Canadian special when Gio was playing on Twitch, because Noah almost died with the F2 in hand to Ambi's UMP. I don't know what it is with these guns, but it's always nice to see them collide. Halfway point of the round, not a scratch on the paint of Rebellion. EDG was still everybody alive, only Noah taking some damage.
Worst gun in the game, maybe not quite old enough for that frag. Still hunting for another one, though. Knows that Noah is still just inside of storage. They have that control, and this is important because that's what you use to deny the site. But here we go, inside the bomb site, 4v4 as Spoit and Noah both fall.
Noah did, to his credit, hit the Goyo canister, which could have done some serious damage to Rexon. Ambi now involved in his own altercation. It looked like Angelai and him were on a collision course from this position in storage. Now up comes Canadian for the assist. Canadian sitting on 3 kills, far more active in the fragging department. 2 of those coming in that impactless round where he was on the Clash trying to clutch out against Noah. But there were 3 other people on the team that all failed to kill him. Spoit and Noah have been speaking Swedish since we got in the lobby, and nobody knows what they're saying, but I'm sure it is great stuff.
Our Swedish fans can confirm, and here we go, Parker. Last 35 seconds. You've got to set yourself up for an execute. They're playing the vert, but this isn't good enough. They're inside the bomb site now, caught immediately with Rexon on the double.
Flattened by the TCSG. That's a tight angle to get past. Time not on the side of Edward Gaming. Canadian might have a kill of his own now in this position. He sees the bullet tracers go by. Rexon has been downed. He's retrievable by Ambi inside of Exo. He'll get back up. So 4 on the board for Rebellion against 3 for EDG. Carpe finds 3! Oh my word! Canadian, the old dog, will have to clutch out as Carpe now holds the fuse kit with just a second to go. Canadian has the position. Can he get the read to shut it down? He's running out of time to do so. Just out of reach. Canadian lets it slip through his fingers. Planted so well by EDG. Oh my goodness, this was a done deal for the Rebellion. And then Carpe showed up and said, seize the day, and now Canadian will need to clutch out to remain for EDG. Canadian will go for the drop. Just behind Animus, they let him live. Turning tail, he'll go for the engage. A reload and bottom love clutches. What a round from Edward Gaming.
A massive attack, Parker. They've struggled with it all tournament long, but Carpe, what a move down in the basement. He makes the play that is needed. Lin Hauran, big moment coming in from his first international tournament here for EDG.
Guys, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So basically, all right, they're kind of shaking right now. This is Canadian's best bet, probably his best bet, okay? Now they are 3-3, they are kind of shaking, all right? It's a new start, it's a 0-0, so we treat this new half round by round, okay? Be on camps early to spot their operators. The operators always tell you how they're gonna play. On top floor, very likely they will go like 360, and try to like split very early rounds, late rounds. I mean, sorry. Like they will try to open up everything and jerk off and bait for kills. And mid rounds, they probably, if we don't ban Ying, or they probably use something else to like bait Aqua. So don't be baited by that. If they don't have any kills, any advantage, make sure we care about 360s. Angle delegation, very important.
It doesn't matter. 3 rounds is all we need, dude. We'll run up these attacks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good tempo, targeting, syncing, all that.
Yeah, like I said, let's try to have good prep info so we can see if like we do need to prepare something for Clash, if we did, Mira, etc. But yeah, like I said, this is more focused on doing what we do, not what they're doing. If we play our game, it's fine. biggest thing to me is like, let's continue to have good tempo. Let's problem solve if they're running anything that we need to, such as traps, clash, that kind of thing. Okay.
For that.
Play with confidence. Let's have good energy. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Long ass timeout.
His name is Ambi, and he's so cool. If you mess with him, you're a fool. He's Ambi.
Bars, Seth. Bars.
All right, guys, let's get this. Come on.
Yep.
Run the shit up on him.
Very nice to hear from both those coaches. Parker, I got to say, I've casted every single EDG game here at the Salt Lake City Major, and that was the most confidence halftime
They've had
timeout.
one game.
That was the most confidence halftime timeout that I have heard from him, Nato, all event so far, right? They can kind of feel that they've got a bit of motion here. The first time that we're really seeing EDG come alive in a game. It's their first time winning more than 2 rounds in a single map, and they're feeling pretty good about it. I love that call about getting on cams early, right? If you can find the operators that'll tell you the strat that's being run by SR. They kind of showed us in that first half. A lot of the strats they're running have not changed much from kickoff, right? It's similar setups, the same operators that we saw back during the NAL kickoff. So if EDG have been able to read into that, if they know what's coming, that can give them a bit of the edge. It's always going to come down to the mental with SR, right? Even with their playing some predictable strats, it should be Shopify Rebellion walking away with this game. But if you can get under their skin a little bit, if you can predict what they're going to do, if you can make some moves that counter their game plan, all of a sudden, this could be winnable.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, there was some joking that was going on between casters where we said, imagine SR wins this, but it's like SR wins their map 8-6. EDG wins their map 7-1, and then SR wins map 3 like 8-7.
Yeah.
How crazy that would be, because of course, SR loves adversity. It's their favorite word in the English language. The job now will get harder for Rebellion. You pointed that out.
Yeah.
They have been absolutely and undeniably the better team here through this series, but EDG's got some fight in them, and they are improving. Now, granted, one of these 3 rounds won by EDG was a solo hero play from Noah. Those are not usually things you rely on. They're hard to replicate. Rebellions look like a much more well-rounded team. It's harder to do that on attack. So how do they position this advance? Rebellion dropped off the shield very late in the prep phase, opting for the Capitao instead. So Canadian does not want to go with the Monty, and instead they're going to bring a lot of tools on the side of Rebellion to cut through these defenders.
I do wonder if last second maybe they caught Mentalist on a drone. He was trying to hide on the Clash, and sometimes that can be a really effective strategy. I mean, ask SR about hiding on the Clash. They'll tell you a whole story about it. But even still, this is going to be an operative that they can work their way around. They've got really good counters to the Clash in this round. Canadian on the Capitao, Rexon on the Nomad. You got nades from Surf. I mean, everything you could want to clear this operator out. Even Ambi down below on the Snake trying to make some action happen. Why not? They've got good ways around this operator. So feels like the droning was strong from Shopify Rebellion. The adaptations can be good too, but this top floor is still a really tough nut to crack. Whether you can get control of Raptors, whether you can get control of Connector, that's going to be the name of the game. And it's Canadian who strikes first with the Capitao.
And we talked about that Raptors play, right? Canadian does it with the utility, but I have to imagine there was an assist there because Canadian isn't actually credited with the kill. It was either Spoit or Rexon, I believe, who picked that one up. So you'll have to take a look as to who actually got that pick, because Canadian just simply secured the down. So a good joint effort by Rebellion as we now hit the halfway point of this very critical round. Ambi knows he's got a set of eyes looking in his direction, and he will just play time here for Canadian to get into position. Canadian punishing Carpe. He will finally get a kill of his own on July on the board. His first pick. Bottom love goes down to Spoit. Everything being spread out right now by this Rebellion team as Ambi is on the board. All it'll take is Surf, and that might be a team ace. No, Ambi picks up 2, so it doesn't really matter. But quite a strong entry and not a lot of pushback from EDG.
Spoit with a technical 2K as well. He got that credit onto the opening pick onto Noah. So if you own land in Sweden, transfer the deed now. Really nice stuff coming out. And if there's any team in the world who's going to know how to counter a Clash, it's got to be Shopify Rebellion. That was picture perfect. Brought all the tools they needed to get around the Clash, and then didn't even really engage with the Clash until they absolutely had to. They put him as the last alive. They made sure that Mentalist couldn't do much to support the team because they were coming in from so many different directions. They had Raptors control. They were pressuring in towards Connector. They even had a little bit of pressure Aqua side. I mean, every part of that map was being contested by Shopify Rebellion. It made it really difficult for Mentalist to play the Clash and actually have value in that round. So credit to SR. Really well-placed attack there on the top floor and gives, I think, a lot of hope to NA fans in this matchup.
Our observers are trying to show us that Ambi had hidden his drone and allowed Noah to go on by. Solus might still be able to see that after the prep phase once the gadget becomes active, but this is good intel for now for Rebellion as they all sit on their drones, waiting, watching very patiently. There we go. They got him. A very extended roam over this basement bomb site now as we see EDG players all across the map on the top floor, and Noah, who has been very strong when he's been allowed to play on his own, will likely do so again on this Solus.
Yeah, definitely going to be playing relatively solo here. Just inside the lobby at the moment. Can move around, though, if he needs to. Can go up those stairs. Can go back towards his teammates. Not a lot of pressure on the cafeteria side, though, to start here, Parker. It looks like from this push of SR, haven't really decided exactly where they want to go with it, but a top floor clear might be the play. We're seeing both Ambi and Surf trying to pressure this top floor, so a lot of map control could go their way if they're successful with this. Likely what that means is they're going to be pushing more towards the tank side of things if they can use some of that vert. They've got a little bit of soft breach coming through, not a ton, really just going to be kind of the DMRs, and I mean the Selma's even already used from Rex and Spoit, a great vert operator too, but really going to kind of come down to what you want to play on those direct-to-site breaches and how this roam clear shapes up for SR.
The holy triumvirate of annoyance as Solid Snake, Deimos, and Dokkaebi are at the disposal of Rebellion. Spoit, we talked about playing a bit more forward. His kills are reflecting that. The operator pool is also now starting to catch up. On the heels of his hot play in the previous round, Ambi finds one, but he comes to blows with Noah. Rexon trades that one. One thing that Shopify Rebellion's also been doing very well here, Jesse, is being able to trade out their deaths, even in losing rounds. EDG is not walking away with an abundance of players still alive. This round is no different, but Rebellion does have the numbers advantage for the time being. Logic bombs going off. Deimos tracks as well for Carpe. This is a tough spot to be in for EDG. Carpe will survive for now as they've chased him off to this top floor right into the waiting arms of Canadian.
Yeah, really nice clear coming out from Shopify Rebellion. Again, they bring the perfect operator lineup for what they want to do in the round to counter these defenders. Aggressive goes Mentalist, but Bottom Love will snake the kill out from under him. That's going to be now a 3v2. Mentalist can start heading back towards the bomb site, locking down the vending stairs at the moment, but nobody from SR really around. There was Spoit actually in towards Kitchen, and they're droning him out too. So good information being brought by Canadian, and he's holding the defuse kit. That's why Mentalist doesn't want to relinquish this control.
This is something my ranked teammates need to be aware of. If you've got the kit, you've got the objective, you don't need to get away. They're chasing Mentalist down now in this position, and things do not look particularly good for him. There goes Bottom Love. Mentalist will join him. Don't bother digging two graves, just dig the one. 2 in a row now for Shopify Rebellion to start this second half. There was some confidence there from the EDG coaching staff, but you gotta feel like it might be going up in smoke.
A little bit shocking how Spoit even got into EXO. I think he dropped the hatch. Yeah, he must have dropped the hatch in from vending because he was almost behind that clash as Mentalist was just retreating. Because Mentalist was so aggressive on that side, it kind of forced him to play a little bit more aggressive, allowed Bottom Love to have to come over and make that play to play around his captain, try to support Mentalist when he could. But again, I really just think this comes down to the roam clear, Parker. Shopify Rebellion, 2 rounds in a row, have done an excellent job of identifying the setup in the prep phase, droning things out, and bringing an op lineup that makes the defensive strategy basically worthless. I mean, look at the ops they brought in that last round. They had Dokkaebi, they had Deimos, they had Snake, the holy trinity of information operators. And if you're playing a very solo roam style like EDG just were, you're going to get torn to pieces, especially when it's a good team like Rebellion on the other side.
They were trying to play to their credit around those mute jammers.
Yes, yeah,
they were trying. Right. They were trying. So while you are still a solo roamer, you do have a way to silence those phone calls, to deal with the death marks, and we did see death marks failed a couple of times because of those mute jammers. But the main problem that EDG has had is that they just are losing too many direct gunfights. There is obviously a strategic deficit here, but there is also a mechanical deficit. EDG's best gunners are not standing up against Rebellion, period. You can bring whatever utility you want, but the only person who's been shooting back most of the day has been Noah.
Yeah.
And even then, he can't really position himself for success because he's new to the team.
And I hate to say it, Parker, but EDG's best gunner is still in China. Didn't make it to the event. So that's always going to be something that lingers over this team. They've got to dig deep to find some defense round wins now. They're on to their third bomb site going down towards storage. If this doesn't find success, it'll be a perfect rotation from Shopify Rebellion. Again, I love the tools that they've brought. You've got the information from Spoit. You've got the vert play coming out from Ambi. This could be really, really nice for them.
Something must have happened with Rexon that I'm missing because he typed sick, which leads me to believe maybe the exothermic charge didn't work. Yeah, it looks like that might be the case. Ghost in the machine, my friend.
Wall's open. That's what matters.
They got it. They got it open.
Don't have to worry about that for much longer, but the flashes come in. This top clear is so important for SR's attack.
Rexon has taken over a lot of Spoit's operator pool, if you've noticed. And again, it puts Spoit in these winning positions. He gets 1 kill immediately traded out. Canadian get defuse kit down. Yes, he will. Out the window he goes. So EDG distracted by the aggression from the Rebellion. And because of that, Canadian is able to exploit it. Anybody who's played this site in any level of capacity knows how hard it is to win. It's very similar to the basement of Consulate. You've got a yawning chasm that you need to deal with. You've got players outside of the building. They can easily just waste time, throw their utility in your direction. The best bet is to double up. Mentalist picked off by Ambi. Canadian is looking for more. Rexon finds 2 kills. And Ambi will find yet another match point for Shopify Rebellion.
Brilliant execute coming out from SR, Parker. We were busy watching the top floor, and that was important, but I think the key frag in the midst of that was the opening pick. It was a bit of a duel between Bottom Love on the Pulse inside of storage, and then Spoit just outside the window playing on that Snake. He actually had him on the pulse scanner, knew that Spoit was outside the window, but the second he pulls out the Nitro Cell to try to kill Spoit, Spoit jumped in and took down Bottom Love. And because Bottom Love was the only player on site for EDG, that was the go call for Shopify Rebellion. They immediately capitalized on the gap that they found. They jumped in the storage window. Canadian got the plant down. And as our good friend Ollie was saying, just in that last BO3, this is one of the hardest sites to retake in the entire game if the attackers can get that defuse kit down. So
I said that.
Wow, okay.
I just said that.
You said it? Ollie
Moments
said it
ago.
first? Ollie said it first. I'm going to give credit to my favorite caster here in Salt Lake City, but I got to work with him yesterday. It was a really great time, actually. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully we can work together more. But it'll put the tech timeout from Edward Gaming here. Way better than any other partners I've worked with recently.
There's nothing I can say on this broadcast that will not get me either fired or banned from Twitch. So I will simply say fun, very funny story, very funny little anecdote. Noah right now sits at 8-8, obviously filling in for Direction. An incredible player who we miss and wish would have been here. It is never something we delight in nor enjoy when teams have issues with personnel. Hot and cold subbing for wildcard. Wolves not able to get their visas. Direction unable to play and having Noah sub in. Obviously not ideal. Twisted Minds also having issues as well. It is really unfortunate. And it does put a bit of a stain on EDG's time here because the question would be asked, what would have happened in that Enterprise game if Direction was actually on the squad? Could it have made that big of a difference? Possibly, but I think another thing that we aren't really accounting for is your motivation.
True.
If you show up with a sub, some of these players might already be resigned to the fact that we're going to go home.
Sure.
And that already can cause issues before you even get a single second inside of the server. He's been statistically their best player, so kudos to Noah for filling in on such short notice, but this might be the end of the ride for him and the rest of EDG.
I want to see a big round again, backs against the wall. I'm looking for a big round from On July, Parker. He was the only player to go positive on EDG yesterday. Of course, 1-8 here in the second map against Shopify Rebellion. He's been one of their strongest players. It's going to be the battle of the Swedes that starts this one off, though. Spoit, the main character today for Shopify Rebellion, a massive frag to hit double digits, tied up with Ambi now. SR have just looked so good on some of these attacks. EDG had one lifeline to try to bail themselves out in this final quarter. They banned the Snake, but it's made no difference on the opening duel.
Spoit, right now, best entry stats of anybody in this server, best KD of anybody in this server, highest EPS of anybody in this server, and the second highest cost of anybody in the server across both maps, not even just this map. That is cumulative. So Spoit tweeted out not too long ago, just, be ready. Be prepared. Remember this moment. And I know that you could argue about the caliber of opposition, but Spoit is still making his presence known. Don't count out Rexen. He's also now broken double digits. Ambi, Spoit, and Rexen, all 10 or above. EDG left to just Carpe and Bottom Love. Carpe did give us a remarkable clutch in 3K. Does he have more gas in the tank? Spoit goes down at the hands of Bottom Love, who will smoke his way out of that position. Carpe's gone. Bottom Love in a 1v4, and Rexen shuts the door. EDG, the second team eliminated here from Salt Lake City, as Shopify Rebellion march onward, hoping to be another team to play their way into Phase 2 tomorrow.
A necessary result from SR. They will be in Phase 2, as you say, Parker. The Swiss bracket awaits them. North America will have 4 representatives here in the second phase of the Salt Lake City Major. Big congratulations to the guy on SR. Feeling really good about that one. Got messy at times. They didn't make it through the upper bracket like they were hoping so, but end of the day, they don't ask how, they just ask that you get there, and Shopify Rebellion have done so today.
I mean, on paper, SR needed to demolish EDG for people to actually see the light.
Yes.
And they did that. They did exactly what they needed to do. It wasn't a scrappy or grueling match. It wasn't particularly close. It was just show up, dominate, repeat, sleep. And that's exactly what SR is going to do. They've still got at least one more game ahead of them. They are not going home, so time will tell if SR can be one of the 4 teams to escape phase number 1. For EDG, they were dealt a blow, losing direction. Kudos to Noah for stepping in.
Yeah, really massive for SR. Of course, this is a big win for them. Now giving their congratulations over to the EDG guys, and you got to feel for them a little bit. This was a really tough situation to be in by Edward Gaming. They can leave, I think, Salt Lake City with their head held high. I'm excited to see what the future holds for them.
Absolutely, and we're not done just yet. At least one more game awaits us. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
Shopify Rebellion, they take down EDG and move on to Phase 2. Spoit, Jesse said on the cast, that's just what the doctor ordered for Shopify Rebellion. Does this feel like this win was healing for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, in today's game as well, we focused more on the, ourselves rather than the enemies. Like yesterday, we played Falcons, and we did some counter stuff. But the thing is, we were just too slow in our own game, and it costed us like multiple times. Like when we did the cheese, like the first 3 rounds, like I just got C4 on glass twice, I think it was. So today was more of just like playing our own game, focusing on the 3-2-1s, the fundamentals, and yeah, it showed. It went well.
Tell me about your game. Obviously, come a long way from where kickoff began to the playoffs. You were killing it. Now it seems like you're back to your old self. Does it feel like you're playing well?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to find my own groove. So I mean, bad games happen. Like people thought we were like the worst team in the world. Like, bro, we lost like 2-3 games. Like, bro, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, and then playoffs came around. Playoff spot came back. Had a big play there. Now it's just heating up in the games here. Yeah, just focus on myself, feeling comfy. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, boy. Shopify Rebellion take the win. They move on to Phase 2. One more team to move on to Phase 2 as the day continues.
Indeed, and one of those teams will either be 4 Angry Men or Los, as if you missed the game earlier, 4 Angry Men took the win 2-1 over Daystar, ending things on Chalet. But of course, Los, they haven't played a single game yet today. They have been waiting, watching, and we always talk about the dynamic coming in cold versus hot. But 4 Angry Men will be coming hot off their victory earlier to see who will be our last team to qualify to Phase 2.
It's kind of been Los.
It only takes one bullet. Anything you want to talk about?
Regularly.
All right.
I think we just sort of bill it as a bit of a step up in the competition. You know,
Yep.
you're going from playing.
Daystar to Los.
Yeah, Daystar to like an SAL team.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Only one more game until we, well, I suppose decide who's our last team qualified and who's our last team eliminated. We just saw SR qualify in rather dominant fashion in the series we just witnessed, but then we have a pretty heavy competition coming up right now. Of course, we have 4 Angry Men, who we saw take the win 2-1 earlier, who are, I have to say, pretty decent, all things considered. Yep. But now they're going up against an SAL team. And no matter who that region sends, even if it's some crazy dark horse, you can never count that team out.
In this case, it kind of is a little bit of a dark horse, isn't it? It certainly isn't a liquid horse. That
no, it is
didn't
not.
make it
No, it's
over
not.
toward the major. It's going to be lost. And for me, they sit in that really awkward position in the SAL table. They're that 5th, 6th place team that are constantly a thorn in a lot of different teams' side. Now, they did get here under quite unusual circumstances. We were lucky enough to cover a lot of their journey inside of the SAL kickoff. A lot of it came down to one single player. And when we don't see that one single player step up, Perez, things do start to drop back a little bit. So I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup because, yes, there's the structure and there's that slightly different play style than what 4AM are used to playing up against, but then still you've got it drawn back a little bit with that reliance on one player doing well.
And, of course, on the 4AM side, we saw pretty much everybody, I feel like, show up over the course of that series. Not only did we have, Lido, who we mentioned going into the game, but pretty much everybody except him, it felt like, had some kind of big moment. Whether it was Rockstar, whether it was Darsley, whether it was Gotti, feels like everybody kind of has had their moment over the past couple days. And of course, that very much can be the same for Los. You mentioned Perez. Dark Eyes, another player that is very well known on this roster. The only remaining player from the old Los core that we saw play on the SAL last year. We'll see how it goes now. Of course, the maps, as you can see, Nighthaven Labs will be the first one up. The map that 4 Angry Men started off this day with all the way at the very beginning. Los would have had the opportunity to observe them, but not really quick enough to really formulate any clear counter strats. Most times, teams just going into the day with a game plan already set. And I have a feeling, given that fact, big shock, we're going to go back with the hard breach denial bans we saw earlier, and I believe also the same Grim Capital bans we saw earlier.
It's been a very common combination today, hasn't it? That's the kind of combo that we've seen more often than not. That Cade, Bandit, and then Grim and Capital all being removed there. And like you say, I don't think this is an instance where we're going to be seeing a lot of counter bans. Just to run over the maps really quickly. Obviously, we're blitzing through these games. We've got Nighthaven Labs coming up right now. We're going to move into Border. Labs being a 4AM pick, Border being a Los pick, and then a decider of Consulates if we do need that. So you can understand the sort of willingness to play over on Labs from 4AM because, as we've already mentioned, it's a map that they have played quite a lot to get to this point inside of Salt Lake City. They played it a lot throughout their own kickoff, and they've, of course, played it earlier this afternoon. Los with the Border pick, no real surprise there. They're chaos merchants that they are. They're going to love a little bit of Border whenever we get down to it. And, of course, 4AM got a little bit of form recently on that map as well. So some parallels that we can draw to when we get down that route. But for now, 4AM going to be starting off on the attack here. Not sad that they were, the best at earlier on today. It was really their defenses that shone out on Labs, but it was still a side that we saw some nice ideas coming out from them, given that we've got very similar bans. I don't see that that's going to change too drastically.
No, it won't. And at least on the 4AM side, as you said, this half was 3-3 earlier when we saw them play against Daystar. And basically one of the main issues we kind of saw consistently on this attacking side was getting a bit too tunneled in, getting a bit too boxed in by the defense, and not really adding additional angles to things. We saw it one time, actually, and it resulted in I believe it was round 1 of that series, in fact, that kind of, even though it seemed like Daystar consistently had an advantage, 4AM were able to fight back in the late round, rotate, basically have pushes from a lot of different angles in the mid to late round, and actually win it. And then they kind of didn't really employ that for the rest of their attacking half. We'll see what happens here. Is already out the gate. We've got TX going down below on the Deimos, creating a rotate hole for himself with the M59. Also, the X-Kairos much more successful right out the gate than they were for 4AM earlier. They got impacted within the first round because of a Mira. Well, this time, the Hibana opens the walls, but then wide swings the IT breach, dies to dash, and then Gotti also goes down in the process. Deimos and Buck were brought by the attacking team, both serviceable and excellent for Vert, but, well, they are the second and third players to fall for 4 Angry Men, as Dash, still fresh off that the transition from Wildcard back into South America with Los, getting 2 kills with that AR-15, Darsley and Lida. Now the only 2 left.
Darsley going to try and get himself onto that upside down rappel just to see if there's anything that he can glean from behind that Kiba barricade. But this has been a shutout round here from Los. C4 ripped and ready from Dash. He can send that out at his leisure. There's a little bit of damage over toward Darsley, but Zoto is going to freeze things out for a good portion of time. Nice little swing there from Dark Eyes to secure that kill and bring what is going to be a rather inevitable end to the round. Lider lands one shot. Can he land the second? He's still got all 4 players to chew through if he does. He's got the time to do it, but loss. They've given him something to play with now, and instead they're just going to go for that sort of distraction factor. Lider does pick 2 as they all sort of line up, but we did have a very rogue flank outside of Electric all the way outside, working on the IT breach against that sole remaining survivor, but ultimately there were too many bodies that Lost could throw at that problem.
There were 3 players lined up pushing Garage. This has been an uncomfortable theme today, and I would like it to stop. I'd personally like it to stop. 2 times now, in a 4 a.m. game in particular, though it was usually 4 a.m. being lined up previously. Players just kept like stacking on top of each other, resulting in like collaterals for different players on the attacking team. That time there obviously happened, and while 2 players went down pushing Garage, the third's the one who was actually secured the kill. Either way, I would just prefer we move away from that phenomenon because it can get a little crazy and fall out of the defense's hands very rapidly. But as you said, that was a pretty simple round, all things considered. I mean, we had a couple players just wide swing either vertical angles or the IT breach, lose their fights, and if that happens enough, the round's pretty much going to end within the first half. Now, moving down to the basement, see Los bringing a lot of on-site utility, the smoke and the Goyo, also the mirror and the castle, enabling, of course, a better on-site hold, but for the castle in particular, enabling a bit more presence on-side of the site. Valkyrie cameras will also be good to kind of map out the interiors and intricacies of this setup around the middle and the top floor. So we'll see how it works out. It seems like there might be some kind of looser setup up top, or no. It seems it will just be 4 defenders moving around the middle floor with 1 player down below on the site.
Dark Eyes getting those Valkyrie cameras placed out there. Got a good chance of some early aggression right now. TX got a good idea that somebody's going to be hiding out inside of storage. Dark Eyes not really wanting to get caught out there on his own, but more than capable of holding his own in a fight if it does come his way. Good information now being gathered on the drone by Darsley as well. They're really getting a bit of a picture as to what this roam game looks like. A lot of players present at the moment inside of cafeteria and up in storage, really occupying a lot of that first floor. Maybe going to be forced up into more of a full clear to try and push those players around, because unless you get Lider in there on the Monty and are really effectively able to start pushing people around, it isn't going to be the easiest task of things, especially when you've got players like Dafo just tucked in on those half expedition stairs. You've got other positions being held as well. Dark Eyes still kicking around up there. It's going to take a little bit here. Dafo still not really giving anything up, and with only tin openers, it's not an ideal route for a Monty to start to move through, and it isn't going to get any better with the ace going down first.
Now with Rockstar going down, Gotti will try and provide some support. Easily could be a 4v3 if they find this player outside the window, but oh no, the Goyo almost slips the net, but down just outside of Pantry, trying to join the rest of the defense, and now they'll have to retreat, losing the player they were meant to save. The Smoke and the Goyo going down, but the former of those being a bit more impactful. Active utility lost. They bled the Lion and the Ace in turn. I think in terms of utility remaining, this might favor 4 Angry Men a little bit. They've still got the Snake, the vertical pressure for the Buck, and the Monty, perhaps the most important piece of that. The 4 Angry Men feeling generally decent getting a 3v3 and having this utility remaining. Ooh, if that C4 landed, that is a big moment for Los. Unfortunately, only does a little bit of chip damage to Gotti, and we're still out of 3v3.
Gotti still can jump in that scanner and see if there's anything that he can glean. Lider does need to be cautious. There are going to be players occupying space around him inside of Exo, and unfortunately he wasn't aware that Nuxka was just tucked in behind one of those big exosuit cases or cabinets. Yeah, you can get a line on the diffuser, Darsley, but with the diffuser now cold inside of Exo, Lider has sort of gone a little bit too far ahead of everybody else, it seems. And Los can just continue to start to draw back and make this even more painful, even more punishing. Gotti is going to be the next player to fall, and well, Dafo, he's going to clean the last as well, straight through that soft Exo hatch that was left. Not often that you see the hatch left soft there in that position, and it's strange again. There was a book right there. You maybe would think, you know, why don't we just open that and use that as a tool to assist with the Monty pushing down?
But it won't happen, and Los continue to have some pretty decent successes on these defense so far. Obviously, in the last one, mainly just, or at least on the first one we saw, mainly playing inside of the site, winning a lot of the gunfights that 4 men were very willing to take against them. That go around, they were roaming a lot more than they were before, so a lot of the action obviously happening on the middle floor, but still a generally consistent setup in that all the roamers were within arm's reach of each other, all in very tradable positions. And then, of course, when the mid-round happened and they started to get some more information, they kind of realized they could push a little bit further up the Exo stairs, maybe even get the Valkyrie inside of a gap. Really just consistently good calls and being quite aware of the situation, how it's developing and how it's progressing. So Los looking very, I would say, warm on these defenses so far, even though they are coming in without having played a game today, clearly showing up ready to play and looking very sharp.
5 seconds to go.
I quite like this from 4AM. Bit of a hefty 6-pick there, and finally we're starting to see them bring a appropriate amount of hard breach to deal with Nighthaven Labs. We've not only got the Hibana that's been a bit of a favourite for them over the course of the day, the ace being brought, of course, occasionally. We do see the ace be brought now as well. Now, the mirror windows are going to be a factor, and Daffo, you can see, he's already placed one of those out on the IT breach. He's got the other looking over toward connector. Some pretty nasty trips being placed out as well. So that is just going to be a labyrinth that Perez is starting to generate. Should be able to get these walls open fairly easily here. Perez, no impacts to really do anything about that, and instead can just slip himself back into electric. But no one's going to be able to get through there without him knowing about it.
That's insane. Literally just like, just this massive tripwire covering the perimeter of the room. I love that. Nobody getting through. Rockstar once again applying those X-Kairos to the IT wall. We'll leave Lida with a lot of Selma charges. Probably dedicate over towards the generator and the electrical side. Oh, but again, this ace goes down early. Terra is just wide swinging. The connector breach, I think. Shots connect directly with Lida's head, and, well, you brought that redundancy, and now, unfortunately, it won't serve you very well. Rockstar with 6x Kairos remaining. And I was about to say, I think there's one pocket reinforcement, so the defense, if they wanted to, could reinforce next to that mirror window and really make 4AM's life annoying.
Nux going to find a kill over onto TX. The mirror window is going to be surrendered right now. There's not too much that you can do about stopping that from blowing. Perez, he will drop himself off. Don't forget, this isn't a top floor defense, so all the time that has been wasted upstairs is time well spent as far as Los are concerned right now. Perez eventually shuts Gotti down. Gotti was able to find one onto Nux, so that's going to be the only impact that they have inside of the round now. Los, a firm man count advantage. 4 versus 2 right now. You can see them starting to draw back just a little bit. Rockstar, he will push himself up through, but isn't anticipating that the Vert is being watched here and takes a good chunk of damage. That's just going to further assist the Azami and Dark Eyes playing in IT.
Just waiting, knowing that there's nobody going to drone this with 35 seconds remaining. No chance. Maybe Darsley uses a flashbang, and, well, he could if he wanted to, but being the last player standing, it doesn't really matter if he uses a flashbang or not. Oh, he's actually kind of forced back because the air jab. Interesting. Not shooting the air jab as well, probably just to try and give Darsley or give the Nomad some false sense of security. 3 rounds in a row now for Los. Really good stuff. Might even see a tactical timeout from 4 Angry Men at this point. Might see Eden try to run through a game plan because these defenses have not looked particularly close.
The timeouts from Eden have typically been quite good as well. They've been very, very precise, very decisive. I wouldn't be surprised to see one come at the end of round 4. A lot of teams like to use round 4 because we've got another couple of bans that get sent in, and it just extends the time that the players can talk. It doesn't extend the time the coach can talk, but then the coach can come in, of course, after that. And it seems that was Eden's plan all along. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to listen into the tactical timeout, but we do get to listen into the halfway point, which is coming up in only 3 rounds' time. So stay tuned for that. Eden's timeouts have certainly been worth a listen. But the headline for this game so far is that Los are pretty much walking all over 4AM, and we are consistently seeing the same problems be brought up. It's a lack of control. It's a lack of space. In some areas, it doesn't even matter the key pieces of utility being used, generated, or exchanged correctly. A lot of it's coming down to the gunfights.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, and the paradigmatic example of that for me last round was that fight between, I believe it was Perez and Gotti. Gotti gets the kill on the player, like, swinging into lounge, and then Perez is flanking from behind, and he's, like, so far behind the other swing that this is just, like, a straight-up 1v1 that Gotti's ready for. He turns around and is pre-aiming the angle, and I could, as the two players are about to meet, I was like, oh, he absolutely gets this kill. There's no way he doesn't. See right there, gets that. I thought for sure he gets Perez there as he swings around the corner. Still loses the fight. Even though Gotti's ready for it, even though it's 2 isolated 1v1s, still goes down and gets traded. That's a good example where, you know, Perez, if he's, I'm not saying Perez necessarily did something wrong, but if, like, he swings a little earlier, no way Gotti gets out of that. But because he swings later, it is a pretty much just straight up 50-50 that Gotti is ready for. The fact that he still wins it, it's indicative that even when things are going right, as you said, the gunfights just still aren't going for Ingerman's way. And when everything is going against you and then also you can't win your fights, that's usually why you go down 0-3.
I mean, there's only Nux that's died twice, right? Everybody else has died once, and as you say, it comes down to shooting at the end of the day. Siege, as much brilliant utility as we've got in the game, you've got to be in the right position to use it. Looks like confidence is starting to swell a little bit on the side of Los as they're going for some pretty extended spawn peaks right off the rip here, but everyone going to be able to get up to that platform fairly safely and operate inside a connector terrace. Darsley straight on it to start to move and open up these connector walls. Now, as we mentioned, timeouts from Eden have been good so far. Not only have they netted 1 round, in some instances they've netted as many as 3 or 4 in a row. So that little bit of guidance can be very crucial. But it's going to have to be a hell of a lot of guidance this time, not just a little bit, to really change this tide. Good drone being placed underneath. Gotti keeping an eye on those flanks, knowing it's something that Los have done before already, so anticipating that that's going to be something that's done again. Now trying to deal with these Denari trips that Perez has been setting up, this labyrinth we've been talking about inside of connector and electrical. Zafir, not a bad way of trying to deal with that, and a bit of drone information just to be able to be a little bit more precise with that lifeline.
Nade banked around the corner will disrupt part of that network, but ooh, not even in its entirety. Dedicating a lot of utility to trying to disrupt this. So much value just from these tripwires. Really impressive placement by Perez there. It'll even encourage some of the defenders to send a C4 over top that puts Lyda down to below 50 HP. This is draining so much time. I think maybe they finally got part of it, but not even all of it in its entirety. Smoke canisters going out to add insult to injury. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this if you're Los. So much value, and now the Denari is shot. I mean, that's what, like a minute and a half? That's crazy.
It's 4 nades, it's a full lifeline, it's stuns, it's everything. All the focus so far has been toward getting this open. Lyda's even had to tank a little bit of damage to try and enable this sort of push. It's so telegraphed right now that really what can 4AM do? Do they double down and continue to try and bang their head against this wall thinking, well, we've spent all our utility on it, we may as well try and make something happen, or are they going to hit a rotate, or are they not going to be given a chance?
Well, I mean, we saw earlier on Nighthaven Labs, when they didn't have this issue, they still tried to bang their head against the wall and continue pushing through this exact same breach. TX will get 2, make that 3 as 1 wide swings. In the 1v2, it's not as dominant as it might otherwise have been. And with Dark Eyes on low HP, that ARX does a lot of damage, but you got to find the gunfights first. 4 in a row for Los. And, you know, I obviously want to put a lot of importance on those Denari tripwires. It drains so much utility, so much time. Just an honestly comically large amount of basically every resource that 4AM had at their disposal. But also earlier when there was less crazy bits of utility, when it was just reinforcements and breaches and mirror windows, they still got stuck on that side. They still had a heavily telegraphed pushed all from the connector position. The exact same thing we saw against A-Star.
It's you know, not just the Denari trips that are making things hard. That's the focus, and that's the nice thing that, you know, it's very easy to sit there and talk about that because it's obvious what's happening. But like you say, it's not the only thing that they've been tripping themselves up over. 4 rounds in a row for Los. 4 opening picks in a row for Los. Again, really starting to struggle to see signs of life. The only couple of kills that were got there by 4AM were kind of times where Los players are just sort of throwing themselves and they're just going, you know what, time's short, we've used all the utility, we've got a man count advantage, we've got some guaranteed players tucked in here.
It's troll time.
They're not going to troll. I'm just going to go and set myself at these couple of players and see if there's anything that I can do. There's no impactful kills that have come out so far from 4AM, and that's not something that you want to be saying at round 5.
No, especially on a map earlier that you obviously won, though, on your defenses, but you still pulled out a 3-3 attacking half. And you still pulled it out, generally being competitive the whole time. It's not like they were down 0-3, then came back 3-3. It wasn't a streaky first half. It was a bit more back and forth. And just to see such a radically different opening side of Nighthaven than the one we saw against Daystar earlier, it's a worrying sign at this point. It is a very worrying sign for 4AM's chances in this series. As it continues, the top floor will now go down to the basement. Still some of the same players we saw last time. Hopefully, with this blitz, we'll maybe see a little bit more, I suppose, pressure applied to these roamers, ability to clear them out. As those kind of just retreated downstairs at their own pace, at their own time, and traded out the attackers as they pushed in, but still kind of escaped with a pretty decent position. The 4AM still had some good remaining utility, particularly that Snake.
They've shown us some really exciting attacks on this site, and this isn't looking like one of them. We're just seeing a bit of a flooding at the moment in through Animus. If they're just going to try and use the lifeline and the blitz to make something happen here, it could get quite messy. Rockstar finds his first of the game so far, but that looks like a lot of site control to me, Lynx.
A lot of site control, and Rockstar getting that first pick also highly important because now the Thorn, not really a lot of great options. Actually, did she get him with the Razor Bloom? Surely not. That's crazy. Darsley does find another, and it is 4AM with the advantage, but that is a nasty find, and I've never seen a Razor Bloom used that way. Really good heads-up play by Dash that has stalled out 4AM for the moment, and they're starting to drop bodies. The Hibana and Gotti both low, but I don't know if they can find this planter in time. It is a straight-up 2v2, and a blitz in low time is not the player you want. Now it is just Rockstar behind the pillar. Got his first kill and will not get any more than that. Dark Eyes with 3, but perhaps an MVP late round Razor Bloom. A bit of utility play that I have never seen.
Dash using both sides of his brain there. The Razor Bloom being used to try and deny that plant and successfully denying that plant. For him, they'd made a good play. It was, okay, the site's a little bit light.
It was a good call.
We can move through. We've got a blitz. We've got Zafir. We've got the lifeline. We can make something happen quite quickly here. We can ignore a lot of the utility in that the Goyo Vulcan pack, and we can just sort of push straight through to site. Great call. I like it. It worked. Nearly. The one thing that it didn't work on is that there was only 3 of them that did it. And the other 2 players, bit more impact maybe, a little bit of something. Like, we needed a little bit more, because if you've got 3 players making that push, and then one starts to put the plant down, you've then got 2. So you're already at a losing battle, especially when gunfights have been the hardest thing that we've seen 4AM have to win today.
I also think, again, just to go back to that Razor Bloom, because I like everything you said, but also just adding on to that, I think, and at least this is a completely subjective feeling I have, maybe I'm wrong, I do feel like this phenomenon of keeping, like, specifically for, like, your Ellas, your Thorns, this phenomenon of keeping one trap in the pocket that I've seen a lot more consistently over the past year and a half, I feel like, it can still trip you up quite extensively. I mean, you think about it with Ella, but I haven't really seen that happen with Thorn very often, but it makes a lot of sense, especially if somebody's trying to put the diffuser down, and I don't think that's something a lot of players are, like, necessarily going to be thinking of as, like, a high priority in their head, just because for basically a lot of the game's history, you saw those traps placed at the beginning of the round, and so.
With how quickly that round went, though, that could have just been something he'd not placed yet.
That's true. It might not even been intentional.
You know, it might not have even been like, oh, I'm going to keep this just in case, you know. But it's the headspace in the moment knowing, true. Actually, I've got this. I can affect that. Let's roll. We've got the util to be able to get the job done. 5 rounds in a row then for loss. First time we saw 4 Angry Men get the opening pick. Rockstar was successful in round number 5, but as we've just seen, it wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough to tip the scales in their favor. They're going to be attacking into the mid floor right now. Again, we've not seen them have too much problem get the breaches open. That's kind of what you get when you have a double breach denial ban. You've got the Cade gun, you've got the Bandit gun. These things are going to happen. These things are going to be fairly straightforward. It's what happens next that really matters. And searching out for some of these roamers has been a little bit of a problem. Not only that, but winning the gunfights once they get there. Perez, we can see, is going to be dug in over toward that IT side of things and actually rotates himself down Fish, so doesn't want to stick around upstairs and find out what's going to go on.
I think that's a good option. I mean, at this point, minute 20 seconds in, you don't want to be giving 4 Angry Men any openings you don't otherwise need to, especially as the zombie 5 Kivas generated. want to keep those active, keep them good for the late round. Darcy, the Glass, goes down early. One of those disruption operators, though maybe the less exciting one out of Grim, Cappy, Tao, and Ying. Could have been somebody who could have stayed in the smoke, quickly pre-fired around a corner with that DMR. Saw that 4am do that exact thing against Daystar earlier, albeit up on the second floor. Kitchen Dining, you won't have that. Still thinking about getting those breaches. You've got the tin openers. You've got the Somas. You've got a hell of a lot of vertical destruction with every boogie drone getting used. But only a minute remaining. Still a 5v4 with a Clash on the board, with Perez having all of his Kibas. Still all 5 in pocket, by the way. This is looking like a really tricky position. Great coordination between the Clash and the Warden. Now we just have the DMR tagging on, looking for some action. I mean, it's kind of a rudimentary description, but this has felt like a 6-0 pretty much the whole time. We've barely seen any fight from 4 Angry Men, and that just continues to be the case in round 6.
It's just a little bit too checklist again, isn't it? It's like we're going to go in, we're going to use the RAM, we're going to open up the floor. That floor's been open for the entire round.
Like
nothing's
8,000
happened
years.
through it. Like it's not doing the do. If you've got a Clash at the bottom and you've got Dash throwing C4s left, right, and center, you're going to need to give us a little bit more than just going through your plan and being stubborn and sticking to it. And again, it's what we saw happen in the game earlier today. We need to see what the adaptation is.
And we'll see what Eden has to say.
那我操，不办有什么用？
No sound. No sound either. No sound.
Oh, it's better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, before anything, take 20-30 seconds, okay? Breathe, keep calm, and we come back, we reset in the game, okay? Here, it's not like we magically forgot how to play in 2 hours time frame, okay? It's just that we are not playing together, okay? We are doing stupid picks and we are putting ourselves in their lines, okay? Just chill, we play together, we comms, okay? That's what is making us successful, so please don't forget it. Okay, now that we took this time, what are they doing in attack? Go on, I did not see the...
Oh, they rush a lot. They rush a lot.
Roubado, tá ligado?
É, roubado.
Vou jogar Jingle Glass, então.
Boa. Peitam
O,
comigo.
na tanque ele tem uma 1-3-1 que vira 1-4 muito rápido.
E o cara começa a água e desce rapidão água. Pela água ele desce.
É, eu anotei pra gente fazer o semi-garagem e a gente pode começar a nossa caçada pela água, entendeu? Com Darkhaze e Nuzga dobrando água ali, entendeu?
Alguém pega o back dele no L ali, consegue?
Isso, eu pego,
Tá,
eu pego.
fechou então.
Virar L e empilha, ele não tem nenhum lado pra correr, né?
Não. Ô, Dash, esse semi-garagem, tem como a gente fazer com o Obre no bomba de começo ou quer fazer muito rápido? Eu já votei.
Semi-garagem com você no nome de começo?
É.
Mano, eu acho que a gente faz um pouquinho mais rápido, Daf. A gente não. É, a gente vai um pouco mais rápido. Senão esse cara vai descer, talvez a gente não pegue a kill dele.
E presta atenção no bagulho de movimentação deles, guys. Ele entra pro board, ele entra pra todos os mapas deles. Lembra que os caras, mano, se mexem full.
Tá.
Ligado?
É, vamos na calma aqui, mano. Punindo, comunicando os gap. Fazer os steps direitinho aí, mano.
Eu jogo bem
Liquid
2021.
Paca de afobadão, não.
Sem jogar juntos,
Agora
nada.
Guys, e na garagem, eles na caixas, eles têm uma 3-2 full trap. E que eu acho que a gente faz nessa 3-2, a gente só faz o full domínio padrão. Eles vão se fuder.
Definitely liked a lot of what Eden was saying at the beginning. I just liked his point specifically about, you know, it seems silly, but like we haven't forgotten to play Siege in the past 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like that's I think just a very good sentence to say out loud. Be like, hey guys, we haven't actually just like forgotten how to do the thing we've been doing for like 11 years now, or however long they've been playing the game. Just like a small touch that I really appreciated from Eden, especially since obviously going down 0-6 on a map that you won 7-3 earlier can be the kind of thing that tanks your mental a little bit.
There's not a lot of useful things that you can say
No, there
at that
really
moment, but I think that was a useful thing to say.
Very useful.
And it's one of only a handful of things, really, because it's true. They've not just magically forgotten how to play. They just need to, in Eden's words, talk through things a little bit more. It sounds like there's been maybe a couple of heads have dipped naturally. You've just lost 6 rounds in a row. You've just lost an entire half of a map. It's natural that comms are going to start to get a little bit stressful and things are going to start to change a little bit. On the loss side of things, just seems like vibes. Again, it feels like they just need to continue to move through these motions. They've got a lot of opportunity right now to close this out as a 7-0. And then we move on to Border, which, as we know, is a map where they are going to thrive as well. Not that they're not going to thrive here on Labs, because with a 6-0 scoreline, it's hard to say that they have done anything but up until this point. They will switch over onto the attack, however. We will have a B ban, a Grim ban, and a Thermite ban. Countered, of course, with the classic double hard breach denial ban. Cade and the Bandit, which is becoming oh so popular. Top floor is going to be the first site. 4 AM choose to defend. And again, Lynx, they've got plenty of tools to try and do this. They've got the mirror. They can make the breaches a little bit more techy. They can continue to start, you know, making these things a little bit more hard work. The very same that Lost did to them. They've just got far fewer opportunities for mistakes on the side of 4 Angry Men.
A lot less opportunities for mistakes. And one other interesting thing we heard during the timeout was Eden mentioning that he thought they might like to rush a lot, and that might be true. I'm not saying it's wrong, but at least in this round, definitely it does not seem to be the case based off this lineup. And so, as you mentioned, a lot of tools, we can see being put to good use right now. Shock drones taking down a lot of those F-Knots quite early. No, oh, almost gets from your window. Body blocked, unfortunately, though I think it's just broken, not completely destroyed. Actually, can't tell if the glass got taken down. No, it's just cracked. Unfortunate, as Paris almost had the craziest Twitch round pathing of Salt Lake City right there, but light his thigh, body blocks the shot, now still alive to use this C4 and aim it over towards the connector breach. As it is a 5-man hold of the top floor, nobody roaming at the moment, all playing generally shoulder width apart. It means we're probably going to have a bit of a slow middle round here.
I did sort of raise a little bit of an eyebrow as well when I heard Eden say they like to rush, because it's not characteristic really that we give any of the SAL teams anymore, is that sort of rush strat. It's far much more structured than that. Dark Eyes, he's in the mix right now. Takes down Lider. He was lining up a shot over onto Electrical earlier. Gotti, he's going to find a brilliant C4 there over onto Dash. One of the downsides from not playing a Nomad, you can't just block off that Electrical door and stop players from having a little bit of a stretch out there and sending a C4. There's going to be a keeper barricade there to slow things down, but a shotgun in this position is a classic, and it's going to be Gotti tasked with trying to hold onto it. What a shot over onto Dark Eyes. A lot of work being put in on Electrical at the moment from 4 AM, and that could be enough to swing the tide, at least in this round. 51 seconds left. There are still 3 players from Los alive. We've got 1 Toxic Babe canister in Rockstar's hand.
Last one just escaped, and 4 AM maintained their advantage. Both Dafo and Nux stuck around the electrical generator side. Oh, Rockstar just peeks around the corner. Got to be careful about taking this fight. DMR might be strong, but the shotgun will meld you against the wall. Azami close around the corner. No way he gets away with that. Azami trying to land the trade. Ace almost lining them up, but the Fenrir gets it. Now stuck in the 1v1. He's got info on the Azami's position. Might just land the pre-fire, but no, TX good for it. A nail-biter towards the end as 4 AM get there first.
A 1v1 to keep your team in it on 6-0. Whew, not a position that you want to find yourself in there. You want the rounds to be a bit more decisive than that, but you can't always choose how they're won.
And 9x19 against a DMR, probably the most cursed matchup you could be taking that 1v1 against.
I know, yeah. I mean, Nux had already done so much. They'd already been able to deal with the smoke. They'd already been able to they had filled their quota for round number 7 and then some.
That shot was crazy with the SMG-12. That's also crazy that he hip-fired DMR'd that guy from around the corner. And oh, that was close. TX was on very low HP at the end of that 1v1. Could have been 7-0 right there, but difference between 7-0, 7-1, even 7-2 to an extent, really splitting hairs. We're going to need to see a lot from 4 Angry Men, or see very little from Los, conversely, to really have an idea for a convincing comeback here, because Los are still, but not only generally dominant, but even generally very good in that round. While 4 AM were able, I think, strategically to keep them at a distance, Los showed themselves to be quite adept in the gunfights, though 4 AM did as well. That continues here. It only takes one. Only takes one overperformance or crazy shot from Dark Eyes, combined with, say, a blitz push from Nux to really throw things out of whack for 4 Angry Men, and for the map to end and us to go to border. As we attack and look to basement, got a lot of the standard players. 2 sources of vertical destruction for Los at the moment, and of course the blitz that I mentioned earlier. Trying to clear out any of these roamers, or anybody on the site later on.
Los's recipe is typically the same as many other teams. It is going to be to get in and start to take a little bit of control of that mid floor, work some of that vert a little bit. We've got Perez on the ram who's going to be able to achieve that quite nicely. Self-sufficient here, droning themselves in on the catwalk. Already sent one of those ram boogie drones in toward Electrical. but doesn't need to be there to sort of line it up and follow it in. Can instead make his own path. It's going to be Dash taking down Gotti to start things off, and Perez just hits some beautiful timing.
Oh, so it's
as
over.
Dash finds himself a third, and Rockstar, well, one of your teammates has already got a 1vx, but this time it's a 1 versus 5.
I mean, that TCSG hits like a truck. It can do a lot of damage. Might be able to take down one. We even saw some nasty shots hit by the TCSG in our first series of the day. He's found a gap. Spots one. Dark Eyes put to low. He's got at least the first, but with one player around the corner, it is not going to happen. 7-1 will do. Not all that different from a 7-0. It is just as dominant in the grand scheme of things. And how Nighthaven Labs has changed for 4 Angry Men.
Night and day difference, really, isn't it? And I think that's one of the things that they're going to experience when they start to come up against one of the bigger dogs here. Loss, they are from a big region, they are from the SL, and they play some cracking teams week in, week out, and they have really made a mockery there of 4AM. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we'll be back with map 2 in the series.
That was a quick one, as we just saw. Not a 7-0, not a 7-0. But a 7-1 is basically the same thing at the end of the day. Nighthaven Labs quickly dealt with by Los, and now we have Border coming up. And I hate to say it, if Los are shooting that straight on Nighthaven, I have a feeling Border might be similarly paced.
Border is going to be a map that suits Los a lot better. It's a map that is very synonymous with the region that they are from in SAL. We see quite a lot of Border. We know there are a lot of Border-loving teams over there. And we've seen 4AM play on Border already, and it wasn't necessarily the game to remember them by.
No.
And I don't really know how that's going to stack up against Loss, purely because from what we saw on Labs links, there was just a gulf in terms of gun ability in a lot of cases.
I mean, especially by the end of the map, I mean, I want to say, I think some players still had like extremely minimal amounts of kills. Yeah, 2 kills for Rockstar, 3 kills for Lida and Darsley apiece. Just really bleak stuff, all things considered, which part of it was because of Los's performance, but still something you have to worry about, especially as we go to a map like Border. As Ali mentioned, if the gunfights were lacking on Nighthaven, then on Border, if it's lacking, it is just going to punish you even more. And something we talked about yesterday, something we talked about earlier, when we saw 4AM play on Border against SR yesterday, it was all 12 rounds, to be fair. But something they struggled with was clearing out some of those power positions. And if I'm thinking about who might win a fight against Dark Eyes if he's playing like CCTV with a Rooney, right now it's nobody on 4AM based on Nighthaven Labs. It feels like nobody's winning that fight.
And I think that's it. And to throw it into a bit of context, it's not like we sit here and hold SR as being on a pedestal for their ability to play Border. It's not really a map that they play a hell of a lot over inside of the NAL, and it wouldn't be my first choice of map if you said, if you think of SR, what's the map that you think of? I wouldn't be picking Border. I don't think it'd be my first, second, third, or fourth. So, again, you throw that into there and you start to wonder. But each team has a map to pick inside of a best of 3. It just so happens that Loss chose this one, and I'm sure they've chosen it for a very good reason. 4 Angry Men yet to have a significant impact in this series. They were good for 1 round on Nighthaven Labs, but we're going to need to see a hell of a lot more out of them than that if they want to make it any further here at the Salt Lake City Major.
Need to see a big performance out of 4AM starting on these defenses. Also would like to see no hard breach denial bans. When we moved out of Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse, we were treated to some different fare. But Ali and I have been cursed with these defensive bans. But I believe that Los will make things a bit easier, and indeed will start Azami taken off the board. And if you think about, at least for 4AM on these defenses, what are the kind of things they really need to get rid of? I think a lot of those disruption operators are going to be the name of the game. I've never really thought of Los as like a particularly deadly shield team, in particular Nux a long time, while he often plays the shields. It's not really like one of the main shield players in SAL, but I will say their ability to use operators like Ying, like Grim, to get good value out of them is something you really have to worry about. Same with some of the intel ops as well. So I think focusing on the Ying and the Glass for 4AM is likely just a good prophylactic measure.
It's never going to be a bad thing to target, is it? Glass, Ying, always pretty firm favourites when it comes to Border. There's going to be quite a lot of long angles that can be opened up that Glass can exploit, and at the same time some fairly tight spaces that Ying's Candelas can be really effective in as well. It is, of course, going to leave open plenty of other tools, as we know now. Dark Eyes loves a little bit of Deimos. Perez, no surprise to see him on the Snake. It seems to be the operator that a lot of the fraggers are really starting to gravitate toward, just because how self-sufficient and how quickly they can move through the map with that Auton scanner. Of changes, maybe not going to see the Monty, but still at least going to see a shield, it seems, in a Blackbeard. Daffo just going to round things out with another global, some more oppressive information in the Alliant there being chosen. 4AM kind of spreading themselves a little bit far and wide here, but that's the nature of Border. You've got key areas that you really need to keep a good control of. Kind of like that Thorn Razor Bloom from Rockstar. I think it might just fly under the radar a little bit with that window already being opened. There's a chance that somebody might miss that just being there on the sill.
It's also a Razor Bloom that kind of is indicative of a good understanding of player behavior. Like, sure, that Razor Bloom, technically speaking, is super visible. You can shoot that from a lot of different angles. But most people obviously don't rappel up the side because of the armory wall. And if people are up at the front, they're probably going to have triggered the Razor Bloom because the main way players approach this area is from the corner that the Snake is at right now. And so it's an understanding that even if it seems in theory highly visible, from the angle that players always approach it at, not visible whatsoever. At the beginning, Dark Eyes gets the first pick with a shotgun, taking down Gotti in the 90 hallway. TX next up on deck. Rockstar might find one fighting in CCTV. In general, 4AM seem to have a little bit of fight left in them. Diffuser dropped inside of CC at the moment, though, with Perez around the corner. Can use that Soliton scanner, can use some of that secondary utility. What a comeback from 4 Angry Men. 3 kills in a row. Though Perez has exact information on Rockstar's position at the moment, seeing that Razor Bloom. We'll have even more information with this Soliton scanner.
There's not a great deal that you can do about it from there, though. There's another Razor Bloom that's been placed as a replacement. That information that's being gathered from Perez, who can he feed it to? He can feed it to Dash. Dash hasn't got the greatest chance to affect onto that. Instead, Perez is just going to straight up go and enter into the site. Doesn't matter that they've not got the diffuser. They're going to be pushing for kills, it seems, in this one. It'll take Darsley down. It's a really important play to make at that point because there's still loads of time here. And look at how powerful this Soliton scanner is. He's going to be able to find exactly what he needs to know. Can call the diffuser as clear for Dash, but will be taken out by Rockstar.
And unfortunately, it's just long enough. Eventually, you're going to show your head. Eventually, you're going to make even the slightest mistake. And at that moment, as the call is perfectly good, get the information. Dash gets the diffuser. He's running over. It's going to happen. Ends up exposing himself. Now stuck in the 1v2. Lida, who was threatening a flank earlier, now joins the Thorn inside of the site. 50% already gone. Dash will fall off and spot him, but Rockstar good for it. Massive 3v5 from 4 Angry Men right out the gate, stopping the momentum gathered by Los.
I think it's the right play there from Dash. I just don't know that there's much else you can do. There's things that went a little bit further wrong than that earlier on into the round. You've got to just try and bait something out there and hope you get a little bit of a misplay out of it from 4AM. But they were fairly well locked in and will cement the first round here on Border. Good hold inside of CCTV as well. Some brilliant usage of not only the Razor Bloom, but just the knowledge of having that link between the top of those east stairs with Lida there, and being able to help and to keep things a little bit safer for Rockstar hanging around inside of CCTV. The fact that he was one of the last players alive as well was even more impressive in that endeavor, because usually it's a bit of a hold where you kind of either leave and the round wins, or you leave and you go onto the cameras. You never really get to do much more than play inside of CC.
CC obviously gaining a lot of focus from the last round. We'll see what kind of focus it has in this one as a ventilation and workshop defense. Likely see 4AM make a little bit of motion towards it, but the main point of action off-site at least will be likely an armory. Though we can see sometimes teams, attacking teams specifically, rush in through the horizontal, whether it's through customs and passport or through the teller's wall. We'll see what Los have in store. A lot of castle barricades being used up top, covering a lot of these armory and office windows. Denying some exterior angles from the attacking team. A hell of a lot of information gathering. Dark Eyes and Perez on the Dokkaebi and the Snake, respectively. Perez again in this position. Does he know that somebody's outside the window? Open up. Oh, just sees the head. With this trigger discipline, spots him. Great play. Cutting down Lida. Just tucked inside behind the CC desk, and now gaining some upward momentum with the Soliton scanner. Only spotting one player in Fountain. No, the bullets just sail over his shoulder. Just trying to get extra at this point. The Monty getting activated as well over on the break room side. They've already taken control of CCTV within 45 seconds. They've got a kill. They do not need to push for more.
Look at how powerful that Soliton scanner is, by the way. Literally walks through CCTV with it out, just looking, just like, well, no, who's there, who's there, who's there? It just makes the game so different. And the players that are going to be able to leverage that the best are the players that are going to do well here inside of Salt Lake. That much is for certain. Perez still can operate inside of CC, but it's going to be time to move off and assist Dash a little bit with starting to bait out a little bit that utility on that armory wall. Nux is going to be able to come along and start to open up that wall as well, which is going to make those smoke canisters from Rockstar just a little bit less effective.
Oh, DMR shot sailing straight through small office. I thought that might have found Rockstar. Instead, it's Darsley who goes down behind him. Smoke still using utility, all of it utilized at basically the halfway point. TX finding a massive couple kills. I don't even know how he found those. He gets 3 as they push all the way through Armory. And somehow, 4 Angry Men 2 times in a row when it seems Los have gained the advantage. Whether it's multiple or just one player in this case, find a brief opening to fight back. As the Monty and the Hibana have taken control of the site, the Specchio scanner can wait and spot Nux once he puts down that diffuser. Instead, it'll be Dash picking it up. With bearing 9 around the corner. Neither him nor God, you want to make this first move. He's got to cover Dash. He puts it down. Wide swing around the corner. Just barely dodges the headshot, but TX good for the next. Ace required if he wants to get 4 Angry Men their second. And look at these vertical angles. They've already dealt with the Monty. They have already put so much pressure on the attacking team. So as Nux rotates over, is looking at the hatch, revealed his position, but gains some information. Another attempt behind the wall. TX might have to drop. The sound cue will go out, and the Bandit decides to wait. Nux coming off the diffuser, has to find his kill. Flashbang dodged by the Bandit, and all 5 for TX. It's another clutch for 4 a.m.
What a massive play there from TX. An ace to make it happen. 3 kills, just dug in deep inside of Archives. And the final 2 coming in, well, 1 on the vert, and then the last one there on the drop. I thought Nux played it perfectly. He's got to get the plant down. He doesn't want to get caught into this cat and mouse game of, oh, am I getting the plant down? Oh, are you going to drop the hatch? Oh, are you going to peek? Has to try and firm the plant. Played it as well as he could. Throw the flash. Hope that you get the right side of the swing and just, work from there. But TX swings the other side, dodges out the flash entirely, and is there ready and waiting to take that frag. Difficult one to call. Didn't know who I fancied for it, but an ace clutch is an ace clutch nonetheless. And 4 a.m. have got 2 rounds here on border. It looks like they've already firmly forgotten anything that was going on over on Labs, and they are locked in here. 2 rounds on the defense as well. This is a map that you expect Attack to do fairly well in.
Yeah, you expected, especially with the impact that Los have had in the early game so far. I mean, obviously finding the Malusi there pretty early on. I believe they found the opening pick in round 1 as well, though it is escaping me where it's actually happened. Oh yeah, it happened with Dark Eyes in 90. So usually when you see that opening pick go the way for a certain team, you usually see what happens in round 2, where it's like, okay, we can immediately take CCTV control, and now we can leverage this into a lot of armory pressure. And a lot of that was successful, but there are these very small moments in each of these rounds. Some individual engagements in round 1, and then obviously a lot of people lining up for TX in round 2. That despite Los basically making use of a lot of the built-in advantages of border, it gets completely mitigated by the halfway or by the 45-second point. And 4am are playing really good in this recovery game right now. Really, really, really good. Switching up the defensive strategy as well as we get to round 3. We got the Cade Tuber out entering the mix. Going to be some pretty heavy stall on time. So we're defending Tellers and Bathroom, their third choice site.
Nice that we're seeing people getting involved in the kills as well now. Just had TX hit an ace, for goodness sake. Whereas on Night Haven Labs, players couldn't win a gunfight. They couldn't buy a kill in a lot of instances. So it really does seem like whatever was going on Labs has very quickly been forgotten here and put to bed. It's all about 4 a.m. starting to build a little bit of a lead here on border. TX just going to be playing at the bottom of these metal stairs. He knows that somebody's going to be pushing him in through ventilation there. But Dark Eyes hot on his tail. Dash playing on that blitz as well. Oh, just turns the back for a second, but activates on the Banshee. Lider tried to turn around and make something happen, but Dark Eyes still just a little bit quicker there.
Wow. C4 triggered right as Dark Eyes gets the second kill. I was very confused about 2 seconds, then follows up on the next. He has had enough of whatever antics have filled these first 2 rounds and has decided to take things into his own hands. Reigning defenders, 1 inside a bathroom, I believe. No, inside a workshop. Might be the end of Dark Eyes if this IQ isn't careful. This blitz isn't either. Ooh, they do not know. ROU projector provides some coverage. The IQ should go down. Will the blitz fall off the defuse? Plan to really die to that C4. It is the latter. But Los getting an important couple kills, and now Rockstar retakes control of bathroom all by his lonesome. He's got control of the diffuser. Information on 1 player outside of the window, but everyone from Los consolidates, and they put their first attack on the board.
Really looked like a bit of a lash out round there from Los, didn't it? And Dark Eyes in particular, like, right, guys, come on. We've lost 2 rounds in a row here that were very winnable for us. There's no reason to keep letting these slip away. Let's just push through and make this really, really straightforward. Nothing fancy, no going for the vert, no taking control of CCTV, E-stairs, none of that. Quite literally walking through main door, walking through ventilation, walking through workshop, or even down by metal, and just making something happen that way. And as soon as you pick up 3 kills, it's going to be relatively easy to transition that from 3 kills into a round win. Even still, the win not good enough for Los. Going to choose to take their time out here as well. It's the halfway point for this first half, and they know that they need to secure every round from here on out, basically.
Well, and especially since there were still so many issues in the first couple rounds. And also, if you look at there, I mean, a lot of that was an individual performance from Dark Eyes. I think being well positioned, being well set up by his team. But even then, you see some gaps in the information in the late round. It wasn't perfect play. It was quite individual play, at least in terms of the impact had in round 3. Still a good victory overall. but definitely some things that in the overall picture of these first 3 rounds that I imagine Hugzord will want to work on, and has a lot of priorities for what Los could improve upon or how they might be able to net themselves a winning half, as 6-0 is long gone, but a 4-2 is still very much a possibility if you can really iron out some of the kinks in your play, especially since you had a lot of success in rounds 1 and 2. It had to be pretty big recoveries from 4 Angry Men. I imagine really focusing in on what they did well in rounds 1 and 2 and how they can maybe supplement that with some better later round play.
I think that's got to be the topic of the timeout from Hugzord, hasn't it? It's like, look, guys, this should be a 3-0 right now. And instead it's a 2-1 and we're trailing. Now, I'm sure the alarm bells aren't ringing just yet. We know that Los are very capable, but they also want to be playing a very tight brand of Siege, and they don't want to be letting these mistakes start to creep in into official games, because that's when they start to become problems later on down the line. You can't control always when those mistakes start to creep in. If you've let it happen a couple of times, it just becomes one of those things, unfortunately. No, stamp it out. The first 2 rounds, very, very winnable here. You've been ace clutched on, for goodness sake. It is kind of time to lock in a little bit. The game isn't in danger, the series isn't in danger just yet, but it's just about the message that it sends.
It's always about sending a message.
Love sending a message.
Love sending a message. Sending a message right now, barbed wire out on the rafters. You are not getting through. Razor Bloom as well.
Same Razor Bloom as we saw a couple of rounds ago. Now, I don't think that it assisted in a kill, but the barbed wire definitely slows down the player that's hopping in, but I'm sure that they're going to be a bit more aware of that. I think the barbed was this side, so it was inside last time, not outside. Again, a little bit of a mini-game. It gives a bit more warning for Rockstar of anyone just getting on that window.
Well, and you think about it, I mean, the window was closed in this round, and it was a different operator, but, Perez did get that opening pick in round 2 from that exact window onto a Malusi sitting inside a CCTV, so just some good foresight and just stopping that from happening. Mirror window, inside a 90 flashbang will go out. I was going to say, I feel like we'll see some kind of Selma charge placed on the wall. Yes, we will, though. Thorn just peeks around the corner, shoots it, and they were all good.
He should be dead from the window, though. He shouldn't be allowed to make that sort of a play. Perez is preoccupied by what's going on over toward Armory side, but instead he's kind of let Rockstar out of position. Now, Perez has picked up this kill before, with Rockstar tucked in behind that sort of banana array of screens, but this time it seems like he's really concerned with whatever's going on inside of Armory. And we can see that, I mean, there's one guy there, it's going to be TX, but for as good as TX is, he's not really going to be able to shoot you around a corner.
But keep in mind, he can't really do more than that because of the barbed wire. He might not know about the Razor Bloom, but he can't really push up and hold this Thorn on that window. So if he wants to have any kind of, momentum on the side, it's got to be holding that angle on Armory. He has this drone looking at the Thorn, but I really would want to send Dark Eyes on Deimos in this position. I mean, you got soft floors, you got Deathmark trackers. Dark Eyes had a shotgun as well, so could use the revolver or the shotgun to use this.
Looks like Dark Eyes is thinking about a bit of a rotate round as well now. Thorn now targeted by the Deimos. C4 ripped and sent out, but Gotzi chooses to play in front of his mirror window. Rockstar will be credited with the kill onto Perez. The Razor Bloom coming good there for him. And an equal 3 versus 3 after that initial flurry of action. Dark Eyes still below, though. And he's got all available defenders to track on that death mark. But he's not going to need a track for that one. Just a yellow ping, but still isn't able to land the shots. Darsley, you've got to move, mate. He's shooting the floor at your feet.
He's let him reload and everything. Darcy was like, oh, you missed that one? Here, come on, I'll give you another shot. That is, honestly, great sportsmanship from Darsley. Maybe not the best strategic move. TX domes one outside on Armory balcony, but gets down in the process. I was about to talk about how Dark Eyes maybe rendering the CCTV push a little inefficient, but certainly paying things back with this play around Armory. Almost swings a little too far as Lyda is an angle down the main stairs. Goyo spotted by this remaining Deathmark tracker. Should give Nux the security to go for the defused plant. Indeed, it will. Dark Eyes now moving to the cutoff on metal stairs, and we will move into the post plant with barely any shots fired. An excellent pinch by Los to round things out. We are all tied up at 4.
Dark Eyes has done a brilliant job there that round. So much work being put in on that Deimos from below. Not only is he able to get the comical kill onto Darsley.
I can't believe he didn't move. I cannot believe that guy didn't move.
But he's also able to, just really affect onto a lot of those players. 3 kills on the round. All of them, 2 of them coming through the vert, of course, and then that last kill just coming out straight as a straight-up gunfight. You've got to credit them for that sort of ability. The first 2 kills as well coming in within a couple of seconds of each other. So really just the right place at the right time. I do like the minigame that we're seeing played. I just think... It was this one, wasn't it? I need to see it from the top. I need to see what made them think that they were safe. You know?
Well, so I almost wonder, because there were attackers on metal or on Armory balcony.
Just so pinched they can't move.
I was gonna say it's possible that they might have been able to move whatsoever.
Yeah, true.
It's very funny though. It creates a very funny image, and honestly, like that's the best part.
10 seconds.
He was just, or maybe he was really just like, surely he doesn't check this again.
Yeah, he's like, oh no,
5 seconds left.
I'll go for it again.
Surely not. Well, he did. And we'll see what happens, at least going forward. Dark Eye's good for 2 in the last round of the demo. So, he said, you know how they always say keep a good thing going? I don't believe that. We'll switch it up to the Dokkaebi and see what kind of lurks we can make that way. Ventilation and Workshop defense from 4 AM in turn. I believe we have a lot of the same operators from before. Lida as well on the Melusi, maybe around CCTV. Ooh. See Perez. His snake's been banned, but he's still got the F2. Look at this gap he's found with the Razor Bloom triggered, and somebody in the 90 hallway trying to get the aggressive, but Lida again falls. Understandable why he goes for that fight. Perez can't fall off. He's stuck in the hallway. Just unfortunate that the Twitch is ready for it. And again, on Ventilation Workshop, it is Perez and Lida as the opening duel.
He just backs himself, doesn't he? Every time he backs himself to win that gunfight, it's like, oh, I'm going to push in. Oh, the Razor Bloom's triggered. Actually, that's a good thing. Someone's probably going to swing me now from down there, and I'm going to be better in the gunfight. I'm going to be a bit more unpredictable. I'm going to be a bit quicker. They're not going to think that I'm right stood there in the middle of the corridor. And as quickly as he's got the kill, boom, he's out of there. And there's no further risk then. It is only advantage from that point onwards.
The broader advantage for Los at the moment. Still plenty of utility to use. Dark Eyes with a Dokkaebi call generating. The Monty still active, full HP. Saw one shock drone go down, but Perez with another. You can use to find some of these Razor Blooms or Vergements, as both seem to be placed, if not destroyed. Ooh! Great play by Gotti right there, I believe. Impact grenade, double to finish off the player. A lot of good coordination between 4 AM to land that kill, and one of the 2 very important operators taken down as the other Dokkaebi call goes out as well. How much value will they find? Perez looking to land a pre-fire around the corner. Will down Rockstar in the process. But there's another just on the opposite side of that ACOG. Trying to wrap around. Take the 1v1 against the Twitch, though this will inadvertently weaken the upstairs position as Darsley joining the defenders down below. Sending in the shock drone to finish this off. It feels like 2018 all over again. Oh, and he just escapes. That's
He's a
crazy.
master of getting these kills out, though, isn't he? It's not good enough that he finds himself 1, finds himself 2. He's only happy with 3 right now.
Somebody stop this guy.
Was desperately trying to figure out a way of finishing off the downed player earlier, but he knows how these players are going to react. He's essentially baiting and making it really work quite well for him. Thinking about committing to a drop, going to send out some smoke there just to assist. Nux, you can start to try and get this plant down. It's a 4 versus 2. Yeah, you've got a Solus, but are you really going to be able to stop this from going down? I don't think so. Locked in and confirmed in a post. Gotti and TX now. TX has already had a massive clutch here today, but he's going to need another with his teammate Gotti. He's going to be successful here in round 5.
And I don't know if it's going to offer it. I mean, you've got the attackers on vertical angles. You've got the Solus around the corner. Dark Eyes cutting off the main rotation. Perez, potentially 2 aces in one game right now if they let Perez get active just around the corner. Ace number 2 on border, and Perez making Rainbow Six look easy.
A real anything you can do, I can do better there from Perez. I can't believe we don't get any aces all the games that we do, and then all of a sudden we get like a bus. They come in 2s.
Yeah, exactly. They come in pairs.
They really do.
I've never seen the F2 look that simple.
No, you load up the
Just
game, honestly. Load up the game and just see how bad it is.
That's what I mean.
It's gonna be awful.
I'm so used to that thing bouncing for years. And now I see Perez walking through, and it is just like, I want to watch some of these. I'm just going to sit back, actually.
And people will tell you, no, it's fine. It's got a grip on it nowadays. It's like, nope, it's still not fine for me.
It's not fine for me. Get me the 417. Honestly, you got to, again, sportsmanship thing, you got to give him respect. He said, I'm not picking the DMR.
Yeah?
He said, I'm not doing it.
I'll back it. He's just going to pick the best gun in the game.
Okay. I mean, true. But
could be a 5-0 this. Had it not been for some clutches earlier on, TX and Rockstar both, well, 3K for TX. Sorry, ace for TX and a 3K for Rockstar. It's been Dark Eyes and Perez that have really kept Los in the mix so far. It's been a very clutch-orientated game with multi-kills happening in every single round so far. 3K, 5K, 3K, 3K, 5K. A lot of big individual performance. And the response to the pesky Razor Blooms, well, it is going to be that shock drone. Perez again getting good value out of it. It's something we saw him do over on Nighthaven Labs quite well. Not only is he quite slippy in the server with a gun, he's also pretty decent at navigating himself around there with one of these shock drones and usually gets a good portion of value out of that. Removing the Grismot mine. Removing 2 of the Razor Blooms. I mean, let's be honest, it's a one-man army at this point. He's got an ace and he's just single-handedly demolished, what, like 6 pieces of utility?
Gotta say, though, it is kind of cool to watch Rockstar place that Razor Bloom at the beginning, and then Perez doesn't check it on the window that time. He only gets it on the second go-around. So a lot of good value on that Razor Bloom. And again, it might seem simple or strange, but clearly unanticipated by Los, even if it hasn't had a lot of the impact I think we otherwise would like, or otherwise 4AM would have liked. Swing around the corner, Gotti, he's just not winning that. It's not his day today. It's not his map, unfortunately. Perez, how about number 9? 9-3 right now, and just number 6 if you include the past couple rounds. Very real possibility could be 4 in a row for Los at this point if they can convert this kill, though Lida with a huge frag. Finding Dark Eyes on the Deimos down at the bottom of Metal Stairs. Some heavy utility and some heavy vertical pressure taken down.
Feels like 4AM are getting a little bit antsy right now, doesn't it? That play that Gotti made, it's not a play that we'd have seen him make this morning. You know, he wouldn't have been caught out so far out of bounds. And very similar in round 5, you wouldn't have seen him playing really bold in front of a mirror window. It's like they're almost trying to lash out a little bit here against Los and be that bit more of an aggressive factor. But it ain't working. It ain't washing at the moment. Lida tucked in at the minute. Will be stunned here. With a couple of players ready and waiting to jump in on him. Finds one onto Dash, but Perez elsewhere is still seeing success. He's got control of Break Room now, but he doesn't have a great deal of HP to speak of. Nux is also looking pretty low, but Lida just gives himself up.
Perez still on the board. As Darsley gets 1. He might have 1 HP, but this F2 in Perez's hands is nightmarish. Direct information on 1, spots him, tags him up through the wall as Daffo finishes him off. TX in a 1v2. 5 of his kills came early on this half. Now he's got to get 2 to tie things up. Spots 1, but can't land the kill on 1 HP. He's still good for it. Perez simply cannot be stopped.
He needed to land 1 bullet. That was all. 1 bullet would have done the job. Perez was just too good in the moment. Let's see what they've got to say at the halfway point.
Okay, we're going on attack this time. Let me get what they do. On defense, remember they have pulse, office, they extend break, and they hold bottom east like we're doing. Tellers, they extend top all the way to CCTV. They have mirror window 90 for the break, and they have Oryx. They will try to flank us, okay? Vert, they extend top 2. They have mirror archives to look office door. Solis is on site, give info on drone, and implement the plant, okay? They will play aggressive, so be careful. The more confident they are, the more aggressive they play. They will not hesitate to run out. Like we open east, they run out break. That's what they usually do. Even sometimes when we open break, they don't care, they still run out break. So be aware of this. Be aware of spawn kills. And they should contest us on entry. Then the moment we step in the map, they should fall back and hold lines, okay? So we need to be fast on map entry. We take our position. Then it's us, our turn to play, okay? Crossfire, gadgets, play together, communicate. Okay, guys?
Yeah. Tá, beleza. Na oficina, a gente vai fazer a Fúria 3.0 Default ou a Default Default. Mas lembra dos comportamentos da Default de subir de solis lá, mirar e garantir o plant pra não dar a porta do pipi, da vertical da porta do pipi, e
Lembra
você
disso,
do drop
hein,
da sua pawn cyber, ô Pérez. Oi? Roubadão.
Lembra disso que ele falou.
O que? O final agora?
Lá embaixo, subir e pegar o pixel do
Ah,
pipi.
não, presta
do
atenção.
budget.
Tô fazendo reviewzão aqui, presta atenção, velho. Não, tô on fire aqui. Então, mas eu sei, velho, mas é esse tipo de coisa que...
Fala, deixa.
Banheiro, a gente vai fazer 5 em cima. Comigo de Kaid, o Nusga de Oryx.
Passando no meio primeiro pra você.
Aham, perfeito. O resto é default, né? A gente não vai mudar nada no 5 em cima, né? Deixa eu falar.
Não vai mudar.
Né? E a mira comigo de Kaid também. E aí só lembrar de você fazer a liga da tripla, Daf, na mira.
Aham.
Tá, é isso.
Beleza. Lembra que a gente vai banir capitão também, né? Então, provavelmente a progressão da Leste não vai ser tão forte em você, deixa
Eu acho que é bom lembrar nisso, Dash, do banheiro, que joga meio splitado, mas ele joga com foco pra comer pra dentro da oficina, tirando com Ace lá.
As we can see going forward, Los, I imagine feeling confident. Dash doing a lot of the talking. Definitely something that he has really grown into over the past couple years. Obviously moving from W7M to Wildcard, taking a bit, not necessarily a leadership role, but definitely still, I think, bringing some presence to that team. And now fully, you can hear him calming a lot during that Los tactical timeout. And conversely for 4AM, moving to the attacking side, things started off well in terms of round victories, but definitely in hindsight, if we see just some good conversions from Los Ali, this could have been another 6-0 half.
We live in that world. We live in a very real world. It could have so easily been a 6-0 half. It was such a multi-kill heavy half of Siege in general, though, because not only were the multi-kills got by 4 Angry Men the reason that they won their 2 rounds, but every single round won by a loss. There was multi-kills happening, whether it was Dark Eyes getting 3Ks, Perez getting aces or 3Ks. That was kind of the order of the day, really.
Which I'm not complaining about because it makes things like
It's
way
border,
more
isn't it?
entertaining.
Look, it's border. You're going to get multi-kills. If people are in the right place at the right time, and especially with the way that bodies were kind of being thrown about a little bit, I think certainly 4AM were throwing more bodies at problems than they maybe needed to, and there was a bit of a lacking gunfights being won. So, of course, if you die, you're going to be susceptible to getting another one, because if Gotti's dying inside a break, what's to stop Perez from moving through and picking up another 2? Absolutely nothing. So it does make sense. But the pressure really on 4 Angry Men at the moment, of course, losing the first map of the series, Night Haven Labs, 7 rounds to 1. Okay, they've done better here. They've got 2 rounds, but it's still not going to get them through to stage 2, is it? We need to see them have a massive performance here on their own attacks.
And of course, as you started to talk about towards the end there, this is phase 2 on the line right now. 4 Angry Men go down on border. They will go out of the tournament, and Los will progress, joining Shopify Rebellion, Falcons, and Enterprise. As our teams qualified from Phase 1 into Phase 2, the Swiss stage. Starting on these defenses here, looking to make a good first impression and make a compelling start. It's actually not Dark Eyes, by the way, with the DMR playing in CCTV. It's somehow worse in that it's not a DMR, but it's Perez playing the CCTV position right now. And then, of course, on the opposite side, things get even worse because you got a Clash moving around East Stairs. Bit of a problematic operator or player on both sides of this equation. B's going out, the Zoto canister's also going forward. Dash is just like, okay, I guess this is happening. Keep with the shield facing forward.
Yeah, Dash just kind of needs to stay still there, doesn't he, a little bit? There's not really too much of a risk for him. He can slowly back himself up over into office, but this push is very well telegraphed. And, quite rightly, as Eden said, what have they done? Taken map control, open top east. Everyone's backed up and they're starting to play lines. They're playing cut-offs. They've challenged a little bit at the periphery, and now they're just dug deep. We've got Perez tucked inside of CCTV. He's not moved too much. We've got Dark Eyes on 90. Again, he hasn't moved too much either. TX below. He's going to be able to get a couple of scans out there. He's going to track Perez at the moment. We all know that Perez is going to be likely playing upside inside of CCTV. Dafo's actually come up for a little bit of assistance right now as they're just starting to flick in and out between CCTV and Armory. Still with some Razor Blooms in pocket as well, so he can still keep himself safe here. Perez finds one onto Lida though. Gotti. Good for the trade out there onto Dash, but Dark Eyes, he's made himself down those metal stairs and is playing a brilliant link role at the moment between the rest of the team and Perez, just keeping him safe, making sure that no Deimos can go underneath and try and displace him from being able to operate upstairs inside of CC.
Keeping them at bay quite well, keeping the whole team together. Rockstar's been looking for a pick from this break room position about 30 seconds right now, and nothing has gone his way. Moving over to Armory, creating an alternate angle, but the defender is tucked in around the corner. Nux even still has a C4, though. Oh, never mind. Nux no longer has a C4. Perez going down soon after as things even up, but the time so low for 4 Angry Men, and with one player around the corner, spotted the last second, trying to find the next. God, he gets one with the ace down as well. It's 4AM with the advantage, but can Dark Eyes find the 1v2? Flashbang goes out. Neither player somehow takes a fight in that engagement. I don't even know where Gotti went, vanished in a puff of smoke. As the striker now the only one left, at least inside of Armory, gets the diffuser down. Another flashbang sails through as Gotti is on metal, but I don't even know where he is. Dark Eyes somehow survives both of these pieces of secondary utility. The attackers have retreated to their post-plant positions. You wish you had a C4, you wish you had a Zoto canister, something to even the odds. With this diffuser right here, but think about just maybe even taking the fight, going for a pre-fire. No, instead we'll start around the corner. Gotti might swing from metal, finds him through the wall, and 4AM pick up their first on attack.
wasn't even like great post-plan positions there. I was getting a little bit panicked because you think, oh, one of these players kind of messes up and doesn't get the memo that we're going to peek at the same time. There's a very easy chance there for Dark Eyes to get a kill off the back of it. Bit of a weird round. The control held by Lost so well for the majority. And then it's just that final little bit. We get the player dying in small, the Cade, and all of a sudden everything starts to unravel. Nux just didn't have anywhere to go. He didn't have enough space to operate in. The hatch, I don't think he could have dropped that. Didn't quite have the same level of support. The opening portion of the round was fantastic. He's there. Daffo. Where is he expected to go from there? Not an easy spot to try and tuck in, and especially if you've already gotten a kill from that position, you're very unlikely to be able to get another if the player is just joining you and coming in straight off the back of his teammate. 4 AM keeping things competitive though, and they've narrowed the lead that Lost hold by 1. Currently sitting 4-3 in favour of Lost still, but it feels tenuous at the moment, Lynx.
It does. It does feel a bit tenuous. Honestly, like, kind of in a way for both teams. I mean, obviously 4AM still trying to claw their way back, but for Los as well, I mean, again, another round in which it seems like they have everything going for them, but as with all 3 of the rounds, 4 Angry Men have won. Just some small things collapse in the late round. Then all of a sudden, we're in a case where they've won. A case where 4 Angry Men have come away with it. They've done a good job playing the team in front of them and taking advantage of those openings when they presented themselves. But again, if you're looking towards Los, this has been a consistent problem now in both attack and defense. Even, I say problem, not necessarily in that it's something they can even necessarily fix. It's just a trend that keeps appearing. They could make this game close as we only have 1 round separating these 2 teams. 4 Angry Men could very well tie things up with a win on Ventilation and Workshop. As Lida looks beyond just the side itself to try and gain some information on where these defenders are playing, where he can direct Rockstar's attention to on the Monty. Also, I guess direct where Darcy might be able to find, as we have one player inside a bathroom right now, shoulder to shoulder through the wall with the Sense. As one, both attacker and defender ratting around the corner. Might just spot the Cade though. Could be an incoming engagement depending on what Darcy decides to do. We'll spot him as the Monty moves in for the pressure. Dark Eyes in a really tricky spot as the C4 bounces around the corner, but it takes down the Monty. Might just find the Sens as well, but no! I mean, they do find him, but it's not even the Cade. It's the Castle through the vertical angles that takes down the Sens. And this push over on Teller's bathroom side is a disaster.
It's not how you want to be losing the Monty and the Sens, really, is it? You would expect the Monty to be able to close the gap a little bit more than that. The C4 bouncing off the shield, and I don't know if Rockstar pushed too far ahead or should have just backed up a little bit. Either way, it isn't looking great as Nuxka takes Gotti down. Gotti still struggling to replicate performances we've seen him have earlier today. And TX and Lida now trying to left trying to pick up the pieces. Lida downstairs, TX inside of office. Even he's only on a shred of HP. Still got a full wealth of utility, but not really too much that they're going to be able to do with it. Isn't going to get the glimpse there onto Dark Eyes. Eventually will. That's some good information exchange. Lida down there on the Soliton scanner, able to swap that information about, but does take a good bit of damage there from Dash. You might know where Dash is, but you don't know where Daffo is. It looks like the final kill is going to come in as well here. Nux just cleaning things up on that top floor, and Lost looking far more in control here on that defensive round.
They're keeping their lead to 2. Now 5-3 instead of 4-2. And so much going wrong over on the Teller's bathroom side. I mean, obviously the Cade gets drone, and 4 Angry Men make a perfectly fair call. Bring the Monty over, try to pressure him. It's going to be a bit of a weird pinch just because you only have Sens, who's right next to the Monty and pushing from the same angle. But Los were ready for it. Just so many protocols and layers on that side to deal with both of them. And then, of course, just an advantage that you can run away with for the rest of things. Eden now hitting the pause button, as elimination from Salt Lake City is starting to become a greater and greater possibility as these rounds trickle by. Only 2 rounds before Los might close this out in regulation. And anything might happen at that point. Might be a Perez ace, could be a number of things that might just accidentally go Los's way.
With the way that this game's gone, it really could be anything. If you want to look at
timing.
It could be timing. I mean, we've seen a little bit of timing already, but if you want to look at numbers, the numbers, they kind of heavily favour Los. I don't think there's too much of a surprise there. Los have had the opening pick in every single one of these rounds so far. Okay, they've lost 3 of them, so that means they've not converted all of those opening picks, but the sentiment still remains. They have been cat hot on that opening engagement regardless. A lot of the time, the rounds are coming down to multi-kills being required. Round 8, interestingly enough, the only round that we didn't have a multi-kill in.
Well, what do you know?
I know that in round 8, it was the only round so far that we didn't have a multi-kill in.
Well, here's a question. So we obviously multi-kill in terms of like what like we track is like at least a 3K, but a double kill is technically a multi-kill.
It is.
It's just like those don't really get talked about often, you know, which is like understandable because like everything above a 3K gets like super big font, but the double kill is like really just kind of like it's negligible font.
It's only a double kill though, isn't it?
It's still a multi-kill.
Yeah, I guess so. I think you could credit Nux then if you wanted to say that he got his multi-kill.
That's why I was doing this. I really just wanted to. I just wanted to defend Nux. Get him some credit.
Consider them defended.
Well, after my valiant and stalwart defense of Nux, let's see how Los can compare to me when they defend Tellers and Bathroom. Extending onto the second floor. We have an Oryx in play, by the way. I love that. I think we actually saw... Was it? I remember seeing an Oryx in SAO, and it might have been Los that did it.
It was told... Eden said it in his timeout, didn't he? He said, look, they're going to play the Oryx. It's what they like to do. Expect the flank. Expect people to, you know, be very loose and jumping up hatches and stuff like that in anticipation of a shield being played. But again, you don't have to just be playing a shield to counter it with an Oryx. Oryx is something that Nux does like to play.
And something that Los likes to play specifically, as you said, and Eden said as well, to counter those shields. Of course. Could just be Rima dashing some random guy with a gun in his hand. Feels a similar purpose, though not as effective with the shield. Gonna climb up the hatches and make some quick rotations, though, and I don't think Nux will be complaining all that much about that. Can support the upstairs or downstairs positions as they so desire. It might be important. Because Dark Eyes starting to face a little bit of pressure from these Bs. But not a whole lot.
You can see the shock drones going in, trying to deal with some of this defender utility, the trips. The camera on 90. It is starting to work. Slowly they're chipping away at it, but they're not getting a good foothold in on that east stair just yet. Dark Eye's still tucked in onto that long corridor. Perez still inside a CCTV. He's even got a deployable shield to go back onto. Dark Eyes eventually will be downed there, but not before Lida's downed as well.
Now, Rockstar finished off in the process. 5v3, 5v2 at the moment for 4 AM. Confirmed once Light is taken down. Big trade with the DMR, but Dash, good for some kind of multi-kill. Maybe not 3, but 2 in his hands with the TCSG, and that's what TX has to find now. It would have to be all 3. Ooh, almost flicks up on the east stairs. There's 2 TCSGs in his way. Cade and Goyo, respectively. Diffuser not in his possession. No C4, by the way, for Dash. It's barbed wire instead. So have to be one off of gunfight.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Whether it's by him or the Goyo. A nice little crossfire set up. The Daffo would have to swing around the corner and get an angle through that soft wall.
Daffo and Dash not wanting to give up this upstairs control. Are they going to let this plank go down here? Certainly looks like it's being stuck. Eventually going to hit that drop, but it is going to be a little bit too late. Nice shots being fired there by TX, but he's put himself in a really tough spot now because he has to try and hold on to the kit as well as get the 2 kills, and he knows that he's now going to get pushed.
I mean, it's one of those unfortunate positions where I think going to get the defuse plant is perfectly fine, but for that site in particular, like, where do you go?
On the window and then get outside.
Okay, well, hold on. Hold on. Because think about it this way, right? He could go to the window and go outside, but the defender was already rotating that way and the Cade was there. I think there's a decent chance he might still get caught hopping out of the window based on the timing. I do think, to be fair, like, going out of the window is probably the better position. But even then, if you go out the window, you have somebody coming from east stairs side as well. How the hell are you going to counter that? Like, are you going to hop in the window at that point? Because then the defender's just covering you from the outside. And the point I'm making is that even assuming the window's the best position, it's still a bad position in that spot. I don't think there was anywhere he could go, any angle he could hold that was going to be good. And that's not a him issue thing. It's the fact that Los are still bleeding them so heavily in the early game, doing so well winning these gunfights, that on a site like Teller's Bathroom, it's not like Armory where maybe you have a better position you can hide. Nobody anchors in Teller's for a reason. So it makes sense that there's not going to be any good post-plant position to play on Teller's either.
We get to see a couple of the kills as they happened because a lot went down there on that east stairs. It's Dash with 3 there for round 9. What could be the final round of the day coming right up here. 4 Angry Men might be headed home a little bit earlier than they would have liked. Losar barreling toward a win right now. 3 rounds will be required here in a row by 4 Angry Men to secure an overtime, to at least have some sort of a chance of a consulate being a possibility here as our 3rd and final map. With the siege that we've seen, with the way that these opening picks have been going, with how well we've seen the players on Lost working together at the moment, it is looking like a little bit of a tall order. Dark Eyes, 10 and 7. Perez, 14 and 6. Impactful kills coming out of players like Dapo and Dash. Nux as well joining me on the action. You could really speak about any single one of these players. And on the flip side, it's been kind of a one-player story for him. TX, he's had his big round with an ace, but aside from that, he's had 3 kills elsewhere. We've just not seen the same level of contribution. Perez still going to be playing inside of the CCTV area.
DMR this time, though.
Yeah. No Thorn.
No Thorn.
Surprised it wasn't banned out, really. It's the 2-brow that's been removed, but...
Ooh, there's a gap in that RU projector.
Daffo might just need to bide his time there. Perez is playing this in a real off angle as well. Look at all the kit he's got on the floor. He's got a Vulcan Pack and Mute Jammer, deployable shield. He's got his laser gate placed on the window. I don't think I've ever seen it set up in that sort of a way before, but he's got a heck of a lot there to try and keep him safe. There will be a player below, though, and he does need to be cautious because TX below could cause a ruckus. He's already opened a little bit of the floor inside of CCTV, and if he opens any more and gets the info, it could be a bit of a nightmare.
But again, if he gets the info, and that's what I'm curious about, because he's so focused on that shield, and Perez just isn't playing there. Oh, it is a wide swing by Daffo. He's able to light one up, but Perez facing some damage, though not a whole lot. 4AM, I think, have an idea of his position now at this point. They know he is not behind the shield, but Daffo, oh, that RU projector doing some heavy lifting right there. Finally, somebody hops in, but Perez still gets the kill on Delida. Survives everything, and the glass decides to have a bite, too. Perez, 16 and 6 right now. Party wants him to swing the balcony and get 17, but instead, it'll be Los with the advantage. And Gotti remains outside. He's dropped down to the bottom floor. Diffuser not in his possession. Instead, it is Perez who's got control of 4AM's fate, who's had their number from the beginning of Border. And Gotti's just given up.
What else is there to do at this point? Reset, go back from spawn, see if you can find a couple of quick kills. He knows at least where Perez is going to be hiding. But honestly, with the way he's played, I fancy him for the last as well. What a shot to close out Border and to close out the series here. Lost will be the final team here, advancing toward phase 2.
What do you even say? What do you even say about that? A one-tap for what? Number 18 was that, Ollie?
Yeah.
It's 18 kills to end Border. Unbelievable stuff from Perez. Dark Eyes also with 11 in kills, but excellent, excellent work. We'll have a lot more right after this. Don't go anywhere.
on to phase 2. I'm here with Perez after this win. We heard from Dash yesterday that after your loss, that you guys just were not warm. Looked like you were pretty warm today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was a strange game for us. We were not like warm. We were playing like poorly. I don't know. We were not playing like we used to. So today we talked and then we played like we showed on the Sol.
Are we going to see more of this in phase 2 as you guys take to the stage and look ahead at a whole nother group of opponents?
Yeah, definitely. This is our goal. We know that yesterday we didn't play like we should, but today we played. So that's it. Let's see you on stage 2.
All right, congratulations. We'll see Los as they move on to phase 2.
Indeed we will, and I have to say, if we see more of that man in particular playing like that in Stage 2, it is going to be highly competitive for Los. I mean, a one-tap to end things off. I think, again, 18 kills overall. Unbelievable stuff from Perez, and here I was saying Dark Eyes was the player to watch at the beginning, which is really my bad, I guess.
I mean, it was kind of reminiscent of the way that Los actually qualified from the tournament in the first place, wasn't it? Because it was all off the back of Perez and their gun in that instance as well, really dragging them through the lower bracket there of the kickoff for SAL. So I don't want to say that I'm sitting here and say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, but they also need a little bit more, you know? It's all right getting a result like that against 4AM. It's great that they've made phase 2, but they are going to need a little bit more when they move into phase 2.
And I believe we have a losers interview coming up as well. So I want to hear what Jonah has to say, what question he's going to ask. Let's toss over to him.
Time that we've seen Gotti, for the first time that we've seen China compete on the international stage. I know obviously you have some international experience. What has it been like? How do you feel like it's gone overall?
Honestly, to be honestly, I didn't think we were gonna like actually win the match because we don't have any experience. I'm not here to be a player, so I didn't expect it, but we played quite well today. I mean, not the last game, but so I'm kind of happy today.
Amazing. And we heard from Lida that he said that your leadership has been really helpful to this team. What has it been like in your shoes, having teaching this team what it's like to compete against all these other regions?
Sorry, can I ask you about the intents of the...
Sure. Like as a leader, what has it been like for you to have the experience that you have with these players who maybe don't have that experience?
Sorry, I mean, like, one more time, please. I mean,
no, it's okay.
I don't know what should I say.
No, that's okay.
Can you give me some example?
Sure. Yeah. You don't have to say anything. I think what your boys want to tell you is that how much they appreciate you and all the leadership that you've done for this team. Right, guys? Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. We hope to see 4AM at more events down the line, guys.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And I think we can all agree we can appreciate Gotti's not only leadership, but also Gotti with some crazy moments today, especially in, I want to say, what was it, Nighthaven and Clubhouse that we saw? Yeah. Some really good individual performance from Gotti in particular. So I hope we see him and also 4AM in the future at some of these events. But that is our last series done for the day. Still have some housekeeping and maintenance to do, so don't worry. We're not going to say goodbye just yet because that is phase 1 done. We got a whole 2 more phases. Obviously, phase 3 is a ways away. But phase 2, we still got a whole lot to talk about there. Start of the Swiss stage, Ollie, some teams coming in, some big names coming in.
Well, all the biggest names.
The biggest names. We
got the biggest names. Welcome. Let's have a look at the GSL bracket and understand exactly what we are going to be working with here. So this is going to be, of course, the bracket that we've played so far up until this point. This has been phase 1. Quite straightforward. You only lose and go home or win and qualify based off a best of 3. And that seems fairly fair to me. So we've had Enterprise, Falcons, Shopify Rebellion, and Los all qualified into stage 2. And everyone else, unfortunately, have departed.
And I think as we see these results kind of end things, I don't think a lot of us are too surprised by these results. I mean, we got Falcons, Shopify Rebellion, even Enterprise, one of the better names inside of APL. I think these are all kind of expected results, but them joining FaZe, I mean, that's obviously the big one for me, of course. But even like for SAL teams, FaZe, NIP, and I mean, 5 Fears, the biggest one from NAL. I'm very excited for phase 2 overall. I mean, I'm just very excited. I want to get started.
I think a lot of people do. I think the players do. We saw a couple of the players landing at the hotel last night as well, and they're going to start to be getting ready to get stuck into things. So stay tuned on socials. I believe the brackets will be getting posted over there momentarily, and you can see who your favourite teams are going to be playing tomorrow when we jump into Phase 2 of the Salt Lake City Major. But for everyone here and from us two here tonight, that is going to be all. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.